Yichu's first experience was somewhat bewildering, influenced by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. She vaguely recalled fragments of the previous night, particularly the strikingly handsome man who exuded an air of aloofness and restraint. His features were exquisitely defined, particularly his high, straight nose that conveyed a sensuous wildness. "It hurts, let go of me," Yichu murmured in a daze, her inebriated voice taking on an alluring quality. "Let go of you?" He responded. "Who was it that held on to me so tightly, kissing and nibbling without releasing their grip? Now you want me to let you go? That's impossible." Lin Jingteng gazed intently at the pure and exquisite woman before him, noting how her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue due to her intoxication. Her skin was as pale as snow, her bright eyes and white teeth creating a picture of innocence and beauty that could captivate any heart. Her figure was tall and curvaceous, with a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Although Yichu's face radiated purity and beauty, her body was undeniably enticing. Lin Jingteng's dark eyes deepened with intrigue. Yichu, feeling shy, hurriedly covered herself. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Lin Jingteng chuckled softly. Hadn't she just been so flirtatious? Why was she shy now? He leaned closer, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered, "Darling, relax. Brother will be gentle." Yichu's face flushed with heat, acutely aware of the warm breath spilling from Lin Jingteng's lips, sending a tingling sensation through her ears. Subsequently, when Yichu awoke, her body ached, and she discovered her skin adorned with marks of affection. Her face instantly flushed crimson. She mused to herself about the man's extraordinary stamina, a quality she found appealing. With his striking looks, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, she felt quite satisfied with him. Quickly dressing, she prepared to leave the hotel. As she glanced back at the still sleeping Lin Jingteng, a twinge of reluctance tugged at her heart. She gently opened the door, ready to exit. Suddenly, a deep, husky voice resonated from behind her. "In such a hurry, where are you off to?" Lin Jingteng's intense gaze was fixed upon the enchanting woman before him. Yichu turned, awkwardly stammering, "I will pay you." "Money? I have plenty of that," Lin Jingteng replied, rising from the bed. His long legs carried him closer to Yichu with each deliberate step. Feeling the aura of danger emanating from him, Yichu nervously retreated until her back pressed against the door. At that moment, they were mere inches apart. As she looked into his striking face, her heart raced uncontrollably. "If you don't want money, then what do you desire?" she inquired, biting her lower lip and stuttering. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a wicked smile at her words. He chuckled softly, reaching out to caress her cheek gently, saying, "What I want is you." Yichu, hearing his words, swallowed nervously, her heart accelerating as she gazed at the handsome face drawing ever closer. She pushed him away with both hands, yet his body remained unmoved. Clearly, her strength was insufficient to displace the tall and robust man before her. "We are all just here to have fun. You can't possibly be unable to play, can you?" Yichu felt a twinge of shyness, unable to meet his gaze. I must inform you that I am married, so please do not pursue me." Nevertheless, Lin Jingteng paid no heed to her words and continued his advances. He gently drew Yichu into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "Darling, what does your husband matter? Be good and obedient. I will make you very happy." Yichu shrank within Lin Jingteng's arms, paralyzed by shyness. At that moment, her heart raced. Although she felt nervous and a touch afraid, she surprisingly found herself relishing the sensation of being enticed by a strikingly handsome man, even looking forward to what might transpire next. Lin Jingteng's kiss was fervent, as if he sought to merge her essence with his own. After their passionate entanglement, Yichu's body ached all over. This man was undeniably wild. Lin Jingteng gazed at the crimson stain on the white sheets, a smirk of mockery curling at the edges of his lips. This was, after all, her first time. After leaving the hotel, Yichu returned to her so-called home in the latest limited edition Maserati. Upon opening the door, she found Chen Ziqian seated on the living room sofa. "Yichu, you've become quite bold, daring to stay out all night," Chen Ziqian exclaimed, his face dark with fury. Yichu regarded Chen Ziqian's handsome yet contorted visage with a dismissive laugh, her beautiful eyes glinting in disdain. "Oh, so you mean to say you weren't out with Lin Jingteng last night?" Yeah, you know I didn't come home. Chun Ziqian's expression soured further at Yichu's disdainful demeanor and her taunting words. Rising from the sofa, he strode over to her, his piercing gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Abruptly, he seized her clothing, coldly stating, "Yichu, dressed so provocatively, you must have been cavorting with some wild man." Yichu remained unfazed in the face of Chun Ziqian's menacing countenance. Before she could respond, he suddenly yanked the off-shoulder white dress she wore, tearing the delicate straps with brutal force. In an instant, the dress slipped down her slender waist. Feeling exposed, she instinctively attempted to pull the garment back up, but Chun Ziqian's strong hands firmly restrained her small wrists. "Yichu, I must admit, your figure is quite remarkable," he stated, his eyes fixated on her form, desire unabashedly gleaming within them, while Yichu gazed into the perilous eyes of Chun Ziqian, and a wave of revulsion washed over her as she recalled the tainted hands that had once touched Lin Jingteng, now making contact with her own. The very eyes that had once feasted upon Lin Jingteng's form now greedily scrutinized her. With a surge of determination, Yichu forcefully extricated herself from Chun Ziqian's grasp and swiftly draped her clothing around her waist for modesty. In a flash, she fled to her bedroom, securing the door behind her. After changing into a fresh outfit, she lay on her bed, her mind replaying the events of the previous night. Last night, an overwhelming sense of despondency had enveloped Yichu. Since her marriage to Chun Ziqian, he had spent countless hours entangled with her former close friend, Lin Jingteng, often neglecting to return home overnight. Moreover, Chun Ziqian had never once touched her. His every moment was devoted to Lin Jingteng, leaving their home in perpetual absence. Yichu found herself perplexed as to why Chun Ziqian professed love for Lin Jingteng, yet chose to wed her. The more she pondered, the deeper her melancholy grew, prompting her to seek solace in the nightlife of a nightclub. Eventually, she succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto a plush seat. In her hazy state, she caught sight of a breathtakingly handsome man. At that instant, Yichu found herself utterly captivated. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs. His demeanor exuded an air of aloofness and restraint. Was it possible that such an extraordinarily handsome man existed in this world? Though she was somewhat intoxicated, Yichu could still discern the man's striking features with clarity. She stumbled to her feet and flung herself onto him. As she reminisced about the exhilarating and sweet moments shared with the exquisitely handsome man from the previous night, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She recalled that stunning visage and the heart-racing perfection of his physique. The joy he had bestowed upon her lingered in her memory, evoking a delightful sense of nostalgia. Yichu couldn't help but smile. She had genuinely enjoyed her time with him, experiencing a thrill unlike any she had known before. A part of her found herself yearning for him. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone rang. She picked it up to see an unfamiliar number. Yichu answered, and a familiar, melodious male voice echoed from the other end. "Darling, have you missed me?" Surprised and elated, she responded, "How is it you?" Just when she was thinking of him, he had called. "Darling, have you missed me?" The man's deep, magnetic voice reverberated through the receiver. Yichu felt her heart race as she gripped the phone tightly, nervously replying, No, I don't miss you." The man on the other end of the line chuckled. "Darling, you certainly didn't say that in bed last night." His voice was melodious, almost enchanting. As Yichu listened to his sultry tone, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She was at a loss for words, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Darling, I'm at the Qingshan Villa. If you miss me, come find me." "How annoying. Who would miss you?" Yichu stubbornly retorted, maintaining her defiance. She hung up the phone, her lips curving into a wider smile, her spirits inexplicably lifted. Contemplating the man's infuriating charm, Yichu promptly sat up from the bed. He was simply too alluring. How could she resist seeking him out? After rummaging through her wardrobe for a while, she selected an outfit that was both innocent and subtly seductive. She then applied a delicate touch of makeup to complement her chosen attire. Satisfied with her reflection, she smiled at the mirror. "Since you miss me so much, I suppose I shall begrudgingly come see you." A sense of joy enveloped her. The thought of reuniting with a man she had shared a night with sent her heart into a joyous flutter. As she opened the door, she was startled to find Chun Ziqian still there. He sat on the sofa, his expression dark and brooding as he watched her. Yichu chose to ignore him, striding directly towards the exit. However, as she passed by the sofa, Chun Ziqian abruptly stood up, seizing her arm and pulling her back. The sudden movement made her expression sour. She glared at him with icy eyes and impatiently hissed, "Chun Ziqian, what are you doing?" Seeing her anger, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he scoffed. "Yichu, dressed so provocatively, are you planning to go out and fool around?" His large hand gripped her delicate chin tightly, his expression darkening ominously. Yichu found his fury laughable. Forcefully prying his hand away, she enunciated each word clearly. "Chun Ziqian, are you being overly nosy? Even if I were to seek out another man, would it concern you?" Chapter 4. Is it jealousy that drives you? Are you acting this way out of jealousy? You already have Lin Jingteng, so why concern yourself with whom I choose to pursue? Yichu exhibited no tolerance towards Chun Ziqian. This insufferable man spent his days gallivanting with Lin Jingteng, yet he dared to dictate her interactions with other men. Observing Yichu's furious demeanor, Chun Ziqian suddenly let out a light chuckle. "You are indeed jealous, aren't you? Yichu, while jealousy is natural, you must refrain from engaging in any scandalous behavior. We are not yet divorced, and should you dare to betray me, I—" Chun Ziqian continued his monologue, but Yichu had no intention of listening. She stormed out. As she slammed the door behind her, Chun Ziqian furrowed his brows, his piercing gaze darkening with a hint of malice. Yichu arrived at the Qingshan villa and dialed the man's number. "Darling, I have arrived. MM." The man responded with a single syllable before abruptly hanging up. Moments later, he emerged, clad in a crisp white shirt. His well-defined chest muscles were enveloped beneath the fabric, while his long, straight legs were complemented by impeccably polished black shoes. As he approached, Yichu finally discerned his features. His visage resembled an exquisite masterpiece, with striking brows, captivating eyes, and a high-nosed bridge. His lips, thin and vibrant like cherries, evoked an irresistible urge to kiss. His fair complexion and rugged good looks exuded a wild charm. His eyes, deep and mysterious, seemed to beckon her into their cosmic depths. This man was perfection incarnate, precisely her type. Upon seeing his handsome face, Yichu couldn't help but swallow hard, lingering on last night's memories that still left her yearning for more. The coy little thing had claimed she didn't miss him. Lin Jingteng stepped closer, enveloping her in his arms. Yichu was taken aback by his unexpected gesture, her wide eyes staring up at him as he lifted her effortlessly. His large hand rested on her waist, sending an electrifying jolt through her. Despite their intimate encounter the previous night, being with him now filled her with anxiety. Even the slightest brush of his hand made her feel shy. Yichu's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Was this what it felt like to be smitten? With Lin Jingteng's arm around her, they walked forward, the air thick with awkwardness. "Darling, you are truly handsome," Yichu blurted out, perhaps due to nervousness or an attempt to ease the tension between them. The awkwardness was undeniable, given her unfamiliarity with him. The man smiled charmingly, his lips curling into a delightful grin as he playfully pinched her cheek. Yichu's face flushed, and she shyly turned away. In his presence, she felt inexplicably bashful. "Let us go inside," Lin Jingteng said, taking her hand and leading her toward the house. His palm was warm and strong, enveloping her delicate hand with a firm grip. Yichu felt her heart race once more, as if it might leap from her chest. She followed the man into the room, where the decor was simple yet exuded an air of grandeur, radiating a subtle opulence. Yichu suddenly recalled that this area was renowned for being an affluent neighborhood. Chapter 5. "My dear, were you satisfied with my performance yesterday?" the man queried, his voice a whisper in Yichu's ear. She could not help but silently berate herself, wondering if this man was indeed wealthy. He led her to the sofa, enveloping her in his embrace. Yichu felt a delightful shiver run through her as she responded with a playful pout. "You were too vigorous yesterday. I am still sore." The man chuckled softly, his large hand beginning to roam over her body. Yichu trembled at his touch, realizing how adept he was at igniting her desires. "Last night was your first," he murmured, his voice husky. He was both surprised and puzzled. How could this woman, already married, still be untouched? Surely her husband did not love her. He wouldn't even dare to lay a finger on her. Lin Jingteng's hand caressed her skin gently, sending electric sensations coursing through her. You were too vigorous yesterday. I could hardly endure it, she complained playfully. The man merely laughed, continuing his ministrations unabated. His touch grew bolder, and she found herself lost in the moment. By the way, what is your name? Chu inquired, intrigued by this man who captivated her so thoroughly. Lin Jingteng. He replied, Is this villa yours? She asked, still curious. Why do you ask? Lin Jingteng tightened his grip on her slender waist, eliciting a soft gasp from her. Nothing. I was just curious. Only the very wealthy can afford to live in such luxurious villas, she explained. It is indeed mine. Not only this villa, but the Lin Group as well, he proclaimed, unabashedly revealing his wealth. The Lin Group? Isn't that the enterprise of the richest family in the capital? She exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Jingteng was the son of the capital's wealthiest man? If so, he was not merely wealthy. He was extraordinarily affluent. The Lin family of the capital was far beyond the reach of her own family, the Yi family of Yicheng, which, while respectable, paled in comparison. Chu gazed at Lin Jingteng in surprise, as the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Had she truly spent the night with the son of a billionaire? It was no wonder he exuded an air of regal superiority. It must be an inherent quality of his lineage. Gradually, the tension between them intensified, their bodies pressing ever closer. They reveled in each other's company on the sofa, indulging in the pleasures and excitement they brought to one another. Chu and Lin Jingteng tumbled from the sofa to the bed, continuing their passionate escapade from day to night and back again. The man's stamina was remarkable, and she found it difficult to keep up with him. Her body bore the marks of his affection, little love bites that reminded her of the joy of being a woman in his presence. It was a feeling that could easily become addictive. After the ecstasy had passed, Chu swiftly donned her attire. She needed to return home. Should that scoundrel Chen Ziqian be at home, he would undoubtedly accuse her of being out for so long, surely engaging in an affair behind his back. If that were to happen, this wretched man would incessantly torment her, driving her to the brink of exasperation. It would be best to hasten her return home. Chapter 6. Are you not merely attempting to awaken my desires, to entice me to indulge in you? My dear, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. She adjusted her attire, grasped her handbag, and exited the villa. Lin Jingteng observed Chuli's departing figure, a pleasing curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Ah, little enchantress, why do you seem so eager to depart each time? Once Chu left, Lin Jingteng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Please assist me in gathering information on a certain woman. I wish to know everything about her. After concluding the call, he reclined on the sofa, reminiscing about the intimate moments they had just shared, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. His intuition told him that Chuli was not the type of woman to be trifled with. He even wondered how her husband could be so oblivious as to overlook such an alluring creature. For him, it was not merely her physical form that captivated him, but a desire to delve into her inner world. After all, the previous night had also marked his first experience. Lin Jingteng resolved to gain a deeper understanding of Chuli. Meanwhile, she returned to the marital home she shared with Chen Ziqian, her spirits buoyant. Clad in a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her graceful silhouette, she radiated an undeniable allure. Chen Ziqian, despite his disdain for her, could not help but be struck by her beauty. However, the thought crossed his mind that her stunning appearance must indicate a rendezvous with another man. She appeared to be in high spirits. Had she indeed been with someone else? Observing Chuli's delight, Chen Ziqian found her happiness somewhat irksome. Her figure had always been remarkable, her slender waist encased in the dress, curves in all the right places. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her bosom, a detail he had previously overlooked. As she sauntered towards him, her hips swaying, he felt an unwelcome heat wash over him, swallowing hard in response. Chen Ziqian, why do you regard me with such eyes? Chuli asked, a look of disdain crossing her features. She suddenly realized that Chen Ziqian had been spending an unusual amount of time at home lately. Hadn't he always gone out in pursuit of Lin Qianqian? Chen Ziqian, in her eyes, had long since become tainted. He was simply a scoundrel. Chuli, I've noticed you've been dressing increasingly provocatively of late. Yi Chuli responded with a cold huff. Chen Ziqian, what does my appearance have to do with you? He believed that her daily display of beauty and sensuality was a deliberate attempt to seduce him. Infatuated with her friend Lin Qianqian, he assumed she was trying to win him back, to abandon Lin Qianqian and return to her. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he said, Yi Chuli, are you not simply trying to stir my desires, to have me indulge in you? If that is truly your intention, you need only express it. Why go to such lengths to appear so enticing? Yi Chuli was utterly astounded by Chen Ziqian's audacity. She looked at Chen Ziqian with a face full of disbelief and disdainfully remarked, Chen Ziqian, your narcissism knows no bounds. I do not dress up for your sake. You might as well go out and seek Lin Qianqian. Your constant presence at home is quite bothersome. Isn't it preferable, as it once was, to visit your beloved Qianqian every day? Yi Chu's words were laden with sarcasm. Chapter 7. The meeting of the author and the protagonist. Dear readers, I regret to inform you that, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, this entire chapter must be removed. I understand that many of you were eagerly anticipating the captivating content within this section, but there are reasons behind this decision that I hope you can comprehend and forgive. It is with great reluctance and inner turmoil that I have come to this conclusion, as every word has been painstakingly crafted with care. Alas, reality can be quite harsh, and at times we must confront unexpected changes. However, I assure you that the forthcoming narrative will be even more thrilling and will not disappoint. I extend my sincerest apologies to all of you and invite you to continue our journey through the enchanting world of this novel. As soon as I uttered these words, the comments section erupted. Some readers expressed their understanding and offered encouragement, while others voiced their frustration, lamenting the impact of this deletion on their reading experience. The author felt a pang of sorrow upon reading these negative remarks. At that moment, the male lead, Lin Jingteng, called the author, having witnessed the online uproar. Lin Jingteng, it is perhaps for the best that this chapter has been removed, as some of the sensitive content is indeed not suitable for public disclosure. Upon hearing this, the author felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon after, Lin Jingteng arranged an online fan meeting and revealed that the next chapter would feature a significant breakthrough in the relationship between the protagonists. This news turned the reader's anger into delight, and the author found renewed motivation to craft the next chapter with even greater intensity. Determined to weave a more compelling narrative in gratitude to her audience and to acknowledge Lin Jingteng's silent support. On the day of the meeting, the author adorned herself meticulously, donning a newly purchased dress. Upon seeing her, Lin Jingteng's eyes lit up, and he complimented, Author, you look truly beautiful. The author blushed and smiled, her heart swelling with joy. Lin Jingteng continued, From now on, I will always support you. This made the author even happier, affirming that her efforts in preparation were not in vain. Their gazes locked, filled with subtle hints of intimacy and sparks. At that moment, the female lead, Yi Chu, arrived at the meeting, captivating everyone present. She approached the author, embracing her and expressing gratitude for the enthralling story she had created. The author felt even more elated upon seeing Yi Chu, astonished that the character she had penned had come to life before her eyes. After their embrace, Yi Chu turned and embraced Lin Jingteng. His gaze brightened upon seeing her, and he remarked, Chuxu, you are truly beautiful. Yi Chu shyly smiled in response. Witnessing Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu in each other's arms stirred a sense of envy within the author, yet she felt joy for their blossoming relationship. This chapter marks the encounter between the author and her protagonists, as she holds a deep affection for these two characters she has brought to life. Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng are the author's two favorite protagonists, and the author wishes for their everlasting happiness. In this warm atmosphere, Lin Jingteng took Yi Chu's hand and turned to the author, saying, In fact, besides the fan meeting today, there is another joyful announcement to make. The author, filled with curiosity, noticed that the surrounding readers also fell silent. Chapter 8. Is it permissible for him to seek women while she cannot pursue men? Lin Jingteng gazed affectionately at Yi Chu, slowly uttering, Darling, marry me. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, igniting a fervent cheer among the onlookers. The author felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears, as if witnessing her own child finally achieving a momentous milestone. Subsequently, Lin Jingteng produced a beautifully crafted ring and, before the assembled crowd, placed it on Yichu's ring finger. Yichu nestled contentedly in Lin Jingteng's embrace. Everyone assumed that Yichu and Lin Jingteng were destined to be together. But to their astonishment, Chen Ziqian, the scoundrel, made an unexpected entrance at the gathering. Observing Yichu nestled in Lin Jingteng's arms, his expression darkened ominously. He strode towards them and forcibly yanked Yichu from Lin Jingteng's grasp. His large hand gripped her slender wrist tightly, pulling her into his own embrace. Yichu, your audacity knows no bounds, frolicking with a man behind my back. Chen Ziqian's voice dripped with cold disdain as he glared down at her. Confined within his grasp, Yichu let out a scornful laugh, retorting Chen Ziqian. If you can cavort with Lin Qianqian, why should I be forbidden from seeking a man? Chen Ziqian's heart sank at the icy glare in her beautiful eyes. With a fierce tone, he replied, Yichu, do not forget, you are my wife. I forbid you from seeing other men. With that declaration, he forcefully dragged her away from the gathering. Lin Jingteng watched silently as Chen Ziqian took Yichu away. A smirk curled upon his handsome face, allowing Chen Ziqian to revel in his fleeting triumph for a few more days. Chen Ziqian pulled Yichu back to their marital abode, thrusting her onto the soft bed before striding towards the bathroom. Sitting up on the bed, Yichu curled her lips into a cold smile. Wasn't Chen Ziqian fond of Lin Qianqian? Why was it acceptable for him to seek women while she could not pursue men? The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Before long, Chen Ziqian emerged, wrapped in a towel. It must be noted that, despite his despicable character, Chen Ziqian possessed an enviable physique and striking looks. His skin gleamed with a tempting honey hue, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his muscular chest prominent and taut. The towel clung to his form, hinting at well-defined abdominal muscles, as he approached her with long strides. Unable to resist a glance, Yichu quickly turned her head away. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Chen Ziqian noticed her bashfulness and scoffed. Yichu, I thought you were quite fond of me. Why the sudden shyness? Don't tell me you're still a virgin. His words pierced Yichu's heart, a pang of pain resonating within her. Since their marriage, they had never been intimate. Although she had once held deep affection for Chen Ziqian, she had always felt a sense of shyness as well. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, she turned her head away, unwilling to engage with Chen Ziqian any further. However, Chen Ziqian approached her, his freshly bathed body emanating a subtle fragrance that caressed her face, causing her to involuntarily feel a surge of tension. What is the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chen Ziqian inquired with a hint of sardonic amusement. Yichu raised her head, a captivating smile playing at the corners of her lips. Indeed, that was the case a few days ago, but it is no longer true. I have given my first to my man, who is quite formidable, unlike you. Chapter 9 today, I shall demonstrate my true capabilities to you. You are truly despicable. Chen Ziqian felt an inexplicable surge of anger at Yichu's words. He could not fathom the reason for his ire. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Yichu was his legally wedded wife, yet her first experience had been with another man. Abruptly, he grasped her chin with such force that it seemed he might crush her. Is what you said true? Chen Ziqian's gaze was terrifying, as if he were intent on devouring Yichu. Yichu looked at him with derision. He is formidable. I am still savoring the experience. Since I have tasted his essence, I have lost all interest in you. Chen Ziqian, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, very well. With one hand, he seized both of Yichu's hands, restraining her, and pressed her body against the wall, leaning in to kiss her alluring red lips. What are you doing? Let me go. Yichu twisted her body, struggling against him. Chen Ziqian's eyes turned a deep crimson. Yichu, I never imagined you could be so fiery. You enjoy this, don't you? He forcefully pushed Yichu onto the bed, leaning over her. She struggled desperately, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. Chen Ziqian, please don't do this. Yichu's hands weakly shoved against his chest. Disregarding her resistance, he declared, Yichu, did you not say I was inadequate? Today, I shall show you my true prowess. Other men are allowed to claim you. I am your husband, so why should I be denied? Chen Ziqian was consumed by desire and jealousy, his thoughts solely fixated on possessing Yi Chu. Chen Ziqian, let me go. Yi Chu fought with all her might. Yet how could her strength compare to that of a robust young man, especially one driven by rage and desire? Despicable woman, this is all you're doing. She struggled valiantly, but the weight of the man above her rendered her immobile. At that moment, Yi Chu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She could not believe that the man she had admired for so many years could be so shameless. Chen Ziqian gazed at her fair skin, illuminated by the light, making her all the more enticing. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by desire. Yi Chu, I know you have longed for my touch. Why pretend to be innocent now? He taunted. Do not forget, you are my wife. I can take what I desire. It is your duty as a spouse. In that moment, Chen Ziqian resembled a beast provoked, his eyes brimming with possessiveness and desire for Yi Chu. Chen Ziqian, are you out of your mind? You were the one who vowed never to touch me. Now it is you who seeks to impose yourself upon me. Yi Chu's furious shout jolted Chen Ziqian back to his senses. He released Yi Chu and stood up from the bed. Damn, how could he be so impulsive today? It must be that Yi Chu is deliberately enticing him. Chen Ziqian fell silent, retrieving a blanket from the wardrobe to sleep on the sofa. Yi Chu observed Chen Ziqian lying on the sofa, covered by the blanket, his eyes tightly shut as he prepared to sleep. He seemed to have regained his composure, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 10. My dear, you remain virtuous for me the following morning. Yi Chu rose early. She sat at her vanity, applying a light, everyday makeup look. She donned a sea blue V-neck gown adorned with rhinestones and a mermaid silhouette. Gazing at her reflection, Yi Chu smiled with satisfaction before grabbing her handbag and car keys as she stepped out. She drove a white, convertible Mercedes to the Qingshan villa, eager to avoid the distasteful Chen Ziqian. Her thoughts were consumed by Lin Jingteng, a man who had etched himself deeply into her mind. How could she not be captivated by his perfection and charm? Upon arriving at the villa, Yi Chu rang the doorbell, and a servant opened the door for her. Stepping into the living room, she spotted Lin Jingteng lounging on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Sunlight bathed his sharply defined features, as if gilding him in gold. His long legs were elegantly crossed, and he wore a white shirt, carelessly unbuttoned at the collar, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yi Chu could not help but swallow nervously at the sight of him. Each encounter with Lin Jingteng left her in awe of his striking visage. She had never encountered a man so flawless. As he noticed her entrance, he set the newspaper aside and rose from the sofa, striding over with long strides. Yi Chu's heart raced with anxiety. In the next moment, Lin Jingteng leaned in, wrapping his arms around her waist, causing her heart to skip a beat. He murmured softly in her ear, Darling, did you not sleep well last night? Yi Chu, flustered, struggled to find her words. Lin Jingteng chuckled softly, releasing her. I just noticed your dark circles are quite pronounced. A wave of relief washed over her. Surely, you weren't unable to sleep because you were thinking of me? Yi Chu's cheeks flushed as she interrupted him, unsure of how to explain that she had been too frightened to sleep due to Chen Ziqian's advances the previous night. The scoundrel had nearly forced himself upon her, leaving her terrified and sleepless. Eventually, exhaustion had claimed her, and she dozed off for a mere 2 to 3 hours. Last night, I was almost caught by my husband. Yi Chu's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She appeared like a bashful young girl, prompting Lin Jingteng to tease her gently. Is that so? He replied, his interest piqued. Then, why didn't you give in to him? His dark eyes gleamed with mischief as they locked onto her. Is it because of me? Lin Jingteng's slender fingers grasped her chin, lifting it slightly as his voice dripped with seductive magnetism. Yi Chu felt her cheeks heat further under his intense gaze. My dear, you remain virtuous for me. His penetrating black eyes scrutinized her as if she were his prey. Did you come today because you miss me? Yi Chu was on the verge of responding, yet Lin Jingteng's subsequent words rendered her utterly speechless. Do you wish for me to fulfill your desires? Lin Jingteng's gaze towards Yi Chu brimmed with insinuation, making her feel as though she were engulfed in flames. In an instant, her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Lin Jingteng, bewildered. Chapter 11. Such a good child was this man's manner of speaking, not overly direct and brazen. Her heart raced as she gazed at Lin Jingteng, feeling utterly flustered. "I will satisfy you," Lin Jingteng replied with a suggestive smile towards Chuxu. In one swift motion, he swept her up in his arms, striding purposefully into the bedroom. Completely bewildered, Chuxu clung tightly to Lin Jingteng's arm, enveloped in his embrace. His warm breath brushed against her neck, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within her. Lin Jingteng. "Shoo!" He gestured for silence. Upon entering the bedroom, he did not proceed with the urgency she had anticipated. He gently laid her on the bed, leaning over with his hands supporting his weight on either side of her, his gaze deep and enigmatic. "Chuxu, leave him and be with me," Lin Jingteng spoke softly. Chuxu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your husband does not love you, does he? Only I can provide you with everything you desire." Staring at Lin Jingteng, she felt momentarily dizzy, her shyness prompting her to nod in response. A faint smile graced Lin Jingteng's lips as he tenderly caressed her face. "Remember, you are only mine from now on," he declared in a low voice. Chuxu bit her lip in response, obediently nodding at Lin Jingteng. "Such a good child," he remarked with satisfaction, ruffling her long hair. "Now, we must attend to some serious matters." His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of mischief. He pressed his full weight against her. Feeling the shift in Lin Jingteng's demeanor, Chuxu blushed deeply, unable to meet his gaze. What followed was a melody of seduction. "Darling, call me," Lin Jingteng's alluring voice whispered in her ear. "Chuxu her lip tightly, rendered sipicless." Lin Jingteng's expression darkened. He gently lifted her chin with his long fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Be good, call me husband." His voice carried an enticing lilt. As she looked closely at Lin Jingteng's extraordinarily handsome face, her breath almost caught in her throat. He was undeniably breathtaking, and she wanted to admire him fully. She widened her eyes, fixated on his striking features. Did he really want her to call him husband? But she had yet to divorce Chen Ziqian. How could she utter such words? "Darling, with those lustful eyes fixed on me, are you unwilling to call me husband?" Lin Jingteng suddenly pressed his lips against her soft, delicate mouth. "Are you still not willing to speak?" "Chuxu," she shyly managed to utter. "Husband." Hearing Chuxu's bashful call, Lin Jingteng's handsome face revealed a satisfied smile. However, his actions did not cease simply because Chuxu obediently called him husband. Chuxu gazed at Lin Jingteng's mischievous demeanor and playfully chastised. "Lin Jingteng, you are incorrigibly wicked." Chapter 12. Be my personal secretary. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a captivating smile as his deep-set eyes fixated on Chuxu's delicate visage. He observed her playful demeanor with an expression filled with adoration. "Darling, from now on, you shall be my personal secretary." "All right." At that moment, Chuxu was utterly enchanted, having been completely won over by the flawless man before her. Lin Jingteng gazed at her exquisitely shy face and leaned down to kiss her once more. Due to certain undisclosed and exceptionally unique reasons, it has become necessary to reluctantly excise a meticulously crafted and brilliantly written segment from this narrative. It is indeed a profound regret. Yet I hope that my dear readers can extend their understanding and tolerance in this matter. After all, life is often unpredictable, and unforeseen circumstances can catch one off guard. Although the omitted content may have once held numerous riveting plot lines, intricate emotions, and unexpected twists, we must make this difficult choice for the sake of the story's coherence and integrity. I trust that even in the absence of this segment, the ensuing developments will remain captivating and immerse everyone in its allure. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to my beloved readers for their unwavering support and understanding. I firmly believe that even without this portion, the trajectory of the story will undoubtedly be grand and enchanting, captivating all readers in its embrace. Here, I wish to sincerely thank each of you for your steadfast support and comprehension throughout this journey. You are like the warm, radiant sun, continually lighting my path, akin to the gentle, nurturing spring breeze, perpetually inspiring my creative spirit. It is through your companionship that I find the courage to forge ahead on this literary journey filled with challenges and opportunities, striving to weave magnificent tales in return for your kindness. I genuinely hope we can continue to advance together, witnessing countless beautiful and unforgettable moments. Despite the painful necessity of this deletion, which may have once contained thrilling narratives, nuanced character emotions, and unexpected plot twists, the decision was made with careful consideration for the story's overall coherence and rationality. This is akin to a warrior severing their own flesh. Though the heart is heavy with reluctance, the wisdom of enduring short pain rather than prolonged suffering is acknowledged. Ultimately, by relinquishing certain seemingly splendid yet potentially disruptive elements, we can ensure that this tale flows as smoothly as a gentle stream, devoid of any awkwardness. Each such sacrifice is an inner struggle for the creator. Yet all endeavors will be worthwhile in the pursuit of presenting readers with a flawless masterpiece. Let us walk hand in hand, heart to heart, treading each step of this long and magnificent journey of life. Together, we shall compose a narrative that is uniquely ours, witnessing the beautiful moments filled with love and warmth, eternally preserved in the river of time. Chapter 13, My Dear, Is It Not? This way, at the break of dawn, Yichu was roused from her slumber by the insistent ringing of her phone. With her brows knitted in irritation, she answered the call. Lin Jingteng, why are you calling me so early? She grumbled, still disoriented from her dreams. On the other end, Lin Jingteng, impeccably dressed in a suit, lounged in his office chair with a lazy demeanor, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, it's about you, my dear, he replied, his voice rich and alluring. Instantly, Yichu's irritation dissipated and a subtle smile graced her lips. This man certainly had a knack for mischief so early in the day. Go away. Although her heart fluttered with delight, she feigned indifference. After hanging up, she sprang from her bed with a graceful leap. 30 minutes later, having completed her morning routine, she gathered her handbag and car keys and drove to Lin Jingteng's company in Yicheng. Standing before the imposing edifice, she marveled at the grandeur of the building, which housed Lin Jingteng's enterprise, exuding an air of prestige. She parked her car in the lot and took the elevator directly to the president's office floor. As she stepped out of the elevator, she encountered Lin Jingteng's assistant. Miss Yi, greetings. I am Assistant Wang. From now on, you may simply call me Wang. The president is awaiting your arrival, he said with a friendly smile. Thank you, Wang, Yichu replied, returning his courtesy with a polite smile. Assistant Wang, captivated by Yichu's enchanting smile, mused about Lin Jingteng's impeccable taste. She truly resembled a celestial being. Following Assistant Wang, they arrived at the office door. He knocked gently, and Lin Jingteng's deep voice resonated from within. Come in. Wang opened the door and gestured for Yichu to enter. She offered him a gentle smile before stepping into the office. Assistant Wang watched her retreating figure, marveling at her beauty and grace, recognizing the perfect match between her and Lin Jingteng as they stood together. A harmonious blend of talent and beauty, a match made in heaven. Approaching the desk, Yichu gazed at Lin Jingteng, who was seated in his chair, and smiled. I never expected you to be the heir of the capital circle, the son of the wealthiest man, Lin Jingteng. Rising from his chair, Lin Jingteng strode towards her with confident, long strides, his presence radiating an innate nobility that commanded attention. What is the matter? Are you surprised? He inquired, tilting her chin with his elegant fingers, drawing his handsome face closer. As she met his intense gaze, Yichu felt her heart race, pounding furiously. And no, she stammered, warmth flooding her cheeks. Lin Jingteng, amused by her shyness, allowed a playful smile to grace his lips as he leaned closer, whispering near her ear, My dear, your bashful demeanor is truly captivating. Yichu listened intently to the alluring voice that was so close, her heart racing uncontrollably under Lin Jingteng's charming influence, as if she were on the brink of intoxication. This man, not only strikingly handsome, possessed an undeniable talent for seduction. Please don't. Yichu felt her face burning with embarrassment as she pushed Lin Jingteng away. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lin Jingteng chuckled softly and continued to tease her. Darling, what do you mean by that? Is it like this? He reached into Yichu's collar, giving a firm squeeze. The contours of this woman's figure were simply exquisite, slender where it needed to be, and voluptuous where it counted. Today, Yichu had come to work at Lin Jingteng's company, clad in professional attire, a fitted black blazer paired with a crisp white shirt, complemented by a black pencil skirt and sheer black stockings. This ensemble accentuated her curvaceous silhouette beautifully. Lin Jingteng's gaze lingered on the neckline of her white shirt, his throat tightening. It was undeniable. Her touch was irresistibly enticing. Yichu's breath quickened as she attempted to resist, but Lin Jingteng's strength was overpowering. She found herself torn between relishing the intimate contact and feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Lin Jingteng, this is the office. Please stop. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Yet, Lin Jingteng did not relent. Rather, he provocatively continued, I enjoy seeing you like this. At that moment, a knock on the door shattered the charged atmosphere between them. Seizing the opportunity, Yichu broke free from Lin Jingteng's grasp, straightened her clothes, and sat down. Her cheeks still flushed. Come in, Lin Jingteng said, his irritation evident. Xiao Wang entered, handing Lin Jingteng a document before reporting on various work matters. As Xiao Wang departed, Lin Jingteng turned his gaze towards Yichu, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Darling, let us go for breakfast later. Yichu's face remained crimson. She could hardly meet Lin Jingteng's gaze. Bowing her head, she softly replied, Okay. Chapter 14. Just keep my bed warm. Lin Jingteng gazed at Yichu's bashful demeanor, a delightful smile gracing his lips. With long strides, he approached her and gently took her hand. Come, I shall treat you to something delicious. Yichu followed Lin Jingteng to a well-known breakfast establishment in Yicheng, bustling with patrons during the peak morning rush. It was quite unexpected for someone of Lin Jingteng's stature to indulge in breakfast at such a modest venue. They settled into a cozy spot, and Lin Jingteng remarked, The breakfast here is truly delightful. I frequent this place. Is that so? Yichu observed Lin Jingteng's handsome features, astonished that someone of his standing would enjoy dining in such a humble locale. Indeed, Lin Jingteng nodded. Give it a try. After taking a bite of the steaming soup dumplings before her, Yichu found them to be quite delectable, nodding in approval. The taste is exquisite, she exclaimed, savoring each bite. Lin Jingteng, witnessing her enjoyment, felt his appetite surge, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As Yichu stared at Lin Jingteng's smile, she found herself momentarily entranced. His grin was utterly captivating. What are you staring at? You're practically drooling, Lin Jingteng teased, noticing her dazed expression. Not at all. Don't speak nonsense. Yichu snapped back to reality, playfully punching his sturdy chest. She secretly admired his impressive physique, contemplating how well-built he was. There's plenty of time ahead. You can take your time admiring me. Lin Jingteng leaned closer to Yichu, their faces nearly touching. There are so many people here. You're too close. Others will see, she protested, pushing his handsome face away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Jingteng chuckled, straightening up and ceasing his playful banter. Understood. Do you wish to try anything else? Yichu shook her head. No, this is sufficient. At that moment, the waiter arrived with a steaming bowl of fragrant soy milk. Lin Jingteng slid the soy milk towards her. Have some. It's good for your health. The more you eat, the more splendid your figure will be. He glanced at her chest as he spoke. Yichu crossed her arms defensively over her chest, indignantly exclaiming, Lin Jingteng, you absolute scoundrel. This man was incorrigible, perpetually teasing her at every turn. Come now, darling, don't be upset. I was merely jesting. Lin Jingteng quickly reassured her upon noticing her irritation. Yichu huffed, turning her head away, unwilling to engage with him. Seeing her refusal to respond, Lin Jingteng reached out and grasped her small hand. Let us enjoy breakfast while it's hot. All right, she replied. After finishing their meal, they returned to the office. Yichu, seated in hoarsely, curiously inwarded. Didn't you ask me to be your secretary? What responsibilities does a secretary have? You need do nothing but keep my bed warm. Lin Jingteng replied with a playful smirk. Lin Jingteng, you have come again? I'm trying to speak seriously. Yichu pouted her little lips, feigning anger. Upon witnessing Yichu's adorable expression, Lin Jingteng reached out and playfully pinched her cheek. All right, I won't tease you anymore. All I need is for you to stay by my side each day, help me handle some simple documents, and brew tea and coffee for me. Also, from now on, You may call me Jingteng instead of Lin Jingteng. He lowered his head, leaned close to Yichu's ear, and whispered softly, of course, when we are in bed. You may call me husband. Yichu's face flushed crimson. This man was simply too mischievous, teasing her once again. Fine, I understand. It wouldn't be appropriate to call you that while Chen Ziqian, my designated husband, is still around, right? It doesn't matter. He will be kicked to the curb sooner or later. Lin Jingteng asserted dominantly. I do not wish for my woman to address another man as husband. Yichu pondered internally. Could it be that Lin Jingteng was feeling jealous? Jingteng, I understand, she sweetly called out, and Lin Jingteng felt quite satisfied upon hearing it. Good. He extended his hand to gently tousle Yichu's hair. His actions were full of affection, reminiscent of a boyfriend's tender gestures towards his girlfriend. Yichu lifted her gaze to meet Lin Jingteng's, and his eyes brimmed with adoration for her. She thought to herself, could it be that Lin Jingteng has genuinely developed feelings for her? A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. After all, how long had they known each other? Moreover, given Lin Jingteng's exceptional qualities, there were countless women who admired him. How could he possibly fall for her so easily? Jingteng, I will go make you a cup of coffee. Yichu stood up from his swivel chair, but just as she lifted her foot, Lin Jingteng grasped her hand. Yichu lost her balance and tumbled into Lin Jingteng's embrace. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Darling, are you so eager to throw yourself into my arms in the office? Lin Jingteng lowered his head, gazing at Yichu in his arms, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Not all. Yichu disentangled herself from his embrace and looked up at him. You were the one who held on to me. Lin Jingteng chuckled. I held you because I wanted to embrace you, darling. Chapter 15, Darling. She wants to steal you away. Yichu's delicate face was tinged with a blush. This man truly possessed the art of seduction. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. I won't speak with you any longer. I'm going to brew some coffee. Watching Yichu's retreating figure, Lin Jingteng wore a satisfied smile. After lunch, Yichu sat in the president's office, organizing some documents, while Lin Jingteng was engrossed in his work at the computer. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in, Lin Jingteng said, glancing towards the entrance with an impassive expression. The door opened, revealing a woman clad in a black professional ensemble. At first glance, her figure was striking, curvaceous, and alluring. As she approached, it became apparent that several buttons of her white shirt were undone, the pristine fabric clearly visible beneath her tailored jacket. She walked gracefully in high heels, her slender waist swaying enticingly, the exposed skin of her collarbone drawing attention. Her hair cascaded in seductive crimson waves, her face adorned with exquisite, captivating makeup, while her black stilettos radiated a bold elegance. Yichu found this figure strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Lin Qianqian. To her surprise, Lin Qianqian also worked at Lin Jingteng's company. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment upon spotting Yichu. Is there something you need? Lin Jingteng inquired impatiently. Noticing Lin Qianqian's silence, Lin Qianqian hurriedly redirected her gaze, casting a sultry glance at Lin Jingteng. President, I have a document here that requires your signature, she purred, her voice dripping with sweetness. She leaned over to place the document in his hand, deliberately showcasing the enticing expanse of skin at her collar, drawing Lin Jingteng's attention. From Lin Jingteng's position in the office chair, the view was unmistakably clear. Yichu observed Lin Qianqian's display with disdain, fully aware of her ulterior motives. As Lin Qianqian handed over the document, Yichu caught a whiff of the strong perfume that enveloped her. It was evident that her intentions were far from professional. It appeared this woman was not there merely to work, but to entice Lin Jingteng instead. Surely, Chen Ziqian had failed to satisfy her, prompting her to seek attention elsewhere. Clearly, he was lacking in that regard. Yichu couldn't help but recall Lin Jingteng's remarks about Chen Ziqian's inadequacies, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Jingteng took the document, glancing over it briefly before signing with his elegant fingers using a gold pen. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Lin Qianqian striking a provocative pose, her shirt still gaping open. With a cold expression, he quickly averted his eyes and resumed his work. However, Lin Qianqian did not leave immediately. Instead, she leaned in closer, her chest nearly brushing against his arm. Lin Jingteng felt an unexpected softness on his arm, his attractive brows furrowing tightly as his handsome face darkened instantly. He forcefully shoved Lin Jingteng away. Get lost. The strength of Lin Jingteng's push was considerable, causing Lin Jingteng to tumble onto the ground. She had not anticipated such a lack of romantic sentiment from Lin Jingteng, her eyes filled with shock and grievance, tears nearly spilling over. President I. Lin Jingteng gazed at Lin Jingteng with a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears. I won't repeat myself, leave. Lin Jingteng was now exceedingly impatient. This woman was truly a nuisance. He had encountered countless women attempting to seduce him, and he particularly detested those cunning gold diggers who sought to ascend through their physical allure. Seeing no option, Lin Jingteng clumsily rose from the ground, leaving in discontent. Before departing, she shot a fierce glare at Yi Chui. Observing Lin Jingteng's discomposure brought Yi Chui a sense of satisfaction. With a smug smile, she provocatively grinned at Lin Jingteng, then turned to Lin Jingteng with a charming smile, saying, "Darling, you were so handsome just now." Lin Jingteng glanced at Yi Chui, a delightful curve gracing his lips, his eyes filled with affection. Lin Jingteng, witnessing this, felt her anger simmer as Yi Chui dared to address Lin Jingteng as darling. Moreover, he appeared to relish it, which infuriated her further. In terms of figure, looks, and the art of seduction, what did she lack compared to that little vixen Yi Chui? Yi Chui, just wait. She vowed to inform Chen Ziqian that Yi Chui had cheated on him, urging him to deal with this little harlot properly. Why did Yi Chui have the audacity to sit there while she was cast aside? She had initially aimed to find an opportunity to entice Lin Jingteng, considering his wealth and striking appearance. However, she found herself rebuffed instead. Despite her every effort, Lin Jingteng remained unmoved, and to make matters worse, that little vixen Yi Chui had witnessed her humiliation, which truly infuriated her. Yi Chui, witnessing Lin Jingteng's furious departure, wore an even brighter smile. She turned and embraced Lin Jingteng's neck, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Darling, Lin Jingteng must have taken a liking to you. She wants to compete with me for you." Lin Jingteng held Yi Chui close, inhaling her faint fragrance, and replied cheerfully, "Darling, don't concern yourself with her. Women like her are not worthy of my attention." The two indulged in a tender moment within the confines of the office. Chapter 16. What do I want to do? Don't you know? After work. Yi Chui's phone pinged with a WeChat message from Lin Jingteng. Curiosity piqued, she opened it to find an ultrasound report dated today, revealing that Lin Jingteng was already 9 weeks pregnant. Yi Chu smirked disdainfully at the screen. Another notification chimed. Lin Jingteng sent another message. Ye Chehiu, don't get too pleased with yourself. I'm pregnant with a Qian's child now, and I am certain you will soon find yourself cast aside. She continued with a tone dripping with contempt. Don't think you're special. Lin Zong would never be interested in a woman like you. You're utterly shameless, flaunting your flirtations while married. Reading Lin Jingteng's words, Yi Chu felt a mix of incredulity and amusement at Jingteng's audacity. Could she really think that her pregnancy could provoke her? How laughable. At this point, she was indifferent to the number of women Chen Ziqian had gotten pregnant. Yi Chu exited the WeChat interface, turned off her phone, and placed it in her bag. It was hardly surprising that Lin Jingteng would conceive with Chen Ziqian, given their constant proximity. Did she think that a mere ultrasound report would unsettle her? Lin Jingteng's attempt to provoke her was utterly misguided. Wasn't her charming Prince Lin Jingteng far more appealing? With him in the picture, Chen Ziqian seemed even less significant. Grabbing her car keys, she prepared to head home. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Jingteng called out to her, "Wait a moment, let me drive you back." Yi Chu's lips curved into a delightful smile as she replied, "Darling, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I can drive myself." "Not a chance. I insist on taking you home." Lin Jingteng stood up, gently grasped her hand, and looked at her with affectionate eyes. "Come on, darling." Seeing his earnestness, Yi Chu decided against refusing him again. With a sweet smile, she nodded and said, "You're so wonderful." Hand in hand, they exited the office, leaving the staff astonished. The president holding Yi Chu's hand, looking like a couple, was a sight beyond their wildest imaginations. Whispers of curiosity about their relationship filled the air. Yichu paid no mind to the curious gazes as she entered the car, radiating happiness. Lin Jingteng, seated in the driver's seat, turned to her with a tender gaze. Yichu blushed under his scrutiny and playfully scolded, "Darling, why are you looking at me like that?" With a soft chuckle, Lin Jingteng gently pinched her cheek. "Because you're beautiful." Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, her heart swelling with sweetness. Before long, they arrived at Yichu's home. Lin Jingteng stepped out and opened the car door for her. "Chuxu, let me walk you inside." "No need, I can manage on my own." Chuxu shook her head, declining Lin Jingteng's proposal. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingteng did not press further. Instead, he gently ruffled Chuxu's hair, his tone tender as he said, "Very well, you may enter alone. I shall remain here and watch over you." Chuxu smiled and nodded, then turned to walk towards her home. Lin Jingteng stood beneath the building in Chuxu's neighborhood, casting a glance at the man standing by the window above. A disdainful smile curling on his lips before he turned and entered his car. He started the engine and sped away. Upon opening the door, Chuxu was taken aback to find Chun Ziqian at home. Seeing him startled her, and she warily inquired, "What brings you back?" The last encounter with Chun Ziqian had left her rattled, as he had nearly assaulted her, and she was uncertain of his intentions today. Chun Ziqian, upon noticing Chuxu, wore a smirk tinged with mockery. "Chuxu, you truly are something, managing to entangle yourself with the crown prince of the capital, Lin Jingteng, and even having him personally escort you home." As he spoke, he rose and approached her, but Chuxu stepped back, eyeing him cautiously. "Chun Ziqian, don't come any closer." "What do you want?" He halted, scrutinizing her with a twisted smile. "What do I want? Surely, you must know." Chuxu furuit heir sidaitli, keeping her vigilance directed at him without uttering a word. Chun Ziqian's grin widened. "Your wealthy man has promised me 10 billion. Chuxu was momentarily speechless, taken aback by his words. Lin Jingteng intended to give Chun Ziqian 10 billion? Why would he do such a thing? She wondered if Lin Jingteng had so much money to spare that he would bestow such a sum upon this scoundrel. Did he not comprehend the kind of person Chun Ziqian was? The confusion swelled within her, and she gazed at Chun Ziqian, bewildered as she asked, "Why would he give you so much money?" "That is a question for you to answer, my dear wife." Chun Ziqian's smile twisted further as he inched closer to her. "This 10 billion, of course, is not a gift. He demands that you and I divorce." "What?" Chuxu's expression shifted dramatically. Shock etched across her features as she stared at Chun Ziqian. She could hardly believe that Lin Jingteng would spend such a fortune merely to rid her of her despicable husband. "Speak quickly, Chuxu, you wretched woman. Have you and Lin Jingteng been entangled for long? When did this begin?" Chun Ziqian's anger flared upon hearing her words. Chuxu had audaciously displayed her affection for Lin Jingteng in public. In that moment, he resembled a man possessed, violently shaking Chuxu. Dazed from the onslaught, she forcefully pushed him away, shouting, "Chun Ziqian, what the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You call me insane. Yet it is your infidelity that has driven me to madness." Chun Ziqian's eyes burned with fury, exuding an intense desire to eliminate Chuxu. Observing this, Chuxu felt a surge of panic. Chun Ziqian had become increasingly menacing. It was utterly absurd. He was the one who had strayed first. Wasn't he always infatuated with Lin Jingteng, that duplicitous vixen? Why was he now unleashing his wrath upon her? Fearing that Chun Ziqian might erupt in a similar frenzy as before, Chuxu swiftly turned and fled toward the door. Chapter 17. A day obsessing over seducing wild men. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Ziqian hastily chased after her. "Chuxu, you wretched woman, stop right there. How dare you truly betray me? Today, I shall deal with you properly." Hearing Chun Ziqian's furious roar, Chuxu's heart sank further into panic, prompting her to quicken her pace as she sprinted towards the staircase of the apartment complex. However, she was soon caught up by Chun Ziqian, who seized her arm and bellowed, "Chuxu, you treacherous woman, how dare you betray me?" Chuxu attempted to shake off his grip, but his strength was overwhelming, holding her firmly in place. "Chun Ziqian, let me go. What do you intend to do?" Dressed in a white t-shirt, she struggled fiercely to free herself from his grasp. In the midst of their tugging, a tear echoed as her shirt ripped apart. Instinctively, she covered herself, yet Chen Ziqian had already caught sight of her. The sight of her figure had evidently transformed into something increasingly alluring. Chen Ziqian's gaze fixated on Yi Chu, resembling a ravenous wolf. Yi Chu, I am your husband. What is it that I cannot do? I could very well take you right here. His eyes widened in madness. Is it that you only know how to offer yourself to Lin Jingteng, yet refuse even a mere touch from your husband? He bound her hands, rendering her immobile, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Yi Chu looked at him with utter disdain, realizing how terrifying this man had become. She lamented her earlier blindness in ever falling for such a scoundrel. Chen Ziqian felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his throat tightening. Abruptly, he tore away her tattered white t-shirt. Ah! Chen Ziqian, you bastard! Are you out of your mind? Yi Chu was mortified and furious. They were in public. Was he insane? Indeed I am, he exclaimed. Yi Chu, don't you enjoy seeking out wild men? Surely, it must be because your husband refuses to touch you, leaving you unable to bear the loneliness. He sneered, you little vixen, always thinking about seducing wild men. Today, your husband will satisfy you properly. As he uttered such predatory words, he pressed Yi Chu against the wall of the stairwell. Yi Chu's delicate hands struggled against his larger grip, but Chen Ziqian's strength was far too great, preventing her from breaking free. Gazing at her enchanting figure, he could no longer contain himself as his hands grew restless. He leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Chen Ziqian, you scoundrel, let me go. Yi Chu pushed against him vigorously. You little minx, I told you. You are simply starved for affection, Chen Ziqian declared, his gaze lingering on her exquisite face, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Yi Chu found herself pinned against the wall, her hands ensnared by his powerful grasp, unable to escape his hold. Chen Ziqian, you cannot treat me this way. Why can't I? If Lin Jingteng can, why can't I? Chen Ziqian questioned furiously, his face flushed with anger. Deep within, Chen Ziqian was consumed by jealousy. Yi Chu was his wife. How could she prefer to be touched by another man rather than by her own husband? Chapter 18 Yi Chu, cease your pretense. Is it not true that you relish my treatment of you? Chen Ziqian gazed upon Yi Chu's flushed cheeks and the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Yet he harbored no semblance of pity within his heart. A cold smirk graced his lips as he declared, Today, Yi Chu, I shall demonstrate who truly holds the title of your husband. With that, Chen Ziqian's lips descended forcefully upon Yi Chu's neck, igniting a wave of tingling sensations that compelled her to emit a sound of protest. The sound only stirred Chen Ziqian further, prompting him to continue his advances, his hands growing increasingly restless. Chen Ziqian, please don't. Yi Chu's voice, tinged with fear, broke through as she cried out. Nevertheless, Chen Ziqian persisted, his actions becoming ever more audacious. At last, Yi Chu could no longer contain her tears. Just then, Lin Jingteng appeared abruptly in the corridor. He delivered a swift kick to Chen Ziqian's groin, then quickly removed his outer coat to drape it over Yi Chu. Yi Chu, are you all right? Lin Jingteng immediately shielded her behind him, casting a dark glare at Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian, now crouched on the ground, clutching his injured area in agony, glared up at Lin Jingteng with fury simmering in his eyes. Lin Jingteng, you dare to steal my wife and now have the audacity to strike me? The memory of Lin Jingteng's brutal kick ignited a blaze of anger within him. Disregarding the noble status Lin Jingteng held, he could no longer afford to care. In that moment, Lin Jingteng paid no heed to Chen Ziqian, his gaze solely fixed on Yi Chu. Observing the tears glistening in her eyes and the expression of fear and grievance upon her face, his heart ached with pain. Gently, he enveloped her in his arms, softly patting her back in an attempt to soothe her. Under Lin Jingteng's tender comfort, Yi Chu gradually regained her composure. Jingteng. Yi Chu leaned into Lin Jingteng's embrace, her body still trembling slightly. Lin Jingteng looked at her, his eyes filled with compassion. Meanwhile, Chen Ziqian seethed with jealousy at the sight of his wife nestled against another man, consumed by a fervor that threatened to drive him to madness. Lin Jingteng, Release her at once. Yi Chu is my wife. Chen Ziqian's declaration hung in the air, but Lin Jingteng responded with a fierce kick that landed squarely on Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian, I warn you, Yi Chu is now my woman. If you dare to lay a finger on her again, I shall end your life. Lin Jingteng's eyes burned with a fierce intent. I swear I will kill you. Chen Ziqian broke free from Lin Jingteng's grip, rising to his feet and throwing a punch at him. Yet, Lin Jingteng swiftly caught his fist and, with a forceful twist, sent Chen Ziqian crashing to the ground. Chen Ziqian, if you wish to live, I suggest you leave at once. Lin Jingteng emanated an aura of chilling coldness, causing Chen Ziqian to involuntarily shiver. He understood that he was no match for Lin Jingteng. If this entanglement continued, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. With this thought in mind, Chen Ziqian could only suppress his fury and depart. He rose to his feet, casting a fierce glance at Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu before turning away. As he observed Chen Ziqian's retreating figure, a flicker of frostiness passed through Lin Jingteng's eyes. Chapter 19. Move in and live with me. Lin Jingteng turned his gaze towards Yi Chu, and the coldness in his eyes dissipated instantly, replaced by an abundance of tenderness. My dear, I am sorry for being late, Lin Jingteng said, his heart aching as he looked at Yi Chu. Jingteng. Yi Chu gazed at Lin Jingteng, her eyes filling with tears once more. My love, rest assured that with me by your side, no one will dare to harm you again, Lin Jingteng assured her, enveloping Yi Chu tightly in his embrace as he spoke softly, leaning against Lin Jingteng's warm chest, inhaling the pleasant fragrance that clung to him. All her fears melted away in that moment. My dear, you should no longer live at home. Move in with me, he suggested. Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across Yi Chu's face. She looked up at Lin Jingteng and spoke with some difficulty. Jingteng, wouldn't that be inappropriate? After all, I'm still Chen Ziqian's wife. My love, do not worry. I will handle this matter, Lin Jingteng replied earnestly, his expression resolute. I will not allow you to endure any more grievances. Listening to Lin Jingteng's words, tears welled in Yi Chu's eyes again. She gently nodded and nestled into his embrace, knowing that with Lin Jingteng by her side, she had nothing to fear. Thank you, Jingteng, she whispered. My dear, you are my woman. Protecting you is my duty, Lin Jingteng said, gently stroking Yi Chu's hair. Upon returning home, Yi Chu found that Chen Ziqian was already gone, presumably off to see that green TBTCH. Lin Jingteng. She gathered her clothes and personal belongings, asking Lin Jingteng to help her load them into the car. Jingteng, let us depart, she said, returning dressed in a fresh, white floral dress. Standing in the sunlight, the hem of her dress danced gently in the breeze, her long hair swaying as well. A radiant smile graced her face, exuding purity and beauty. Lin Jingteng was momentarily entranced by Yi Chu's appearance. Jingteng, what is wrong? Yi Chu inquired, noticing his dazed expression. My dear, you are truly beautiful, Lin Jingteng replied, coming back to himself and gazing at her with deep affection. A blush crept onto Yi Chu's cheeks. Jingteng, let us hurry, she said shyly, unable to meet his gaze as she turned to get into the car. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a tender smile. He glanced at the house Yi Chu had lived in, a look of distaste crossing his face. He withdrew his gaze and entered the car, turning to look at Yi Chu in the passenger's seat, his expression softening. My dear, come home with me. With that, Lin Jingteng started the engine, and they drove towards his private villa. Before long, they arrived. Qingshan residence, from now on, you will reside here, Lin Jingteng announced as they entered the villa. The interior was even more luxurious than it appeared from the outside. The European-style decor was opulent yet tasteful. A feast for the eyes. She envisioned the prospect of living together with Lin Jingteng in the future, and an overwhelming sense of sweetness enveloped her. Lin Jingteng, gazing at the delightful smile adorning Yi Chu's face, could not help but display a tender smile of his own. I will resolve matters with Chen Ziqian promptly. My darling, you are solely mine. Lin Jingteng's hands were firmly encircled around Yi Chu's slender waist as he embraced her tightly, kissing her soft lips. Chapter 20. Do not get too close to the opposite sex. It frustrates me immensely. Yi Chu was rendered utterly dazed by the kiss from Lin Jingteng. Her mind a blank canvas, her entire being enveloped in a haze. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Jingteng finally released her. "Darling, you're truly sweet," he remarked with a playful grin, gazing at Yi Chu nestled in his arms. At his words, a shy blush crept across her face, and she playfully glared at him. "Tonight, we shall sleep a little later," Lin Jingteng said, a wicked smile curling upon his lips as he drew his body closer to hers. He embraced Yi Chu, burying his chin in the crook of her neck, planting gentle kisses there. Then, in a hoarse, sultry voice, he suggested, "Darling, let's take a bath together later." With that, he swept her off her feet, carrying her into the bathroom. The bathroom was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Jingteng kissed Yi Chu, trailing from her lips downward. Overwhelmed by his affection, Yi Chu felt her body weaken, leaning helplessly against him. As she nestled in his embrace, she listened to the steady beat of his powerful heart and inhaled the faint, refreshing scent emanating from him, sending shivers of excitement through her. Lin Jingteng gently set Yi Chu on the sink, positioning himself on either side of her, effectively trapping her in his embrace. He lowered his head, tenderly kissing her lips. Yi Chu closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck. The sound of splashing water echoed in the bathroom, accompanied by her soft gasps. Eventually, Lin Jingteng carried Yi Chu out of the bathroom, both wrapped in towels. "Darling, let us head to the bedroom for a few more rounds," he proposed. As Yi Chu lay in his arms, his words made her cheeks flush crimson. "Jingteng, you're becoming increasingly wicked. How annoying," she murmured softly, snuggling closer to him. Lin Jingteng, captivated by her voice reminiscent of a purring kitten, seemed inexhaustible. He lifted her towel slightly, planting soft kisses across her skin. In response, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The light in the bedroom was dim, yet perfectly atmospheric. After a few minutes of stepping onto the balcony for a smoke, Lin Jingteng returned to the cozy embrace of Yi Chu's warmth beneath the covers. "Chuxu, from now on, you shall only be my woman," he declared suddenly, his tone laced with possessiveness. "After the divorce, you're not to be close to any other man." Yi Chu paused, nestled obediently against him. "But after my divorce from Chen Ziqian, I am free," she finally replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing her words, Lin Jingteng's heart surged with frustration. He leaned down, whispering fiercely in her ear, "Post-divorce, you're not to get too close to the opposite sex. It frustrates me greatly. You belong to me, Lin Jingteng." At his declaration, Yi Chu felt her heart race, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Jingteng, I." But before she could finish her thought, Lin Jingteng sealed her lips with another fervent kiss. Yi Chu was instantly enveloped in the sweetness of the kiss, instinctively closing her eyes as her hands ascended to his neck. After a moment, Lin Jingteng released Yi Chu. "My dear, I am your first man, and I shall be your last," he said, his captivating eyes gleaming like precious gems, gazing intently at Yi Chu. Chapter 21. Once more Yi Chu felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she met Lin Jingteng's fervent gaze. Lowering her head, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks. Like a docile little kitten, she nestled into Lin Jingteng's embrace, softly responding with a gentle hum. Lin Jingteng, enchanted by the obedient woman before him, held her tightly, resting his chin against her neck and nuzzling gently. As Yi Chu lay contentedly in the arms of this strikingly handsome man, inhaling his faint, refreshing scent, she gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Jingteng gazed fondly at the woman sleeping in his arms, his heart brimming with affection. He tenderly caressed Yi Chu's cheek and pressed a gentle kiss upon it. Soon after, he too succumbed to sleep, cradling her close. When dawn broke, Yi Chu awoke to find a handsome man beside her, a blissful smile gracing her lips. In that moment, she realized how fortunate she was to have such an alluring companion. Rising to freshen up, she meticulously adorned herself, preparing to join Lin Jingteng at his company. Lin Jingteng, now awake, was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chu's appearance. "Darling, you look stunning. Where are you off to?" His expression radiated joy as he gazed at her. "Why, to your company, of course, President Lin. I am now your secretary, Yichu replied, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Approaching the bed, she wrapped her arms around Lin Jingteng's waist and leaned down to plant a kiss upon his lips. Lin Jingteng's eyes darkened momentarily as he beheld the captivating Yichu. A rush of emotion surged within him. Suddenly, he embraced her in return, playfully pinning her beneath him. Darling, I have a sudden notion that we could indulge once more. As he spoke, he lowered his head and captured Yichu's lips in a kiss. After the kiss, Yichu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She entwined her hands around Lin Jingteng's neck, gazing at him with playful reproach. President Lin, your stamina is truly remarkable. A proud smile lit Lin Jingteng's face at her words. He leaned down, bestowing another soft peck upon her lips. You ought to know how well my stamina holds up, don't you? At his remark, Yichu's cheeks flushed with shyness as she buried her face in his embrace, choosing silence. The bedroom was soon filled with tender, lingering sounds once more. Darling, we really should get to work, Yichu said, her face adorned with a blissful smile as she regarded the man who seemed ever so eager. Why the rush? Lin Jingteng lingered, reluctant to part from her warmth, reveling in the exquisite feeling of being enveloped by her tenderness. President Lin, it wouldn't be proper for you to be late, would it? Darling, there's no need to hurry. We can indulge once more. As the president, I call the shots here, he declared in a playful yet authoritative tone. Also, from now on, call me darling or hubby. I find it quite delightful. Very well, darling. You are the boss. I shall heed your wishes, Yichu replied, her face aglow with sweetness. After some time, Yichu and Lin Jingteng finally prepared themselves and departed for the company together. Lin Jingteng grasped Yichu's hand as they entered the company's building. The employees, upon witnessing their entrance, displayed expressions of astonishment. Their surprise did not stem from the fact that Mr. Lin and Yichu arrived together, but rather from the revelation that Yichu had alighted from Mr. Lin's luxurious vehicle. Who is that woman? She is stunning. Is she part of our company? You don't know? That's Yichu, Secretary Yi. Secretary Yi? The very secretary of Mr. Lin? Indeed, it is she. But how is it that she emerged from Mr. Lin's car, with him personally holding her hand as they walked in? You may not be aware, but I suspect that Secretary Yi shares a rather extraordinary relationship with Mr. Lin. Could it be that Secretary Yi is destined to be our future matriarch? Quite possibly. Chapter 22. Do not speak. Just kiss me, the employees observed Lin Jingteng and Yichu walking hand in hand, their intimate demeanor igniting a flurry of whispers. Did you see that? President Lin is holding Secretary Ye's hand. How sweet. Indeed, I've noticed the tenderness in President Lin's gaze towards Secretary Yi. It could almost conjure tears. It seems we may soon have a first lady in our company. As the employees speculated about Yichu and Lin Jingteng, their conversation was clearly overheard by the couple, who had not yet strayed too far. Yichu's cheeks flushed with shyness as she tilted her head to glance at Lin Jingteng. He returned her gaze, his eyes brimming with affection. Gripping her hand tightly, they stepped into the elevator together. Not far away, Lin Xianqian observed the sweet interaction between Yichu and Lin Jingteng. Consumed by jealousy, clenching her fists, she watched as the elevator doors slowly closed, a sinister expression crossing her face. Yichu, it appears you possess some charm, managing to captivate President Lin so soon after joining the company. Meanwhile, Chun Ziqian, that ineffectual man, shows no reaction to being cuckolded. In the president's office, Yichu declared, Darling, I must get to work. Just as she attempted to do so, Lin Jingteng pulled her into his embrace, settling her onto his lap. Work is trivial. I am of utmost importance, he teased, a playful smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at her. Darling, it is work hours, Yichu responded, her face aglow with embarrassment as she looked at him. And what of it? Lin Jingteng retorted, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Jingteng, this is work time. I am your secretary. This is hardly appropriate. Yichu protested, her voice laced with playful reproach. Darling, work hours can also accommodate other activities. He countered, kissing her once more. Darling, you. Yichu found herself breathless from the kiss, her arms encircling Lin Jingteng's neck as she gazed at him, flushed with shyness. Darling, do not speak. Just kiss me, he murmured, his voice low and husky as he deepened the kiss. Just as Chu and Lin Jingteng became lost in their passionate embrace, a sudden knock interrupted them. Startled, Chu broke free from Lin Jingteng's hold, her cheeks aflame as she looked at him. "Darling, someone's here." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingteng's expression soured. He furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing Lin Jingteng, who entered with a sultry stride. Upon seeing Chu perched on Lin Jingteng's lap, her face registered surprise. Lin Jingteng stood frozen, jealousy raging within her as she took in the scene before her. Clenching her fists tightly, she could scarcely believe her eyes at the sight of Chu and Lin Jingteng. Chu unexpectedly perched upon Lin Jingteng's lap. One can only surmise what scandalous activities they had been engaged in moments prior. The mere thought of it ignited a flicker of jealousy and resentment in Lin Jingteng's eyes, causing her voice to take on a frosty tone. "Mr. Lin, Secretary Yi, have I intruded? Knowing you are intruding, yet still coming?" Lin Jingteng's countenance darkened ominously as he cast an irritable glance at Lin Jingteng. "Mr. Lin, Lin Jingteng faltered under his gaze, her resolve crumbling in an instant. "Leave," Lin Jingteng commanded, his impatience palpable as he regarded her. "Mr. Lin, I have come to deliver documents," Lin Jingteng replied, extending the papers in her hand toward him. Chapter 23. I still want to bear his child. Lin Jingteng received the document, not sparing a glance, and carelessly tossed it onto his desk. With nothing more to discuss, he exited the office. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingteng shot a furious glare at Chu and turned away, leaving the office. After her departure, Chu looked at Lin Jingteng, her face betraying her displeasure. "Darling, are you well acquainted with Lin Jingteng?" "Not all," Lin Jingteng replied without hesitation. "Then why does she frequently bring you documents?" Chu asked, her tone laced with irritation. "Do you often summon her to your office?" "Sweetheart, Lin Jingteng is also my secretary. Our relationship is strictly professional," Lin Jingteng clarified. "Is that so?" Chu regarded Lin Jingteng with a skeptical expression. "My dear, you must trust me. My affections are solely for you," Lin Jingteng assured her, drawing her back into his embrace and leaning down to kiss her lips. Chu smiled contentedly, reciprocating his kiss and holding him tightly. Not far away, Lin Jingteng had not left. She stood at the doorway, eavesdropping on the exchange within the office, listening to Chu and Lin Jingteng's conversation. A wave of jealousy threatened to consume her. "Chu, how could Lin Jingteng favor you so? I'm not inferior in any way. Why does he disregard me? How infuriating." She resolved to seek out Chen Ziqian for some consolation. After all, his prowess in bed was quite remarkable, and each encounter left her feeling thoroughly satisfied. "I will undoubtedly win Lin Jingteng's heart," Lin Jingteng vowed darkly as she departed. As Chu was engrossed in her work, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Chen Ziqian calling. With a furrowed brow, she ended the call. Just as she hung up, Chen Ziqian called again, and this repeated several times until Chu finally lost her patience. "What do you want, Chen Ziqian?" She answered coldly. "Chu, you've become quite the independent woman. Haven to you? Not returning home, is it? Dreaming of divorcing me? I intend to torment you for a lifetime. You wish to be with Lin Jingteng? I will never allow it." Chen Ziqian's venomous voice echoed through the receiver. Upon hearing this, Chu trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly as she gritted her teeth. "Chen Ziqian, you scoundrel! What do you think you are? Do you believe you can stop me from being with Jingteng? I will be with Lin Jingteng, and we shall see who possesses the true power. Just you?" In his eyes, "You are nothing but a fool. You, Chu, you wretched woman." Chen Ziqian spat, shaking with anger. "Listen well, Chen Ziqian. Not only will I be with Lin Jingteng, but I will also bear his child, just to infuriate you. Chu, you insolent harlot. How dare you?" Chen Ziqian roared from the other end, but Chu hung up the phone without a second thought. "Darling, did you truly mean it when you said you wanted to bear my child?" A magnetic voice resonated in Chu's ear. Lin Jingteng had silently positioned himself behind her at some point, startled by his sudden presence. Chu had merely spoken in jest to provoke Chen Ziqian, never truly intending to. Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's words, Chu was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying an expression of embarrassment as she gazed at him. Had he truly overheard her earlier remarks? Baby I. Yichu looked at Lin Jingteng, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 24. I adore your boldness, darling. Were your previous words genuine? Lin Jingteng inquired, his captivating gaze fixed upon Yichu, an expression of playful teasing adorning his features. But aren't we merely friends with benefits? Yichu replied, her tone laced with slight embarrassment as she observed Lin Jingteng, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Who declared that we are merely friends with benefits? Lin Jingteng's demeanor darkened instantly upon hearing her words, his displeasure evident as he regarded Yichu. Do you truly believe I am just toying with you? Isn't that the case? Yichu countered innocently, her eyes wide with curiosity as she posed the question. Certainly not. Lin Jingteng asserted with utmost seriousness, I have never entertained the notion of merely playing around with you. My feelings for you are sincere, my dear. Yichu's eyes widened in shock as she processed his declaration. Disbelief etched across her face. Did he truly mean that he was serious about her? My dear, I care for you, Lin Jingteng professed, his gaze earnest. Speechless, Yichu stared at him in astonishment. Jingteng, let us discuss our situation after I dissolve my engagement with Chen Ziqian. I will ensure that you have the finest lawyer to assist you with the divorce proceedings. Once you are free, you shall belong solely to me, he declared, gently caressing her hair with his long, delicate fingers. He embraced her tightly, leaning down to kiss her once more. Seated upon Lin Jingteng's lap, Yichu felt a rush of shyness from his affectionate gesture. Her cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering with sweet exhilaration. She wrapped her arms around his waist, reciprocating his kiss, as the office air seemed to be imbued with a delightful sweetness. As soon as Lin Qianqian finished work, she eagerly retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Ziqian's number. Darling, I miss you. Come pick me up. She cooed in a sweet voice, playfully enticing him. A smile played upon Chen Ziqian's lips as he listened to Lin Qianqian's words. Qianqian, you don't miss me. You desire me, don't you? Lin Qianqian had always been the more assertive one in such matters, adept at charming men with her allure. She possessed a certain finesse, fully aware of how to captivate. The primary reason Chen Ziqian chose Lin Qianqian over Yichu stemmed from his disinterest in Yichu's overly demure demeanor. She resembled a well-behaved girl, adhering strictly to rules, which Chen Ziqian found utterly unexciting and lacking in thrill. The Yichu of the past was not the woman he yearned for. Instead, Lin Qianqian's boldness, beauty, and femininity captivated him. She understood precisely what men desire and seek. What Chen Ziqian cherished most was how Lin Qianqian delighted him in their intimate moments. Oh, you jest with me again, Lin Qianqian playfully pouted, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I truly do miss you. Very well, wait for me. I shall be there shortly, Chen Ziqian replied, ending the call before driving to Lin Qianqian's workplace. Upon spotting Chen Ziqian's car, Lin Qianqian's face instantly illuminated with joy, and she hurriedly entered the vehicle. My dear, I have missed you so much, she exclaimed as she embraced Chen Ziqian's neck, settling onto his lap. With her alluring eyes and an expression of urgency, she passionately kissed him. Chen Ziqian, stirred by Lin Qianqian's boldness, reciprocated her affection by holding her close and kissing her tenderly. Lin Qianqian continued to wriggle restlessly, seemingly unable to contain her eagerness. Darling, where are we going tonight? She gazed at him with flirtatious eyes, her voice sweetly inquiring. Let's first dine, and then proceed to the hotel. What do you think? A mischievous smile danced at the corners of Chen Ziqian's mouth, as his eyes fixated on Lin Qianqian. His large hand gently caressed her thigh. You naughty one. I know exactly what's on your mind, Lin Qianqian playfully chided, lightly tapping his chest. In response, Chen Ziqian wore a teasing grin, looking at her with a smirk. Qianqian, being with you is truly exhilarating. Yet, it is your audacious spirit that I adore. Lin Qianqian beamed with pride at his compliment. Chapter 25. How dare you in the office, Ziqian? You promised that as long as I obediently listened, you would always be by my side. Yet, why have you not married me? Lin Qianqian's fingers traced circles on Chen Ziqian's chest. Chen Ziqian let out a cold laugh, his fingers lightly grazing her face. Darling, do not rush. In due time, I shall grant you a grand wedding. Internally, he scoffed. Lin Qianqian, you are merely my plaything. How dare you aspire to marry me? Have you considered your own standing? With your background, how could you ever hope to enter the Chun family? Even if I were to agree, my mother would never permit it. Once, Chen Ziqian did entertain thoughts of marrying Lin Qianqian. However, now he found himself inexplicably unwilling to divorce Yi Chuli. Perhaps it was a matter of pride? Yes, that must be it, he reassured himself. Lin Qianqian's eyes deepened, as if she sought to penetrate Chen Ziqian's heart. But why have you not divorced Yi Chuli? Is she still clinging to you? That wretched Yi Chuli, how shameless. She frolics with Lin Jingteng daily. I saw them together in the office today, engaging in such acts. Moreover, she even calls him husband. Why do you not take action against her? Lin Qianqian seemed to defend Chen Ziqian, yet her true intent was to incite him against Yi Chuli. She could not abide the fact that Yi Chuli was thriving while she herself was not. In terms of family background, looks, and men, why did Yi Chuli deserve the best? Lin Qianqian felt indignant. She was determined to seize everything that belonged to Yi Chuli and to surpass her in every aspect. Her eyes sparkled with resentment and jealousy. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ziqian felt an inexplicable fury igniting within him. How dare Yi Chuli and Lin Jingteng engage in such acts in the office? The mere thought of them entangled together filled him with rage. How dare you, Yi Chuli, present yourself as a paragon of virtue before me? Seeing Lin Jingteng, wealthier and more esteemed than he, she transformed into a wanton seductress, did she not? That wretched Yi Chuli, how audacious of her! As long as he remained married, she was still his wife. Is what you said true? Chen Ziqian glared at Lin Qianqian, his voice cold. Of course it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Lin Qianqian affirmed with certainty. Chen Ziqian's expression darkened completely, an aura of icy rage emanating from him. Yi Chuli, you have crossed the line. Ziqian, do not let that wretched woman anger you. It is truly not worth it, Lin Qianqian said, clinging to Chen Ziqian's arm, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Chen Ziqian remained silent, his face still shrouded in ominous shadows. Let us go. Take me to Lin Jingteng's company to find her, he suddenly declared, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian's face lit up with triumph. She knew Chen Ziqian would certainly confront Yi Chuli. Yi Chuli, I wonder how you will manage this time. Lin Qianqian, accompanied by Chen Ziqian, strode directly into Lin Jingtai's office without even knocking. Yi Chu, you shameless woman. How dare you seduce President Lin behind Ziqian's back? As soon as she entered, Lin Qianqian unleashed a torrent of vitriol towards Yi Chu, her visage a portrait of fury. However, upon witnessing the scene unfolding in the office, her expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. To her disbelief, Yi Chu was once again kissing President Lin. There on the office sofa, Yi Chu sat demurely on Lin Jingtai's lap. The two engaged in an intimate embrace. Chen Ziqian, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned a ghastly shade of green. Chapter 26. $1 billion to leave you, is that too little? His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, teeth grinding audibly, revealing the depths of his fury. Ye Cheheu, do you truly dare to betray me? Chen Ziqian glared at Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng, his rage boiling over as he shouted, Yi Chu, what are you doing? At that moment, Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng had ceased their kiss, with Yi Chu perched upon Lin Jingteng's lap, her hands still entwined around his neck. Upon spotting Chen Ziqian and Lin Qianqian, Yi Chu's expression remained devoid of panic, exuding an air of calm. She regarded Chen Ziqian with a hint of annoyance, replying coolly, What am I doing? Haven't you seen it for yourself? You. Chen Ziqian's fury intensified at Yi Chu's nonchalant demeanor. Yi Chu, you shameless woman. You truly dare to betray me? His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wished to rend her apart. In response, Yi Chu let out a light laugh, her face laced with derision. Chen Ziqian, what right do you have to judge me? Aren't you constantly cavorting with that despicable Lin Qianqian? Chen Ziqian, Yi Chu is my woman. If you don't clean up your tongue, I shall have it sewn shut. Lin Jingteng's icy demeanor radiated an ominous chill as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Ziqian. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziqian's fury ignited further. Lin Jingteng, who do you think you are? Yi Chu is my wife. What gives you the right to claim her as yours? He stepped forward, attempting to drag Yi Chu away from Lin Jingteng. Yet, the moment his hand grazed Yi Chu, Lin Jingteng seized his wrist with a firm grip. "Do you wish to die, Chen Ziqian?" Lin Jingteng's voice was frigid and menacing as he glared at Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian found himself momentarily paralyzed by Lin Jingteng's formidable presence, forgetting how to respond. Lin Jingteng was the scion of a powerful family in the capital, wielding influence that allowed him to walk unchallenged throughout the entirety of Z country. Who would dare to provoke him? Rumors swirled that he was ruthless in his dealings. If he wished to eliminate someone, it was as effortless as squashing an ant. Those who dared to oppose him often vanished without a trace. Consequently, fear gripped Chen Ziqian, and his earlier bravado dissipated. Observing Chen Ziqian's retreat, Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He forcefully shoved Chen Ziqian aside, the strength of his push causing Chen Ziqian to stagger back several steps before barely regaining his footing. Now, having been publicly humiliated by Yi Chu, how could he allow this to go unchallenged? Chen Ziqian found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Yi Chu, witnessing Chen Ziqian's furious yet impotent expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. Chen Ziqian, how does it feel to be in this position? Chen Ziqian, if you wish to preserve the Chen family's standing in this city, keep your distance from Yi Chu, Lin Jingteng warned coldly, his tone laden with threat. At this, Chen Ziqian's expression shifted dramatically. He glared at Lin Jingteng. Fury etched on his face, yet he dared not utter another word. "Let us divorce, Chen Ziqian." He glanced coldly at Chen Ziqian and spoke icily. "Divorce? Don't even think about it." Without hesitation, Chen Ziqian outright rejected the notion. "I will offer you 1 billion to facilitate the divorce. Is that insufficient?" "Chen Ziqian, do not provoke my patience." Lin Jingteng's voice was chilling, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Ziqian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Jingteng's intimidation, unsure of how to respond. 1 billion was undeniably a substantial sum, yet the thought of relinquishing his marriage to Yi so easily left him unwilling. "Lin Jingteng, you." Chen Ziqian's expression shifted dramatically as he regarded Lin Jingteng. "I grant you 3 days. Should you refuse to comply, I will ensure the complete obliteration of the Chen family," Lin Jingteng declared, wrapping his arm around Ye's waist as he strode out of the office with purpose. Chen Ziqian watched their departing figures, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Lin Jingteng, you are utterly intolerable." Yet, he found himself unable to pursue them, forced to stand by helplessly as Lin Jingteng and Yi vanished from sight. Chapter 27. How dare you speak of love, you wretched woman? Beside them, Lin Xianxian was equally taken aback by the scene unfolding. Lin Jingteng, it seemed, was prepared to dismantle the Chen family for Yi Chu. Clearly, Yi Chu had found a powerful ally, and Lin Jingteng genuinely cared for her, rather than merely playing with her affections. This wretched woman, Yi Chu, would likely become a formidable adversary in the future, if Lin Jingteng truly succeeded in bringing the Chen family to ruin. How would she ever assume the role of the Chen family's young mistress? Lin Xianxian gazed at Chen Ziqian with a face full of concern, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Ziqian, isn't Lin Jingteng's demand for your divorce precisely what we desire? Did you not claim that you had no feelings for Yi Chu? Why, then, do you refuse to part ways with her? Have you truly fallen for Yi Chu?" Her brow furrowed in a confrontational manner. At that moment, Chen Ziqian was engulfed in rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped Lin Xianxian. "You wretched woman, how dare you question me? Were it not for you, I would not be in this predicament with Yi Chu. If you hadn't seduced me, Yi Chu would never have betrayed me. Damn it, this is all your fault. And you think you have any right to marry me? Dream on." He recalled how Yi Chu had once professed her love for him. Lin Xianxian, struck and thrown to the ground, covered her face, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at Chen Ziqian. His words had pierced her heart like a dagger, and she could hardly believe the humiliation he had inflicted upon her, not only with his words, but with his hands as well. "You actually hit me. And what of it? I will strike you, you wretched woman." Chen Ziqian lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Lin Xianxian. With a cry, Lin Xianxian was sent flying, her body crashing heavily onto the sofa before rolling to the floor. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, evidence of the force behind Chen Ziqian's kick. Infuriated yet unwilling to confront Lin Jingteng, he chose to unleash his fury upon Lin Qianqian, thinking, if he could not touch Lin Jingteng, then surely he could vent his wrath on this impoverished, despicable woman. Observing Lin Qianqian's suffering, he believed her to be the architect of her own misfortune. As she lay on the ground, her abdomen throbbing with pain, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She gazed at Chen Ziqian, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Was this still the man who once professed his love for her and promised to marry her? Ziqian, how could you treat me this way? I love you so much. Lin Qianqian looked at him with tear-streaked cheeks, her voice filled with grievance. Love me? You, wretched woman, dare to speak of love? Chen Ziqian retorted, raising his foot once more to kick Lin Qianqian. Terrified, Lin Qianqian recoiled, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded Chen Ziqian, dreading another blow. Chen Ziqian, you have changed, she stammered, her voice choked with emotion. Silence. You wretched creature, Chen Ziqian exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Lin Qianqian by the throat. What advantages could there possibly be in marrying a destitute wretch like you? With your reputation as a promiscuous harlot, do you truly believe you are fit to be the mistress of the Chen family? Have you even glanced in the mirror to assess your worthiness? As Chen Ziqian spoke, he tightened his grip even further. Lin Qianqian struggled to breathe under his hold, her face flushing a deep crimson. Ziqian, please, let me go, she managed to utter, grasping his hand with great difficulty. Chen Ziqian, consumed by anger, relished in the sight of her suffering, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction. If you dare to tempt me again, I will ensure your demise, he declared, flinging Lin Qianqian away with force. She crashed heavily onto the coffee table, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Glaring at Chen Ziqian, her heart brimmed with hatred. How could you treat me this way, Chen Ziqian? I will not let you get away with this. Chen Ziqian, upon witnessing the fury in her eyes, felt an overwhelming irritation. His disdain for Lin Qianqian had reached its pinnacle. If it weren't for this wretched woman, he would still be happily together with Yi Chuxu. How could he have lost her? A sudden pang of grief struck him as he realized Yi Chuxu seemed to drift further away. Leave. I never wish to see you again, he exclaimed, turning on his heel and striding out of the office. Lin Qianqian watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. It is all your fault, Yi Chuxu, that Chen Ziqian has treated me this way. Chapter 28. At first, she was a good girl, yet you failed to cherish her. Suddenly, Lin Qianqian felt a dull pain in her abdomen. Then, she retched violently, expelling a pool of sour liquid onto the floor. Chen Ziqian had struck her so forcefully, she wondered if he had harmed the baby. With that thought, Lin Qianqian rose and exited the office. She needed to go to the hospital to ensure the baby was unharmed. At the hospital, Lin Qianqian held the prenatal examination report, sighing in relief. Thankfully, the baby was fine. However, the doctor admonished her to be more cautious in the future, warning that any further bumps could jeopardize the child's safety. Gently, she caressed her belly, realizing that this child was her only source of support now. She was determined to safely deliver the baby and then confront Chen Ziqian for retribution. As Chen Ziqian returned home to the Chen residence, it was already evening. Upon entering, he saw his mother and Yi Chuxu sitting on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation. Witnessing their jovial exchange ignited a furious blaze within him. Yi Chuxu, how utterly shameless you are. You have betrayed me, yet you can still laugh with my mother as if nothing has happened. Do you truly believe I am blind to your actions? With that, Chen Ziqian approached Yi Chuxu, raising his hand to strike her cheek. However, his mother swiftly seized his wrist, furrowing her brow as she inquired, Ziqian, what do you mean by saying that Chuxu has betrayed you? Chen Ziqian glared at his mother, exclaiming, Mom, Yi Chuxu has secretly entangled herself with Lin Jingteng and has humiliated me. Upon hearing this, Chen's mother immediately turned her gaze to Yi Chuxu, asking, Chuxu, is what Ziqian said true? Before Yi Chuxu could respond, Chen Ziqian interjected, Mom, it's undoubtedly true. I witnessed Yi Chuxu and Lin Jingteng embracing in the office. His mother mother's expression darkened at his revelation. She took Chuchu's hand, looking at her kindly. Chuchu, I understand that Ziqian has wronged you first. If you no longer love him, pursue your own happiness. Thank you, Mom, Chuchu replied, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chen's mother treated her with such warmth, as if she were her own daughter. Chen Ziqian, however, was astonished by his mother's words. Mom, what are you saying? How can you say that? Turning to him, his mother replied sternly, Ziqian, Chuchu is a good girl whom you failed to appreciate. Therefore, no matter the outcome, I will not blame her. Mom, what sort of enchantment has Chuchu cast upon you, that you speak in her defense? I am your son, Chen Ziqian shouted. Enough, Chen Ziqian. Do not speak further. Chuchu stood, casting a cold glance at him. Our relationship should have ended long ago. Since you favor Lin Jingteng, I shall now grant you both your freedom. At first, were you not constantly blaming your mother for pressuring you into marriage? How is it that now you are reluctant to proceed with a divorce? Upon hearing this, Chen Ziqian widened his eyes and exclaimed, Chu, you wish to divorce now so that you can be with Lin Jingteng, don't you? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. I will never agree to a divorce. Chu, upon hearing Chen Ziqian's words, found him utterly unreasonable. Clearly, he was the one who had strayed first, yet he now feigned the demeanor of a victim. What on earth does this scoundrel Chen Ziqian truly want? Chapter 29. You stand no chance against him, Chen Ziqian. Have you truly forgotten Lin Jingteng's words? If you refuse to divorce, he will indeed bring the Chen family to ruin. I advise you to recognize the reality. You stand no chance against him, while Lin Jingteng remains resolute. Accept the billion and swiftly end the marriage. After all, I do not wish for my parents to be burdened by your stubbornness. Upon hearing Chu mention Lin Jingteng, Chen Ziqian felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, gazing at Chu's exquisite visage, he could not bear the thought of severing their marital ties. Chu, you shall not have it. I cannot possibly divorce you. With that, Chen Ziqian turned and strode out of the living room. What a scoundrel Chen Ziqian is. Even at such a critical juncture, he remains unwilling to part ways. Does he truly want to witness the obliteration of the Chen family at Lin Jingteng's hands? However, the Chen family is not his to command. Both Chen father and mother understand the peril of crossing Lin Jingteng and will undoubtedly consent to the divorce. With this thought, Chu turned her gaze toward Chen mother. Mother, I'm sorry for causing you worry. Chen mother, grasping Chu's hand, replied gently, Chu, this is not your fault. It is Ziqian's stubbornness. He was so resistant to marrying you initially, yet now he refuses to divorce. Rest assured, I shall speak to him earnestly. Chu, it is we the Chen family who owe you an apology. I hope you do not hold it against us. Touched by Chen mother's words, Chu embraced her gently, whispering, Mother, I do not blame you. You and father will always be my family. Good child, Chen mother said, affectionately patting Chu's back. That evening, Chen father and mother approached Chen Ziqian regarding the divorce. Ziqian, Chu is a good girl. It is our family that has wronged her. You should let her go and allow her to seek her own happiness, Chen father urged, looking at Chen Ziqian. Father, Chen Ziqian began, but was interrupted by Chen mother. Ziqian, do you truly wish to see the Chen family crumble due to your inaction? Lin Jingteng is not someone we can afford to offend. Do you want to witness him take action against us? As Chen mother's words sank in, Chen Ziqian fell silent, bowing his head with clenched fists, his eyes filled with resentment. The Chen family indeed cannot afford to cross Lin Jingteng. Yet, the thought of relinquishing Chu leaves him feeling utterly unsatisfied. Seeing that Chen Ziqian had ceased to speak, Chen father continued, Ziqian, previously, Chu married you out of love. But her feelings have changed. You must let her go. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziqian lifted his head, looking at Chen father, his voice choked with emotion. Father, I have regretted my actions. I was a fool to hurt Chu so deeply. But can she truly not grant me another chance? Must I really let her go? At his words, both Chen father and mother fell into silence. The wounds Chen Ziqian inflicted upon Chu were indeed profound, and they could not ascertain whether she would ever forgive him. However, the pressing matter at hand was not whether Chu would pardon him, but rather that the Chen family could not afford to offend Lin Jingteng. Ziqian, you should really consider divorcing Chu, Qin's father said gravely as he looked at Qin Ziqian. Qin's mother added, Ziqian, I will agree to your marriage with Lin Jingteng, but you must ensure that she safely delivers the child. Upon hearing this, Qin Ziqian clenched his hands tightly together, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. All right, I understand. Perhaps, given the current circumstances, the only option was to divorce Yi Chuxu for now. After the divorce, he would still receive the 10 billion from Lin Jingteng. If he chose not to divorce, with Lin Jingteng's background, it was possible that they might truly face annihilation. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Ziqian could only agree to divorce Yi Chuxu. Upon hearing his agreement, both Qin's father and mother sighed with relief. They were genuinely worried that Qin Ziqian's stubbornness might lead to the Qin family being destroyed by Lin Jingteng. Lin Jingteng, do not revel in your triumph. Once I have elevated the Qin group to great heights, I will surely reclaim Yi Chuxu. Qin Ziqian vowed silently to himself, promising to avenge his lost love when his power surpassed that of the Lin family. Chapter 30 is this. For me, the following day, Qin Ziqian accompanied Yi Chuxu to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their divorce certificate. Inside the bureau, Yi Chuxu gazed at the certificate in her hands, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. She had finally divorced Qin Ziqian, reclaimed her single status, and at long last, liberated herself from this one-sided marriage. Yi Chuxu, let me take you back, Qin Ziqian said, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Yi Chuxu looked up at him and replied coolly, no need. Someone is here to pick me up. With that, she turned and strode toward the entrance of the bureau. Seeing this, Qin Ziqian hurried after her. However, he halted in his tracks upon spotting the man waiting at the door. Lin Jingteng stood there in a bespoke black suit, his tall figure exuding an air of aloofness that commanded respect and distance. Yi Chuxu approached Lin Jingteng, her lips curving into a radiant smile. Darling, let us go. From a distance, Qin Ziqian watched the dazzling smile on Yi Chuxu's face, feeling an unbearable sting in his heart. In that instant, he realized that Yi Chuxu had indeed developed genuine feelings for Lin Jingteng and had completely moved on from him. A wave of jealousy and profound regret washed over him. He felt an inexplicable ache in his heart, regretting that he had not cherished Yi Chuxu when he had the chance. Lamenting his foolishness in being deceived by a woman like Lin Jingteng. He also harbored resentment toward Lin Jingteng for taking his wife away. Yet, no matter how much he regretted or resented, he and Yi Chuxu were already divorced. Observing the closeness between Yi Chuxu and Lin Jingteng, Qin Ziqian silently vowed that he would win Yi Chuxu back. Lin Jingteng, just wait and see. Yi Chuxu settled into Lin Jingteng's car, fastening her seatbelt. As she glanced at the strikingly handsome man beside her, a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. Darling, where are we headed next? Lin Jingteng turned to her, his gaze filled with affection. First, we'll have dinner, and then I'll take you shopping. Shopping? What are we buying? Yi Chuxu asked, her face a canvas of curiosity. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a slight smile. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he started the car. How mysterious. Yi Chuxu pondered Lin Jingteng's enigmatic demeanor, her mind racing with thoughts about what he intended to buy. Lin Jingteng took Yi Chuxu to the finest French restaurant in the city. It was a lovely place. She had visited it once with her parents. The ambience was enchanting, with a pianist playing elegant melodies in the corner. After enjoying a romantic dinner, Lin Jingteng led Yi Chuxu to a jewelry store. He took her hand and entered the shop. As soon as the staff recognized Lin Jingteng, their faces brightened with eager smiles. Mr. Lin, welcome. The custom jewelry you ordered is ready for you. As he spoke, the shop assistant presented a beautifully crafted box to Lin Jingteng. Lin Jingteng accepted the box and handed it to Yi Chuxu, urging her to open it and take a look. Upon opening the box, Yi Chuxu was greeted by the sight of a dazzling diamond necklace, its pendant a stunning heart-shaped pink diamond that exuded elegance. Is this for me? Yi Chuxu gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed up at Lin Jingteng. Chapter 31. Can you bear to ignore me? Here, this is for you. Congratulations on your newfound singleness. With those words, Lin Jingteng gently took the necklace and adorned Yi Chuxu's neck with it. Thank you, darling, I absolutely adore it. Yichu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Lin Jingteng, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She rose on her tiptoes, unable to resist planting a firm kiss on Lin Jingteng's handsome face. Caught off guard by Yichu's playful gesture, Lin Jingteng's gaze intensified, his eyes smoldering with warmth. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and leaned down, capturing her soft lips with his own. Yichu's eyes widened in astonishment as Lin Jingteng's face suddenly loomed closer, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. How could this man kiss her so unexpectedly? This was a jewelry store, surrounded by so many employees. Embarrassed, Yichu placed her hands against Lin Jingteng's chest and pushed him away with a playful glare. Darling, what are you doing? We're in public with so many people around. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Sweetheart, this isn't a complimentary gift. Consider it a loan with a bit of interest. Come evening, you can repay me in full. As Yichu processed Lin Jingteng's suggestive remark, her cheeks burned hotter. She playfully punched his chest, feigning indignation. Lin Jingteng, you rogue, who said anything about repaying you? Lin Jingteng grasped her tiny fist, planting a gentle kiss on it, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. If you choose not to repay now, we can certainly wait until we return home tonight. Yiche se blush deep in it, and she shot him a reproachful glance, rendered speechless. This man was insufferably wicked, his mind seemingly occupied with such thoughts throughout the day. Yichu wished to avoid any flirtatious exchanges in the jewelry store, while Lin Jingteng remained unperturbed, reveling in the moment. She certainly did not wish for their every action to be scrutinized by onlookers, prompting her to hastily pull him out of the store. As Lin Jingteng followed her lead, a broad smile spread across his face, his eyes softening with affection. He allowed himself to be led by Yichu, basking in her playful energy. When they reached his luxurious car, Yichu halted, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Darling, you are so good to me. You are far better than that wretched Chen Ziqian. Nestled against his chest, Yichu spoke in a soft, endearing tone. Lin Jingteng gazed down at the petite woman nestled in his embrace, her demeanor akin to a pampered kitten. A tender smile graced his lips as he reciprocated her hug, resting his chin atop her head. Sweetheart, as long as you remain close to me, I will grant you anything your heart desires. Yichu's heart fluttered at his domineering yet gentle words, sweetness enveloping her like honey. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Jingteng's striking features, rising on her tiptoes to plant a firm kiss on his lips. Darling, are you already unable to wait before we even reach home? As Yichu listened to Lin Jingteng's teasing words, her face instantly flushed crimson. She shot him a glare and playfully retorted, Lin Jingteng, you naughty rascal. I shall ignore you. With that, Yichu wriggled out of Lin Jingteng's embrace and turned to walk away, observing her bashful demeanor. A playful smile curled at the corners of Lin Jingteng's mouth. He reached out, wrapping his arm around Yichu's slender waist from behind, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her unique fragrance, and tenderly murmured, My dear, can you truly bring yourself to ignore me? Chapter 32, Darling. Say you love me. Yichu remained silent, simply nestling quietly in Lin Jingteng's embrace, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Reluctance enveloped her. She lifted her gaze to the resplendent stars adorning the night sky, her smile widening as she softly murmured. The couple lingered by the car for a moment longer before returning to the Qingshan villa. Lin Jingteng lifted Yichu effortlessly, striding into the bedroom. He gently placed her on the bed and leaned over her. Darling, Lin Jingteng called her name in a sultry, deep voice filled with affection. He delicately lifted Yichu's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes shimmered with a veil of mist, looking up at him, observing her alluring demeanor. Lin Jingteng's eyes darkened with intensity. His handsome face descended slowly as his lips captured Yichu's tender ones, their kisses lingering and fervent. He began to explore her body with soft kisses, and Yichu melted under his tender touch. This man truly knew how to enchant. Jingteng. Yichu clutched the sheets beneath her tightly, her brows furrowing as she whispered Lin Jingteng's name. Her voice, dripping with allure, ignited a fire within him. He raised his head, his gaze burning with desire as he rasped, "Darling, say you love me." Yichu wrapped her arms around Lin Jingtian's neck. Her gaze hazy as she replied, "I love you." Witnessing her passionate expression, a teasing smile played on Lin Jingtian's lips. "Chuxu, quickly tell me, whom do you love?" "Lin Jingtian, I love you." Upon uttering those words, Yichu shyly closed her eyes. Lin Jingtian admired her exquisite face, now tinged with a rosy hue, and his throat bobbed slightly. "From this day forth, darling, you shall be solely mine, Lin Jingtian." He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Chuxu, look into my eyes and answer me." Yichu observed Lin Jingtian's domineering demeanor, feeling no anger but rather an overwhelming admiration for his striking presence. With dreamy eyes, she softly declared, "Lin Jingtian, I am yours, entirely yours." At that moment, Lin Jingtian could no longer restrain himself. He forcefully tore away Yichu's clothing, showering her with fervent kisses like a tempest. The following day, the morning sun bathed Yichu's enchanting face in its warm glow as she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she beheld was a face so strikingly handsome it seemed otherworldly. "Darling, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Lin Jingtian smiled indulgently at the woman in his arms as she blinked awake. "Yes, I'm awake, but I can't fall back asleep." Yichu wrapped her arms around Lin Jingtian's waist, gently rubbing her face against his chest like a contented kitten, her voice soft and endearing. Lin Jingtian gazed at Yichu, her cat-like charm igniting a tender warmth in his eyes. Yichu gazed at Lin Jingteng's adoring eyes, her mind drifting back to the wildness of the previous night, a blush gracing her cheeks. The man before her, as alluring as a celestial being, regarded her with such tenderness that it felt almost surreal. She lifted her hand, her fingertips gently caressing Lin Jingteng's brow and eyes, a sweet smile curving her lips. Chapter 33. We continue tonight in the president's office. Lin Jingteng, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuded an aura of aloofness and restraint as he sat solemnly in his chair, diligently attending to documents on his notebook. Meanwhile, Yichu occupied the adjacent desk, seated in her chair, appearing somewhat bored. Lin Jingteng had summoned her to serve as his secretary, ostensibly to keep him company throughout the day without any specific tasks to undertake. "Darling, I am utterly bored," Yichu remarked, propping her chin on her hands and pouting, gazing at Lin Jingteng with a look of disinterest. "You will soon have something to occupy you," he replied with a serious demeanor, his words slipping from his thin lips. "What do you mean?" Yichu inquired, but Lin Jingteng did not answer her question. Instead, he lifted his gaze, regarding her with affectionate eyes, and said, "Come here, darling." Yichu approached him. "Mr. Lin, what do you require of me?" She teased lightly. "In the future, when I call you over, you shall sit on my lap. Do you understand?" Lin Jingteng embraced her tightly. Yichu pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to rise. "Darling, please don't do this. What if someone walks in? I shall see who dares to object," he declared dominantly, holding her firmly in his arms. Yichu was utterly exasperated with this man. Ever since they became a couple, he had been incessantly attached to her, demanding kisses and hugs without end. Was this truly the aloof and reserved Lin Jingteng that the world spoke of? He seemed more like a clingy little puppy. "My father has instructed me to return to Kyoto to handle matters at the company headquarters. It is urgent, and I will likely be away for a month," he stated. "A month? That long?" Yichu looked up at him, her face filled with reluctance. Although they had only been together for a little over a month, she felt as though she could not bear to be apart from him. "What? You can't bear to see me go?" Lin Jingteng smirked charmingly. "Who would miss you?" "Don't be so self-important," Yichu retorted, though a blush crept onto her cheeks. "Silly girl, if you can't bear it, then come with me," he suggested before kissing her lips. His large hand began to wander restlessly. Yichu barely had the chance to speak before Lin Jingteng silenced her with his mouth. She felt her cheeks flush as his passionate kiss ignited a flurry of emotions within her. After the kiss, Yichu's eyes were glazed with daze. She pressed her hands against Lin Jingteng's chest, breathing heavily, and playfully scolded him, "You rogue." Lin Jingteng, captivated by her alluring demeanor, felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. ready to act. He pinched her soft cheek and murmured in a husky voice, "Chuxu, I simply love being a rogue with you." Feeling the man's physical response, Yichu's face reddened even further. "Jingteng, I will go with you. I beg you, please don't do this in the office." Observing the bashful Yichu, Lin Jingteng ceased his actions. "Darling, we shall continue tonight," he smirked enticingly. Lin Jingteng carried Yichu out of the office, leaving the company staff utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wow, the sight of Mr. Lin embracing Secretary Yi is so alluring, so captivating, and undeniably handsome. Indeed, Mr. Lin possesses an extraordinary charm, as if he stepped right out of a comic book. Secretary Yi is equally beautiful and radiates happiness, evoking a deep sense of envy within me. I too long for Mr. Lin's embrace. As the murmurs of the surrounding employees reached her ears, Yichu buried her head in Lin Jingteng's chest, her face burning with embarrassment. Lin Jingteng gently placed Yichu in the passenger seat, started the car, and headed directly to the airport. All the essentials for their journey had been meticulously prepared in the vehicle. Upon their arrival, they promptly made their way to the airport. Chapter 34. She is my girlfriend. Yichu donned a black spaghetti-strap dress, her figure tall and slender, her face untouched by makeup yet still exuding a beauty that could captivate nations. Lin Jingteng, in contrast, wore a crisp white shirt paired with sleek black trousers, radiating an air of aloof elegance. Hand in hand, they strolled into the airport lobby, a striking couple that never failed to catch the eye. As they entered, whispers of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Wow, that man is incredibly handsome," as if he stepped out from a comic book. "Indeed, that woman is breathtakingly beautiful. They truly make a perfect pair." Hearing the murmurs, a blush crept onto Yichu's cheeks, while Lin Jingteng remained composed, seemingly accustomed to such attention. Throughout their journey, he held her hand firmly, and they swiftly completed their check-in procedures. In first class, Lin Jingteng gently cradled Yichu in his arms, whispering, "Darling, I'm a bit tired. Let me hold you while I rest." Yichu nodded, wrapping her arms around his waist and nestling her head against him. Lin Jingteng emanated a refreshing and pleasant scent, providing a sense of comfort. Before long, they were entwined in each other's embrace, drifting into slumber. An hour later, the plane touched down at Kyoto Airport. Hand in hand, Lin Jingteng and Yichu exited the terminal. Awaiting them outside was the Lin family chauffeur, who promptly approached upon spotting them. "Young master, the master sent me to bring you home," he said, taking the suitcase from Lin Jingteng with deference. His gaze then shifted to Yichu, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Could this be the woman his young master cherished? She is truly stunning. With Yichu's hand in his, Lin Jingteng entered the car, which then made its way to the Lin family's villa. As they drove through a prestigious district of Kyoto, the vehicle eventually halted before an opulent mansion. Stepping out, Yichu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the villa. It sprawled across a vast area, its architectural style unique, radiating luxury and prestige. Indeed, the home of a tycoon stood apart from the rest, though the Yi family was among the wealthiest in Yicheng. Here in Kyoto, they paled in comparison. Lin Jingteng led Yichu into the villa. Upon entering the living room, they found a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. He looked up as they approached, setting aside his reading and rising to greet them. "Father, I'm back," Lin Jingteng announced. "Welcome back, mister." Lin acknowledged, then turned his gaze toward Yichu. "And who might this be?" "This is my girlfriend, Yichu," Lin Jingteng introduced. Hearing him refer to her in such a way filled Yichu with a sweet sense of joy. He viewed her as more than just a fleeting companion. Her heart swelled with happiness. "Good day, Uncle," Yichu greeted Mr. Lin, offering a warm, sweet smile. Mr. Lin appraised Yichu from head to toe, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Not bad, Jingteng. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." He had not anticipated that his son would visit Yicheng and even find a girlfriend. He felt a genuine sense of joy. The Lin family, as the wealthiest in the Z country, possessed riches that rivaled nations. Lin Jingteng, now 29, had always shunned romantic entanglements, much to the distress of his father, who yearned for a grandchild. Both he and Lin's mother had hoped to embrace a grandson soon. Previously, Lin's father had only heard Ji Yuan occasionally mention that Jingteng had a cherished first love, yet there had been no actual relationship. Now, finally, he was willing to engage in a romantic relationship. It was truly wonderful. Lin's father looked at Yi Chu with increasing fondness. Hearing such praise from Lin's father made Yi Chu shyly lower her head. Chapter 35. Despite his handsome appearance, he harbors malicious intentions at this moment. Lin's mother also emerged. Jingteng has returned. And who is this? She exclaimed, her face filled with surprise upon seeing Yi Chu. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Lin Jingteng replied. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother instantly broke into a delighted smile. Hello, auntie, Yicheu greeted civitly. Good. Chuxu, you are truly beautiful, Lin's mother said, taking Yi Chu's hand and beaming with joy. She had longed for her son to bring home a girlfriend, and her wish had finally come true. Lin's mother led Yi Chu to the sofa, engaging her in casual conversation. Yi Chu responded politely, displaying a demeanor of grace and propriety. Lin's mother was immensely pleased with Yi Chu. She turned to Lin Jingteng and playfully scolded, Jingteng, you really should have brought your girlfriend home sooner. Lin Jingteng chuckled softly. Mom, if there is nothing else, I'll take Chuxu to rest now, he said, glancing at Yi Chu, who appeared slightly shy. All right, you two go and rest. Lin's father quickly interjected. With smiling faces, Lin's parents watched as the couple departed. Lin Jingteng took Yi Chu's hand and led her upstairs to his room. Lin's father looked at their retreating figures, a contented smile gracing his face. Lin Jingteng brought Yi Chu to his bedroom. Just as they were about to enter, the door next to them swung open, revealing a tall and handsome man. Seeing Lin Jingteng return with such a beautiful woman, the man's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a knowing smile. ISNT, my brother, usually indifferent to women? What is this sudden change? Brother, who is this? He inquired. This is my girlfriend, Yi Chu, Lin Jingteng introduced. Yi Chu, what a lovely name, Lin Jiyuan remarked, sizing her up with a meaningful glance. Yi Chu smiled politely in response. Lin Jingteng ushered her into the room and closed the door behind them. Jingteng, is he your brother? He is quite handsome, Yi Chu commented. Yes, his name is Lin Jiyuan. Don't be deceived by his good looks. He harbors ill intentions, so keep your distance, Lin Jingteng cautioned. Yi Chu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Lin Jiyuan, observing the closed door, wore a sly smile. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message. My brother brought home a woman. As soon as he sent the message, a reply came in. What? Jingteng brought home a woman? How does she look? She is beautiful. More so than any woman I've ever seen. Understood. Upon reading this message, Lin Jiyuan's smile deepened. It seemed that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Yi Chu was busy organizing her belongings in Lin Jingteng's room when a knock sounded at the door. Miss Yi, may I come in? Lin Jin leaned against the door, observing Yi Chu with a playful expression. All right, you may come in, Yi Chu said. Lin Jiyuan stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over Yi Chu. A smirk of mockery danced at the corners of his lips, his smile strikingly handsome, akin to that of a captivating spirit. Miss Yi, you are truly beautiful, far more so than the woman my brother once favored. Chapter 36. Calling him husband upon hearing Lin Jiyuan's words, Yi Chu's expression abruptly darkened. She was about to inquire about the identity of the woman he mentioned when Lin Jingteng returned. Lin Jiyuan, what brings you to my room? Lin Jingteng stepped inside, his countenance immediately shifting to one of discontent upon seeing Lin Jiyuan and Yi Chu together. Leave, Lin Jingteng commanded coldly. Brother, why so tense? I merely came to have a chat with your girlfriend, Lin Jiyuan replied innocently. In the future, keep your distance from her, Lin Jingteng warned sternly. Miss Yi, my brother doesn't permit me to stay here. We shall converse another time, Lin Jiyuan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chu before departing the room. Jingteng, who is that woman he just mentioned? Yi Chu could not suppress her curiosity after Lin Jiyuan left. Don't ask too many questions. Lin Jingteng's tone was somewhat brusque. Observing Lin Jingteng's icy demeanor, Yi Chu suddenly felt a pang of grievance. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such a state since their acquaintance. I apologize for overstepping, she said softly. Yi Chu, do you truly believe that because Lin Jingteng brought you home to meet his family, you have become his girlfriend? Do you think you hold any significance in his heart? You are merely a fleeting companion to him. Yi Chu admonished herself in silence, reminding herself of her place. Seeing her despondent expression, Lin Jingteng felt a twinge of pain in his heart. She is merely an inconsequential person. There is no necessity for you to know, he explained. Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's words, Yi Chu's spirits lifted slightly. She looked at him and nodded obediently. Lin Jingteng gazed at her with a hint of amusement, a sly smile gracing his lips. Chuxu, you appeared quite unhappy just now. What troubles you? I'm not unhappy, Jingteng. Please don't say such things, Yi Chu replied, her voice betraying her unease. Really? Lin Jingteng's hand rested on her slender waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Ah, that tickles, Jingteng. Stop it, Yi Chu laughed, squirming as he touched her waist, pleading for mercy. Chuxu, what should you call me? Jingteng, call me husband. I wish to hear you say it. Yi Chu's cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Jingteng. Hurry, he urged. Husband, she shyly uttered. Lin Jingteng's lips curled upward at her bashful demeanor. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her tender lips. Wife, so obedient, he teased, calling her by that name, which only deepened her blush. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, her heart swelled with sweetness, and an involuntary smile crept across her face. Meanwhile, Lin Jingteng stood at the doorway, observing the playful exchange between the two. A cold smile crept across his lips. Yi Chu, do you truly think Lin Jingteng harbors genuine feelings for you? Ha! Do not indulge in such dreams. He is merely toying with you. Lin Jingteng silently mocked to himself. He was eager to see how far Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu could go. That evening, the Lin family gathered around the dining table. The family chef had prepared an abundance of dishes, and as Yi Chu approached the table, she gazed at the array of delectable offerings that looked utterly appetizing. Lin's father and mother welcomed Yi Chu warmly, encouraging her to indulge in the feast. Jingteng, does Lin Jingteng dislike me? Yi Chu couldn't help but inquire. Not at all. Do not overthink it, Lin Jingteng reassured her. But the way he looks at me is rather peculiar. That fellow has always been rather devious. Simply ignore him, he advised. All right. Yi Chu nodded obediently. Chapter 37. Is Missy afraid I shall sell you? After finishing his meal, Lin Jingteng proceeded to the company to attend to urgent matters. Before his departure, he instructed Yi Chu to avoid any interaction with Lin Jingteng. Yi Chu obediently nodded. She had no intention of conversing with Lin Jingteng anyway, as she often felt an unsettling strangeness in his gaze. Once Lin Jingteng left, Yi Chu found herself bored at the Lin residence and decided to take a stroll. However, as she stepped outside the grand entrance, she encountered Lin Jingteng standing there. Upon seeing him, she turned to leave. Missy, where you off to? Lin Jingteng called out to her, breaking the silence. Yi Chu hesitated for a moment, then turned back and forced a smile. I just wanted to go for a walk. Missy is likely unfamiliar with Kyoto, am I correct? I happen to have some free time and could show you around, Lin Jingteng suggested, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable emotion that was almost imperceptible. And no, that's all right. I can manage on my own, Yi Chu declined, not wishing to engage further with Lin Jingteng. Jingteng had warned her about Lin Jingteng's dubious nature, and it was prudent to remain cautious. Are you afraid I shall sell you? Lin Jingteng said with a teasing smile. And no, of course not. Yi Chu quickly shook her head. Then, let us proceed. I shall take you to explore, he asserted, stepping forward. Yi Chu watched his retreating figure, hesitating briefly before deciding to follow him. She truly was unfamiliar with Kyoto, and having someone to guide her wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, since Lin Jingteng was Lin Jingtai's brother, he likely wouldn't harm her. She climbed into Lin Jingteng's car, and together they departed from the Lin household. As the vehicle drove further away, an unsettling feeling began to creep into Yi Chu's mind. Jingteng, where are we headed? She inquired, noticing that the scenery outside was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. I'm taking you to a wonderful place. Lin Jingteng replied with a mysterious smile. Yi Chu's unease intensified at the sight of his grin. She reached for her phone to send a message to Lin Jingteng, only to discover that her phone had powered off due to a dead battery. Panic surged within her as she glanced at Lin Jiyuan at the wheel, suddenly feeling as though she had boarded a ship of thieves. "Jiyuan, I wish to return," she said tentatively. "Return? We shall arrive shortly. There is no need to rush." Lin Jiyuan replied without turning his head. Her heart raced at his words, a foreboding sensation settling in her chest. After several more minutes of driving, the car finally came to a halt. As Chu looked outside, her complexion drained of color. This is the outskirts," she stammered. "Step out," Lin Jiyuan commanded as he exited the vehicle first. Chu remained seated, paralyzed by uncertainty. "Miss Yi, do you wish for me to carry you out?" Lin Jiyuan remarked, a playful smile gracing his face. At his words, Chu felt a tightness in her chest. She quickly shook her head and opened the car door. Since she was already here, she was determined to discover what Lin Jiyuan truly intended. Chu followed Lin Jiyuan as they alighted from the vehicle. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that the landscape was dominated by trees, which only heightened her unease. "Jiyuan, what have you brought me here for?" Chu inquired, her voice tinged with caution as she gazed at Lin Jiyuan. "Do not fret, follow me," he replied, setting off ahead. After a moment's hesitation, Chu resolved to follow him. Chapter 38. If he truly liked you, why aren't you together? Chu followed Lin Jiyuan for a short distance, eventually arriving at a house. As she gazed at the structure before her, her brows furrowed in deepening concern. Where was this place? What was Lin Jiyuan's intention in bringing her here? "Please, enter," Lin Jiyuan said, gently pushing open the door. Chu stood at the threshold, hesitating. "What is the matter? Do you need me to carry you inside, Missy?" Lin Jiyuan mused, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Chu remained silent, stepping into the house, determined to discover Lin Jiyuan's motives. Inside, she spotted a woman seated on the sofa. Upon seeing this woman, Chu's pupils dilated in shock, her expression betraying her astonishment. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to her, almost as if they were sculpted from the same mold. "This is—" Chu stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts as she stared at the woman before her. The striking similarity was overwhelming. The woman, noticing Chu and Lin Jiyuan's entrance, rose gracefully. "Hello, Miss Yi," she greeted, exuding a calmness that starkly contrasted Chu's bewilderment, as if she had anticipated their arrival. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Jing." The woman stepped closer, extending her hand toward Chu. Chu, momentarily taken aback, eventually reciprocated the gesture politely. "Monsieur, may I ask if you are Jingteng's girlfriend?" Bai Jing inquired, her gaze imbued with complexity. Since Chu had entered the room, Bai Jing had been scrutinizing her, making Chu feel increasingly uncomfortable. Chu remained silent, unsure how to respond. After all, she herself was uncertain whether Lin Jingteng regarded her as his girlfriend. "Miss Yi, you and Jingteng are not well suited," Bai Jing stated, observing Chu's reticence. "What do you mean by that?" Chu's brow knitted in confusion. It was hardly this stranger's place to comment on her compatibility with Lin Jingteng. "What I mean is, Miss Yi, you and Jingteng inhabit different circles. There is no need to force your way in," Bai Jing replied, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes as she regarded Chu. Feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her, Chu retorted coldly, "Whether I am suited for Lin Jingteng is of no concern to you, Miss Bai." She was not naive. She sensed the animosity emanating from Bai Jing. "Chu, Bai Jing is my brother's ideal woman. You cannot truly believe that my brother has genuine feelings for you," Lin Jiyuan suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. "Don't delude yourself. You're merely a reflection of her likeness." His words struck Chu like a heavy blow, causing her heart to plummet. She glanced from Bai Jing to Lin Jiyuan, her complexion paling in an instant. So, was Lin Jingteng's interest in her merely a consequence of her resemblance to this woman? Prior to meeting Bai Jing, she had dared to entertain the notion that Lin Jingteng truly cared for her and wished to be with her. However, at this moment, all her dreams have crumbled into nothingness. "No, I refuse to believe it." Chu shook her head fervently, unwilling to accept this reality. "Refuse to believe? Then see for yourself," Lin Jiyuan said as he pulled out his phone, revealing a photograph and handing it to Chu. As she gazed at the image on Lin Jiyuan's phone, her heart ached. The person in the photograph was none other than Bai Jing. and standing beside her was Lin Jingteng. Witnessing the intimate demeanor shared between Lin Jingteng and Bai Jing in the photo, Chu felt as if her heart were being mercilessly sliced. When was this photograph taken? Chu asked, her voice trembling. This is a photo from their university days. My brother has harbored feelings for Bai Jing for many years. Hearing Lin Jiyuan's words, Chu felt as if all strength had been drained from her body, leaving her frozen in place, her gaze hollow. Suddenly, Chu found it laughable. Looking at Bai Jing before her, her heart twisted with pain. So, I was merely a substitute, was I? Miss Yi, I hope you can distance yourself from Jingteng. Bai Jing regarded Chu with a hint of arrogance, asserting that you do not belong to the same circle, and there is no need to force a relationship. Chu met Bai Jing's gaze with a chilling smile within her heart. Miss Bai, if Jingteng truly cares for you, why are you not together? Chapter 39. What do I mean to you? Listening to Chu's words, Bai Jing's expression darkened instantly. That's none of your concern. You merely need to leave Jingteng. And what if I refuse? Chu raised her head, meeting Bai Jing's gaze unwaveringly. Bai Jing's countenance turned grim. Jingteng has feelings for me. If you do not distance yourself from him, I will ensure you regret it. Chu regarded Bai Jing with a sudden sense of absurdity. She could not comprehend why Bai Jing felt compelled to threaten her. If Lin Jingteng indeed harbored affection for Bai Jing, her entanglement would be futile. Yet, if Lin Jingteng's heart did not belong to Bai Jing, what power did her threat hold? Miss Bai, my relationship with Jingteng is beyond your interference. Chu looked directly at Bai Jing, articulating each word with precision. You do not possess the authority to dictate matters between him and me. Chu, who permitted you to speak to Sister Bai Jing in such a manner? Lin Jiyuan abruptly approached Bai Jing, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Chu. Who do you think you are to address Sister Bai Jing like that? Observing Lin Jiyuan's fervent defense of Bai Jing, Chu felt an overwhelming weariness wash over her. It seemed she had become ensnared in a convoluted emotional entanglement. Jiyuan, this is a matter between me and Miss Bai. Kindly refrain from inserting yourself. Chu coolly addressed Lin Jiyuan. You. Lin Jiyuan was momentarily rendered speechless by Chu's retort, his eyes widening with fury. Enough, Jiyuan. Cease your words. Bai Jing suddenly grasped Lin Jiyuan's arm. Shaking her head at him, gazing at the composed Chu, Bai Jing unexpectedly smiled. Miss Yi, I hope you can maintain this fortitude. With that, she exited the room. Lin Jiyuan, we shall take our leave. Chu coldly regarded Lin Jiyuan, her expression devoid of emotion. It appeared Lin Jiyuan had an affinity for the woman named Bai Jing, who once held a cherished place in Lin Jingteng's heart. However, if Lin Jingteng had cherished her for so long, why had they not ended up together? Throughout their return to the Lin family villa, Lin Jiyuan remained silent. Upon entering her room, Chu encountered Lin Jingteng's brooding demeanor. He looked at her, his voice deep and serious. Chu, did I not instruct you to avoid Lin Jiyuan? Chu, captivated by his strikingly handsome visage, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Was she truly nothing more than Bai Jing's substitute? Jingteng, Chu gazed into Lin Jingteng's eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. Chu, did you meet Bai Jing? Lin Jingteng inquired abruptly. Taken aback by his question, Chu froze. How did Lin Jingteng know she had seen Bai Jing? How'd you find out? Chu looked at Lin Jingteng, surprise evident on her face. My bodyguard has been shadowing you. Lin Jingteng's expression revealed his discontent as he regarded Chu. Darling, I have told you not to engage with Lin Jiyuan. Why did you not heed my warning? Chu looked at Lin Jingteng, a sudden flare of anger igniting within her. Lin Jingteng, are you preventing me from contacting Lin Jiyuan out of fear that I might seek out Bai Jing? Chu inquired coldly, her gaze fixed on Lin Jingteng. Upon hearing Chu's words, Lin Jingteng's brow furrowed slightly. Darling, my relationship with Bai Jing is not as you perceive it. Then what kind of relationship is it? Chu retorted with a scoff, her face etched with disdain. Lin Jingteng, you have harbored feelings for her for so many years, and it seems she reciprocates those feelings. Why are you not together? Lin Jiyuan even mentioned that she is your white moonlight. Chu continued to scrutinize Lin Jingteng, her tone icy. What do I truly represent to you, Lin Jingteng? She chuckled coldly, adding, "Perhaps I am merely a casual partner to you. Am I not?" At her words, Lin Jingteng fell into a profound silence, as if he had never contemplated this question before. Chapter 40. Because of her. He wore the green hat. Luli, it turns out you have always believed that I regarded you merely as a casual partner? Lin Jingteng gazed at Yichu, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Was it not so? Yichu met his gaze with a cold smile, responding, "You have never offered me any promises. Am I not your casual partner?" Lin Jingteng, listen this here. Yichu spoke each word deliberately, her resolve evident. With that, she turned to leave. Chu, once you step through that door, we shall have no further connection. Lin Jingteng observed Yichu's departing figure, his voice low and somber. Are you truly certain of your decision? Upon hearing his words, Yichu abruptly halted, with her back turned to him. She remained silent for a long moment before finally uttering, "Lin Jingteng, there is no future for us." With that, Yichu gathered her belongings and exited the room. As she departed, Lin Jingteng felt a sudden pang of anguish within him. The household staff of the Lin family gazed at her in astonishment as she dragged her suitcase away from the Lin villa. She paid no heed to their curious stares, her heart aching deeply. After leaving the Lin residence, Yichu boarded a flight to Yicheng. She returned to her apartment, pulling her suitcase behind her. Upon opening the door, she surveyed the empty room and felt a chill on her cheeks. When she touched her face, she realized she was already in tears. After a few months of happiness, she found herself back in the solitude of single life. Lin Jingteng, you could coerce Chun Ziqian into divorcing me with a fortune of $1 billion. Yet you have never offered me a promise. Was it because he never envisioned granting her the position of Mrs. Lin? That role was reserved for Bai Jing. Yichu did not wish to remain a mere bedfellow, easily discarded at will. Perhaps it was because Lin Jingteng was her first man that she felt such profound sorrow. In the days that followed, Yichu drifted through life in a haze. She either drank or slept, attempting to numb herself with alcohol. Yet, her heart ached intolerably. It seemed she could not truly forget Lin Jingteng. No, she could not succumb to despair. Yichu rose from her bed, having neglected her hygiene for days. Her hair a tangled mess. She made her way to the bathroom, took a refreshing shower, and applied an exquisite layer of makeup. From her wardrobe, she selected a floral dress and changed into it. Yichu resolved to rejuvenate herself and embark on a new chapter in her life. She arranged a blind date at a Starbucks. Upon arriving, she spotted a young, handsome man seated by the window. He had claimed that spot, and it must surely be him. Approaching him with a radiant smile, she greeted, "Hello, I am Yichu." The man looked up, his eyes widening in surprise at her beauty. "Hello, I am Luli," he replied with a warm smile. Yichu took a seat and ordered a latte. Hearing the introducer mention it, Luli tentatively inquired, "Have you been divorced?" "Yes." Yichu nodded in affirmation. "May I ask why you divorced?" Luli asked politely, gazing at Yichu. Just as Yichu was about to respond, a resonant male voice interjected. It was because she had cheated on her ex-husband. Chapter 41. I miss you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yichu's body suddenly froze. She raised her head to gaze at the man before her, surprise flickering across her face. "Lin Jingteng, what brings you here?" Yichu furrowed her brow, questioning him. Shouldn't Lin Jingteng still be in Kyoto? Why was he appearing in Yicheng? Is it that I've interrupted your little rendezvous? Lin Jingteng's gaze lingered on Yichu, his tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Feeling a surge of anger at Lin Jingteng's deliberate provocation, Yichu retorted, "We have no ties left, so please do not disturb me. I have a date." "No ties?" Lin Jingteng scoffed. "Chuxu, I was your first man. How could you claim we have no connection?" At his words, Yichu's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Lin Jingteng a glare before turning to Luli. "Mr. Liu, I apologize, but I'm unable to join you for coffee today," Yichu said apologetically to Luli. With that, she took Lin Jingteng by the arm and exited Starbucks. "What exactly do you want, Lin Jingteng?" Yichu asked, irritation evident in her voice. "To have you," Lin Jingteng replied, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "You." At his audacious words, Yichu felt her face grow even warmer. This man's audacity was as unyielding as ever. She glared at him again and turned to leave. As she walked away, Lin Jingteng suddenly grasped her wrist. Chuxu, I miss you so much, he murmured, enveloping her from behind. Have you forgotten what I said? You can only ever be my woman, Lin Jingteng's. After only a few days apart, you've gone off to date another man. Lin Jingteng buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. Yichu, how dare you? A tingling sensation coursed through her neck, causing Yichu's heart to race. She struggled to maintain her composure, then attempted to pry Lin Jingteng's hand away. Have you had enough of this, Lin Jingteng? She said, irritation lacing her words. Observing her angry expression, Lin Jingteng suddenly laughed. Chuxu, I think I've genuinely fallen for you, he said earnestly, burying his head in her neck. His voice was husky as he added, Baby, I miss you so much it drives me nearly mad. Yichu's body stiffened at his confession. She bit her lip, fighting back tears. This man, who once brought her immeasurable joy, was back in her life again. Truthfully, she too had been driven nearly to madness with longing for him. Turning to face Lin Jingteng, her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Do you know how I've been coping these past few days? I've missed you so much. Yet you haven't even called me once. Lin Jingteng gazed into Yichu's tear-filled eyes, his heart aching as he gently wiped away her tears. He enveloped her in his embrace, murmuring softly, I am sorry, my dear, I was wrong. As she heard Lin Jingteng's apology, Yichu reached out to hold him tightly. Jingteng, I miss you so much, she said, burying her head in his chest, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Upon hearing her words, Lin Jingteng felt his heart soften. He held Yichu tightly, as if wishing to fuse her into his very being. Chapter 42. In the evening, you must make amends to me after a considerable time. Yichu emerged from Lin Jingteng's embrace. Jingteng, what brings you back? Yichu inquired, gazing at him. I resolved matters at the company with utmost urgency and flew to Yicheng to find you. However, you have been rather disobedient. Had I not returned early, you might have already run off with someone else, Lin Jingteng remarked, playfully brushing his fingers against Yichu's delicate nose. Hearing his words, Yichu suddenly smiled. Then you must perform well. I am quite sought after. Is that so? Lin Jingteng responded, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He rested his forehead against hers. Their eyes locked in an intense gaze, his dark eyes burning with fervor. Darling, should you dare to be with another, I shall ensure he disappears. Yichu met Lin Jingteng's serious eyes, knowing he was not jesting. Jingteng, even if you hadn't come, I would never be with him, she stated earnestly. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Lin Jingteng asked, intrigued, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Because he is neither as handsome as you, nor as wealthy, nor as mischievous, nor as thick-skinned. Lin Jingteng, so I'm beyond his reach. Indeed, that is why he does not appeal to me. Ah, now that is my good girl, Lin Jingteng replied, a hint of indulgence dancing at the corners of his mouth. Jingteng, I shall ask you once more. What do I mean to you? Darling, will you marry me? Lin Jingteng gazed deeply into Yichu's eyes, retrieving a grand diamond ring from his pocket. He gently took her hand, placing the ring upon her finger. As Yichu beheld the magnificent ring adorning her finger, tears shimmered in her eyes. She had never imagined Lin Jingteng would propose. Jingteng, you, she said, touched. Darling, your answer is inconsequential. Regardless of your response, you're mine alone. Lin Jingteng stated possessively, gripping Yichu's chin. How vexatious. I have yet to express my willingness. Yichu playfully pounded her fist against his firm chest. What I desire is a sense of ritual. You wicked man, how utterly incorrigible. Her heart overflowed with happiness as she playfully scolded him. Lin Jingteng found her sulking demeanor irresistibly charming, the little woman before him more enchanting than ever. Chuxu, this diamond ring is worth $1 billion. Tonight, you must make amends to me. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, his voice husky. Yichu blushed at his words. Jingteng, can you not always think of that? She shot him a mock glare. You have no idea how much I have missed you these past few days, Lin Jingteng declared, inhaling deeply as he nestled against her. Jingteng, Yichu began to express her thoughts, but Lin Jingteng's kiss enveloped her entirely. His kiss was both domineering and passionate, instantly disorienting Yichu. His large hand began to wander restlessly. Jingteng, please, Yichu urged, pushing against Lin Jingteng's firm chest. However, Her rejection was, for him, an invitation cloaked in hesitation. Lin Jingteng's powerful hand restrained Yi Chu's, rendering her immobile. Jingteng, someone just walked by. Please stop. Others will see. Yi Chu gazed at Lin Jingteng, her face flushed with shyness. Chapter 43. Do not be shy, my dear. This is merely the beginning. Lin Jingteng gently cradled Yi Chu and placed her softly in the back seat. His kisses fell upon her like a tender rain. As Yi Chu experienced Lin Jingteng's possessive and fervent kisses, she felt as if she were floating upon an ocean, light and ethereal. My darling, I love you, Lin Jingteng whispered in her ear. Yi Chu sensed her heart melting under the weight of his affection. She reached up, entwining her arms around his neck, and tilted her chin slightly, bestowing a gentle peck on his lips. Jingteng, I love you too, she murmured softly, her eyes gazing deeply into his. This was her response, a reflection of her innermost feelings. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He truly adored this charming and enchanting woman. He drew Yi Chu closer, savoring her sweetness. Chuxu, I shall never let you go in this lifetime. We will always be together, Yi Chu replied. The atmosphere was perfect, and she was reluctant to disrupt it, choosing to momentarily forget about Bai Jing. The thought of her brought a sense of unease. The following day, at Qingshan Villa, the warm winter sun filtered through the curtains, illuminating Yi Chu's face. Lin Jingteng gazed at the woman in his arms, his lips forming a delightful curve. He could not resist gently pinching her soft, collagen-rich cheeks as she stirred, her eyelashes fluttering before slowly opening her eyes. Jingteng, you're awake? Yi Chu smiled at him. Good morning. Lin Jingteng's voice was deep and husky. Good morning, she replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with starlight. To Lin Jingteng, Yi Chu appeared as endearing as a lazy kitten upon waking. Darling, I am hungry, he said, feigning a look of grievance. Hungry? Allow me to prepare breakfast for you. She smiled back at him, preparing to rise, only to be pulled back into his embrace. You know, it is not there that I am hungry. Yi Chu's cheeks flushed at his words. Lin Jingteng, you're being improper so early in the morning. She pouted playfully, unable to suppress a smile. I am only improper with you, he teased, a playful glint in his eyes. You only know how to bully me, she said, lightly punching his firm chest. Oh, I have many ways to bully you. Would you like to try again? He replied with a mischievous smile. Yi Chu laughed, playfully swatting at him. Stop it. You always say such things and tease me. Let us do it once more. Lin Jingteng's kisses enveloped her like a tempest. After finishing breakfast together, Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu arrived at the office. Yi Chu was brewing coffee, clad in a form-fitting professional A-line skirt. Lin Jingteng sat at his desk, exuding an air of tranquil detachment, as if the man who had playfully acted like a puppy in the morning was a mere figment of imagination. He glanced up at Yi Chu, his gaze deepening. Yi Chu possessed an exquisite figure, with graceful curves and notably long, slender legs. President, the coffee is ready, Yi Chu announced, placing the freshly brewed beverage before Lin Jingteng. Her voice sweet and melodic. The coffee brewed by Chuxu is simply delightful, Lin Jingteng remarked, yet his dark eyes were fixated on the hem of Yi Chu's short skirt. Perpetually cheeky, Lin Jingteng, where are your eyes wandering? Yi Chu chided playfully, following his gaze and realizing he was sneaking a glance beneath her skirt. She shot him a teasing glare. Chuxu, with a skirt so short, are you not inviting my gaze? Lin Jingteng replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded her. Chapter 44. Can you please be serious? Lin Jingteng, this is the company. Can you please behave yourself? Yi Chu's face flushed once more as she shielded her legs with her hands. The sight of Yi Chu's bashfulness amused Lin Jingteng further. He raised his coffee cup, taking a sip, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chuxu, you must learn to adapt. Why are you always so shy? However, I do enjoy your coy demeanor. I could hardly resist wanting you right now. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a mischievous grin, his gaze brimming with playful temptation. Lin Jingteng, how dare you? Yi Chu glared at him, her expression tinged with mild indignation. Chuxu, do you really not know whether I dare or not? Lin Jingteng replied teasingly. setting down his coffee and stepping closer to her, trapping her between himself and the desk. Jingteng, please, not here. Yi Chu's hands pressed against his chest, her shyness evident. Her face turned crimson in an instant. She shot him an exasperated look, thinking how this man was becoming increasingly audacious. As Yi Chu attempted to flee, Lin Jingteng swiftly grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Chuxu, do not be afraid, he said, his voice low and soothing. Lin Jingteng, we cannot do this here. Yi Chu pouted, feigning annoyance. Lin Jingteng regarded her, seeing her resemble a ruffled little kitten, and found her utterly adorable. He chuckled softly, little enchantress. I shall deal with you tonight. With that, he released her and returned to his desk. Yi Chu resumed her duties as well. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She picked it up to find a new message in the company's group chat. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on it. Suddenly, a photo popped up in the chat, depicting her kissing Chen Ziqian. Yi Chu recalled the scene. The photo had been taken in her apartment. In it, she was lying in bed, eyes closed, while Chen Ziqian embraced her, kissing her lips. It was a selfie, taken while she was asleep. That scoundrel Chen Ziqian, even after our divorce, he has to stir up trouble. Yi Chu felt relief at her decision to end their marriage. Yet, Chen Ziqian was not an employee of the company. The person who shared the message must therefore be someone else. Who could possess such a photo of her and Chen Ziqian? The individual followed up with another message. Yi Chu is merely a divorced woman, unworthy of our president. Yi Chu's complexion drained of color as she read the message. The intent was clear, to expose her past marriage to the company, making her a target of envy among all the women secretly infatuated with Lin Jingteng. She clicked on the profile of the person who posted the message, curious to uncover their identity. Upon viewing the profile, she was taken aback to discover that the culprit was Bai Jing. She was also in the Yicheng branch's WeChat group. Had she started working at the Yicheng branch? Yi Chu lifted her head and instinctively glanced at Lin Jingteng, only to find that he was also looking in her direction. His expression was grim, exuding an aura of coldness. Lin Jingteng, how did Bai Jing end up working here? Are you aware of this matter? Lin Jingteng's face darkened as he replied, Chuxu, I have only just learned of it myself. I never anticipated that she would pursue her way to Yicheng. Chapter 45. Such a woman, treasured only by you, Lin Jingtian. I don't care. You must resolve this matter swiftly. Yi Chu pouted, her tone laced with a playful insistence. My dear, do not be upset. Lin Jingtian rose and approached Yi Chu, enveloping her in a comforting embrace from behind, his voice soft and soothing. She clearly aims to embarrass me, Yi Chu said, lifting her gaze to Lin Jingtian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My dear, I shall confront her at once. Lin Jingtian, still holding Yi Chu, wore a grim expression. Bai Jing, this woman, had the audacity to provoke the woman he cherished within his own company. How dare she? Did she truly believe that he still harbored any affection for her, that he would side with her? Long before she trampled upon his sincere feelings. Treating him like a fool, he had grown to despise her immensely. Now, she dared to trouble Chuxu. Bai Jing said a smug smile gracing her features. This audacious woman, Yi Chu, would surely find herself in a difficult position once this photograph circulated within the company. Her intent was clear, to render Yi Chu the enemy of all women in the office, to ensure her disgrace. Lin Jingtian had once held her in high regard. He would undoubtedly feign ignorance regarding this situation. As Bai Jing reveled in her triumph, a shadow suddenly loomed before her. Looking up, she was met with the sight of Lin Jingtian, his expression dark and foreboding. Jingtian, you have arrived, Bai Jing said, rising with a radiant smile. Lin Jingtian, however, wore a scowl. Who permitted you to come to the company? Bai Jing's smile faltered, her expression freezing. Jingtian, who allowed you to work here? Lin Jingtian's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon Bai Jing. Seeing his somber demeanor, Bai Jing's eyes brimmed with tears as she adopted a pitiable countenance. I merely wish to be closer to you. I do not wish to see you again. Lin Jingtian interrupted coldly. Leave the company now, immediately. His voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Jingtian, how can you treat me this way? Bai Jing's tears flowed freely as disbelief washed over her face. Are you not departing? Shall I summon security to escort you out? Lin Jingteng's impatience was palpable. He could not bear the sight of her any longer. It was I who invited her. A tall figure appeared at the office door. Lin Jing gazed at Lin Jingteng, his brow furrowed. Brother, how can you treat Jingjing like this? Lin Jingteng's expression darkened further upon seeing Lin Jiyuan. Lin Jiyuan, what brings you here? As Lin Jiyuan stepped into the office, he declared, Bai Jing is here at my request. She is now my girlfriend. Henceforth, she will be working here. Lin Jingteng cast a disdainful glance at Bai Jing, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, a girlfriend? This woman truly does not know when to retreat. Once, Bai Jing had schemed to win his affection, only to later relegate him to the status of a backup. Now, she must have been cast aside and was attempting to ensnare his brother. Lin Jiyuan, this is not your place to decide. Lin Jingteng gazed at Lin Jiyuan with an expression of utter indifference. Instantly, Lin Jiyuan's countenance soured. Lin Jingteng, do not overstep your bounds. I have a stake in the company as well. By what right do you assume sole authority? Lin Jingteng regarded Lin Jiyuan with a hint of derision playing upon his lips. You are unaware of the true nature of Bai Jing, but I am not. If you wish to court misfortune, then by all means, continue your association with her. Lin Jingteng, I am aware of your past affections for her. However, she is now my girlfriend, so I advise you to treat her with the respect she deserves. Lin Jiyuan's expression was one of fury as he regarded Lin Jingteng. Lin Jingteng scoffed dismissively at Lin Jiyuan. Huh, your girlfriend? A woman of her ilk is hardly worthy of your admiration. Chapter 46. Clearly not a good person. Bai Jing's face instantly turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Lin Jingteng. Jingteng, how could you say such a thing to me? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Brother, you're being too harsh. Lin Jiyuan embraced Bai Jing, his expression filled with compassion. Lin Jingteng chose to disregard them, turning away and leaving the office. Observing his brother's callous demeanor, Lin Jiyuan surmised it must be that woman, Yi Chu, who prompted his brother to bully Jingjing. Holding Bai Jing close, Lin Jiyuan's heart ached for her. Jingjing, I am so sorry for the distress you have endured. Leaning into Lin Jiyuan's embrace, Bai Jing's face revealed a flicker of resentment. Yi Chu, do not revel in your triumph. I will reclaim Jingteng from your grasp. Just wait and see. With determination, she lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto Lin Jiyuan's, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. Stay here in the company. I won't let my brother dismiss you. I'm going to confront Yi Chu right now. With that, Lin Jiyuan stood and strode out of the office. Watching him leave, Bai Jing wiped her tears away, her gaze filled with venom. This Bai Jing has truly gone too far. Even sharing Secretary Ye's private photos in the company group chat. Is she not deliberately trying to humiliate Secretary Yi? Indeed, this Bai Jing is clearly not a good person. Just as Yi Chu emerged from the restroom, she overheard several colleagues discussing the matter. It seems the public eye is quite discerning. A smirk graced Yi Chu's lips as she turned to exit the restroom. Upon returning to the president's office, she had barely settled in her seat when the door was forcefully kicked open. Raising her gaze, she met Lin Jiyuan's grim expression. Lin Jiyuan, what brings you here? Yi Chu inquired coldly. Yi Chu, you despicable woman. How dare you incite my brother to expel Bai Jing from the company? Are you tired of living? Lin Jiyuan's brow furrowed, anger radiating from him. Taken aback by his words, Yi Chu quickly realized he was defending Bai Jing. That is her own doing, she replied indifferently. Let me make myself clear. Bai Jing is now my girlfriend, and I will not permit anyone to mistreat her. If you dare to incite my brother again, I will not let you off lightly. Lin Jiyuan's words were laced with menace. Yi Chu, unfazed, let out a cold laugh and rose from her chair. Lin Jiyuan, is this your company? On what grounds do you raise your voice here? She regarded him with derision. Stunned into silence by her retort, Lin Jiyuan stared at her, his face a stormy shade of anger. Get out, Yi Chu commanded coldly. Lin Jiyuan glared at her, his fists clenched in fury. Yi Chu, you will regret this. With that, he turned and exited the office. Watching him leave, Yi Chu chuckled derisively before returning to her seat. Bai Jing Juli poset vemak ben kuning. Once the ethereal muse of Lin Jingteng, she has now become the beloved of Lin Jiyuan. One can easily surmise that this woman harbors ulterior motives. To linger between two brothers is a precarious position, I fear that the simple-minded Lin Jingteng is being manipulated without his awareness. Upon exiting the CEO's office, Lin Jingteng returned to his own workspace. No sooner had he seated himself than Bai Jing approached, bearing a cup of coffee. Jingteng, have a cup of coffee to soothe your nerves, she said, extending the beverage towards him, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Chapter 47. Desire for two swan dishes. At this moment, Lin Jingteng returned to the office. Initially, what did Lin Jingteng say to you? As he approached the door, he encountered Lin Jing, whose face was etched with fury. He had just stormed in to confront Bai Jing. Yichu curled her lips into a disdainful smile. Darling, pay them no mind. Even if my brother keeps Bai Jing in the company, I will not allow her to act recklessly. If she insists on being here, I shall ensure she has a difficult time. A cold smile crept onto Lin Jingteng's lips as he moved closer to Yichu, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Yes, I understand. My darling will never allow me to be wronged. Yichu looked up at Lin Jingteng, her face illuminated by a sweet smile. Upon hearing Yichu call him darling, a glimmer of affection sparkled in Lin Jingteng's eyes. Bai Jing remaining in the company is merely that of a buffoon. Very well, if she insists on being so arrogant, let her be. Lin Jingteng had appointed Bai Jing to be his personal secretary. Thus, she had been swiftly promoted to the position of the vice president's secretary. This decision stirred envy among the long-standing employees of the company. No one dared to voice objections to the president's brother's sudden descent. Yet this woman not only challenged Secretary Yi, but also secured the position of the vice president's personal secretary. Such a woman, who indiscriminately disseminates others' private photos, is not only dating the president's brother, but also seems to have designs on the president himself. Consequently, many employees began to express their discontent. This woman, clearly of dubious character, was seen as someone who had her sights set on both the plate and the pot. Seducing the vice president and provoking Secretary Yi. How shameless. Do you know? This newly arrived secretary was once the president's beloved, and now she clings to the vice president, one employee remarked. Do you think the president might rekindle old flames? Impossible. The president is currently enamored with Secretary Yi. Haven't you seen how well the president treats her? He would never fancy a scheming vixen who flits between men. Bai Jing listened to the gossip swirling around her, her fists clenched tightly. However, when she saw Lin Jingteng approaching with a bouquet of flowers, her anger dissipated instantly. Aren't you all just envious that I am Lin Jingteng's white moonlight and now Lin Jingteng's girlfriend? Suddenly, Bai Jing appeared as if nothing troubled her, standing proudly beside Lin Jingteng. Jing, don't listen to their nonsense. I will deal with those gossipy employees shortly, Lin Jingteng said as he presented the bouquet to Bai Jing, gazing at her with tenderness and adoration. Yes, I know, Jingteng. I will not let their words bother me. Working hours are not for gossiping. Is the company here to support you idle folks? Off you go, get back to work. Lin Jingteng admonished the employees who had been gossiping. Upon hearing his words, the employees trembled in fear and scurried back to their posts. Only after Lin Jingteng left the office did they finally relax. What is so impressive about relying on mere looks to seduce our vice president? One of the flamboyantly dressed female employees disdainfully curled her lip, casting a scornful gaze at Bai Jing. Indeed, what airs was she putting on? In terms of appearance, how could she possibly compare to Secretary Yi, the girlfriend of the president? Truly, it was a case of the frog wishing to feast upon a swan, and not just one swan, but two. Another female employee, who was quite attractive herself, mirrored the expression of disdain directed at Bai Jing. As Bai Jing listened to their idle gossip, she felt a surge of indignation threatening to explode within her. How dare she, Bai Jing, allow such inferior beings to humiliate her? Once she became Lin Jingteng's girlfriend, they would see who truly outshone whom. Just as Bai Jing seethed with resentment, a woman with voluminous waves strode over in high heels, positioning herself before her. Secretary Bai, this is the task assigned to you by the president. He has instructed me to ensure that you complete it today, the woman stated imperiously, looking down at Bai Jing. With 3 hours remaining until the end of the workday, you should focus on your duties here, she added with a cold huff, sashaying away with her slender waist and swaying hips. Bai Jing stared at the thick stack of documents the woman had placed on her desk, feeling overwhelmed. So many files? Lin Jingteng expected her to accomplish such a substantial workload in just 3 hours. This was clearly an intentional setup to undermine her. Bai Jing bit her lip, her expression one of defiance. Chapter 48. A good family background is one thing, but being so attractive is another. However, when she recalled that this task had been assigned to her by Lin Jingteng, Bai Jing could only brace herself and proceed. An hour after work, she completed her duties. Stretching lazily, a triumphant expression graced her face. Jingteng, did you think that by deliberately increasing my workload, I would be unable to endure my time at the company? Not only will I remain here, but I also intend to be your woman. The mere thought of Lin Jingteng brought a determined smile to Bai Jing's lips. Yi Chu, do not get too complacent. I advise you to distance yourself from Lin Jingteng. If you dismiss my warning, do not blame me for what follows. A flicker of malice sparkled in Bai Jing's eyes as she retrieved her phone and sent a message to someone. Gradually, a sinister smile crept onto her lips. The following day, Bai Jing arrived at the office early, consumed by regret over losing the perfect man, Lin Jingteng. She found herself unable to eat or sleep, his image pervading her mind. While Lin Jiyuan was undeniably handsome, her affections were firmly fixed on Lin Jingteng. As she approached her desk, whispers circulated among her colleagues. Did you hear? Yesterday, the president brought Secretary Yi to a banquet, and he publicly declared her as his girlfriend. Is that true? Does that mean Secretary Yi is on her way to becoming our president's wife? Bai Jing's teeth clenched in fury upon overhearing their conversation. She pulled out her phone and located Chen Ziqian's WeChat. Chen Ziqian, why haven't you made a move yet? Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng are inseparable now. Almost like they're getting married. If you don't act soon, you'll lose your chance. Bai Jing sent 3 urgent messages to Chen Ziqian. Upon arriving in Yicheng, she had already dispatched people to investigate everything about Yi Chu, including her connection with Chen Ziqian. She was aware that Chen Ziqian was not willingly divorced. Rather, he had been compelled to do so by Lin Jingteng. Bai Jing understood that Chen Ziqian had been biding his time, hoping that one day his power and wealth would surpass Lin Jingteng's, allowing him to reclaim the lost Yi Chu. Since Chen Ziqian desired Yi Chu, and she coveted Lin Jingteng, why not assist him in winning Yi Chu? This way, Yi Chu would no longer be able to vie for Lin Jingteng's affections. After sending the messages, Bai Jing awaited Chen Ziqian's reply. She could not believe that he would passively watch as Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng prepared for marriage. Soon enough, Chen Ziqian responded to her message. I'm already making arrangements. Do not worry. Upon seeing his reply, Bai Jing finally exhaled in relief. As long as Chen Ziqian took action, he could create a rift between Jingteng and Yi Chu. At that point, she would seize the opportunity to pursue Lin Jingteng. He had always been her subordinate. With just a little more manipulation, he would undoubtedly become her possession once more. Jingteng, wait for me. We will surely be together. Bai Jingmei savored her thoughts, a blissful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, Yi Chu was diligently preparing for her wedding with Lin Jingtian. She joyfully selected wedding gowns and jewelry, attending to every detail of the upcoming ceremony. On this particular day, Yi Chu brought Lin Jingtian home to the Yi family. Yi father and Yi mother gazed at the strikingly handsome Lin Jingtian, unable to contain their smiles. How discerning Yi Chu's taste was. They marveled inwardly, acknowledging that she had chosen exceptionally well. According to what Yi Chu had shared, the Lin family was the wealthiest in the country. Not only did he come from an illustrious lineage, but he was also extraordinarily attractive. They had never encountered a man so remarkably handsome. Chapter 49. A man's flaws, a woman's affection, uncle, and aunt. This is just a small token for me. Lin Jingteng presented the gift he had been holding to Ye's parents. Oh dear, you shouldn't have brought a gift just for visiting. You are too kind, Ye's mother exclaimed, her smile radiant as she eagerly accepted the present. Lin Jingteng had not only purchased numerous valuable gifts for them, but also displayed remarkable courtesy, which greatly pleased Ye's parents, prompting them to urge the couple to marry without delay. Particularly, Ye's mother, holding Lin Jingteng's hand affectionately, gazed at him with warmth, showering him with compliments. Lin Jingteng patiently engaged in conversation with Ye's mother, bringing her much joy. Observing her parents' happiness, Yi Chuchu felt a surge of delight as well. Lin Jingteng truly was a splendid man, kind not only to her, but also to her family. With a loving expression, Ye's mother inquired, "Jingteng, given the depth of your bond, when you plan to marry?" Lin Jingteng replied with a smile, "Aunt Chuxu and I are already making arrangements for the wedding." "Is that so? How wonderful." Ye's mother beamed at the news. "You must prepare thoroughly. If you need any assistance for the wedding, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Jingteng nodded politely, of course, and Yi Chuchu looked at Lin Jingteng, her face illuminating with a sweet smile. The thought of marrying him filled her with happiness. She felt incredibly fortunate to have met such a wonderful man. After sharing a delightful dinner with Ye's parents, the couple took their leave. As they stepped out of Ye's home, Lin Jingteng wrapped his arm around Yi Chuchu's waist and leaned down to kiss her. Startled by the sudden kiss, Yi Chuchu instinctively struggled, but Lin Jingteng held her tighter. Eventually, she surrendered to his embrace, allowing him to kiss her at length. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Jingteng released her. "Chuchu, tomorrow we shall go register our marriage." Yi Chuchu met his deep gaze, shyly nodding in response. "Lin Jingteng, I am no longer just your friend with benefits. Remember, I am quite sought after. If you treat me poorly, I shall leave you for someone else." She said this half in jest, half in earnest, looking at him intently. "You wouldn't dare. Who would even think of taking my woman?" Lin Jingteng declared possessively, his tone both playful and serious. Yi Chuchu understood that Lin Jingteng was a man with a strong sense of possessiveness. If anyone dared to pursue his woman, he would ensure that person vanish from existence. Still, she found his domineering nature appealing. So manly, so handsome. "I was only joking. Please don't take it seriously." Yi Chuchu retreated slightly in the face of his assertiveness. She hurriedly explained, "I'm not the kind of woman who changes her affections easily. Now that I have decided to be with you, I will wholeheartedly commit to our relationship." Lin Jingteng gazed at Yi Chu's adorable expression, filled with nervousness as she tried to clarify herself, and a hint of indulgent amusement graced his face. He gently caressed the soft strands of her hair, thinking to himself, "This is my obedient girl. Chuchu, I am quite possessive. Now that we are together, you shall never escape from my side for the rest of your life. I will not grant you the opportunity to leave me." As Yi Chu listened to Lin Jingteng's earnest words, her heart swelled with effervescent joy, akin to a flurry of pink bubbles. She stood on her tiptoes and softly kissed his lips. "Lin Jingteng, I love you," she declared earnestly. "I love you too." "Chu-chu," Lin Jingteng replied, his gaze filled with deep affection. Moonlight bathed the two of them, adorning them with a silvery veil. In this enchanting moment, the moonlight illuminated the handsome man and beautiful woman as they embraced tightly, creating a picturesque scene. The following day, Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng visited the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she held the marriage certificate in her hands, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. From this moment forth, she was Lin Jingteng's wife. She glanced at the handsome man beside her, her expression brimming with sweetness. "Jingteng, we are now officially husband and wife," she said, carefully placing the red book in her bag, her eyes shimmering like starlight. "Darling, what should you call me now?" Lin Jingteng asked playfully. Upon hearing this, a blush spread across Yi Chu's cheeks. Husband. This term, filled with genuine affection, felt different from the times she had used it in the past. This time, it truly meant that he was her husband. After uttering the word, she shyly lowered her gaze. Lin Jingteng, captivated by her bashful demeanor, couldn't resist teasing her. He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. "Wife, you look even more beautiful today than usual. I think we should have a little extra tonight." Yi Chu instantly understood, her face flushing with embarrassment as she playfully shot him a glare. "Lin Jingteng, you are incorrigible. Wife, a man must be a little bad for a woman to love him. I simply relish being mischievous with you." Chapter 50. Please, you too, if you must indulge, do so in the privacy of your own room. Not far away, a man stood, watching Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with animosity. "Lin Jingteng, you have stolen my woman. I shall ensure you pay the price. Yi Chu, you have betrayed me. I will make you both regret this." The man, seething with rage as he observed Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu's affectionate demeanor, turned and stormed away. Yi Chu, sensing something amiss, glanced towards the spot where the man had just stood yet found nothing there. "What is wrong, dear?" Lin Jingteng inquired. "I felt as though someone was watching us." He surveyed their surroundings, but found no one. "There is no one here, love. Let us head home." With that, Lin Jingteng took Yi Chu's hand and led her towards his luxury car. Yi Chu wondered if she had merely imagined it and followed Lin Jingteng into the vehicle. At their residence, Lin Jingteng declared, "My love, today you shall remain at home with me. No need to go to the office." Upon arriving, he enveloped Yi Chu in his arms, showering her with tender kisses. They tumbled onto the living room couch. "My dear, I desire a midday indulgence. And I wish for more this evening as well. What say you?" As he spoke, Lin Jingteng's hands began to wander restlessly. Yi Chu, stirred by his advances, blushed deeply. "Lin Jingteng, such indulgence is detrimental to your health. Must you not exercise some restraint?" She chided, though she shyly reciprocated his kisses. "Restraint? Why would I? I simply wish to be with you." Lin Jingteng buried his face in Yi Chu's clothing. "Husband, you are incorrigible. You are becoming increasingly wicked." Yi Chu's cheeks flushed as she found herself overwhelmed by Lin Jingteng's actions. Just then, Lin Jiyuan emerged from his room, and upon witnessing the intimate scene in the living room, a blush crept onto his face. "Hey, please, you two, if you must engage in such activities, do so in your own room. From now on, I shall be residing here, so do keep it in mind." Yi Chu, startled by Lin Jiyuan's sudden appearance, hurriedly adjusted her clothing in an attempt to mask her embarrassment and rose to her feet. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Jiyuan's lips curved into a teasing smile as he stepped into the center of the living room, his gaze fixed on Yi Chu's face. "It seems I have interrupted something." Lin Jingteng frowned, casting an irritated glance at Lin Jiyuan. "Lin Jiyuan, what is the meaning of this? Why must you live here?" "Hey, Lin Jingteng, I am your younger brother. What is with this attitude?" Lin Jiyuan retorted, mirroring Lin Jingteng's displeasure. "Your presence makes it inconvenient for me and your sister-in-law." Lin Jingteng stated coldly. Lin Jiyuan replied, "Precisely what I desire. Your discomfort." "Sister-in-law?" Lin Jingteng, "Have you and Yi Chu registered your marriage?" Lin Jiyuan asked in surprise, taken aback by the realization that Lin Jingteng was indeed serious about marrying Yi Chu. "Yes, and in the future, when addressing your sister-in-law, do so with respect, understood? As long as she does not bully Jingjing, I shall treat her with kindness. Moreover, I shall reside here from now on. Whether you agree or not, you must acquiesce. For I am your younger brother," Lin Jiyuan declared imperiously. Yi Chu observed Lin Jiyuan's domineering demeanor and instantly felt that it was no surprise the two shared the same parents, both exhibiting such assertiveness. Lin Jingteng, displaying evident annoyance, bellowed at Lin Jiyuan, "Get back to your room. Your sister-in-law and I have serious matters to attend to. This rascal's presence here will only complicate things for him and Chu. What a bothersome little brat." Chapter 51. The perils of excessive indulgence. Lin Jiyuan observed Lin Jingteng's expression of impatience, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Brother, engaging in such activities with Yi Chu is not advisable. Excessive indulgence is detrimental." With a playful demeanor, he concluded his remarks and retreated to his own chamber. Lin Jingteng regarded Lin Jiyuan's departing figure with evident annoyance. "Darling, would you prefer to, in the living room or the bedroom?" A mischievous grin danced upon his lips. "Jingteng, you are incorrigible. If we choose the living room and Lin Jiyuan happens to come out, won't we be caught? Then let us retreat to the bedroom and continue there," Lin Jingteng replied with a roguish smile. Yi Chu's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She shot him a glare and retorted, "Lin Jingteng, you are utterly shameless." Gazing at the bashful Yi Chu, Lin Jingteng's smile widened as he scooped her into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian had given birth to a son in the delivery room. As she beheld the chubby infant cradled by the nurse, a proud smile illuminated her face. "Chen Ziqian, I have borne you a son. Just how will you abandon me now? I refuse to believe your parents will not cherish their grandchild." Impatiently, she resolved to seek out Chen Ziqian. During her hospitalization, she had managed both admission and discharge alone, yet she remained unfazed. She knew she was on the verge of becoming Mrs. Chen. Upon completing her discharge formalities, she made her way to the Chen residence. Clutching her son, Lin Qianqian arrived at the grand entrance of the Chun villa, a determined smile gracing her features. Suppressing her excitement, she pressed the doorbell. Soon, the housekeeper emerged. "May I ask whom you seek?" The housekeeper regarded Lin Qianqian with a wary expression. "I am the girlfriend of your young master. Please inform your parents that I have brought their precious grandson." "Please wait a moment. I shall report this," the housekeeper said, scrutinizing Lin Qianqian before retreating into the villa. Lin Qianqian watched the housekeeper's departing figure, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. She surveyed the opulent Chun estate, feeling as though she had already ascended to a higher echelon, convinced that the Chun family's assets were now within her grasp. Shortly thereafter, the housekeeper returned. "Madam invites you inside." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian's smile widened with pride. She followed the housekeeper into the Chun villa, where she immediately spotted Chen's mother seated on the sofa. "Madam, it has been a while," she greeted with an ingratiating smile. Chen's mother's gaze fell upon the infant Lin Qianqian held. "Qianqian, are you certain that the child in your arms is our Ziqian's son?" Lin Qianqian's expression darkened momentarily at Chen's mother's words, yet she quickly masked it with a pleasing smile. "Aunt, you jest. I would stake my life on the assertion that this child is indeed Ziqian's son." Upon hearing this, Mother Chen also erupted into laughter. "Qianqian, do not blame me for my suspicions. It is simply that your previous impression on me was rather unfavorable. I believe it would be prudent to conduct a paternity test for peace of mind." Lin Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, but she soon regained her composure and laughed again. How dare this old fellow question her? This child is undoubtedly Chen Ziqian's. No amount of doubt can alter this truth. If she wishes to conduct a paternity test, so be it. This will only serve to validate her innocence. "Aunt, I find your reasoning to be quite sound, and I wholeheartedly agree." A smile of feigned charm lingered on Lin Qianqian's lips. Upon witnessing Lin Qianqian's confident demeanor, Mother Chen's lips curled into a smirk of derision. The contrast between Lin Qianqian and her initial self is truly stark. Were it not for her own desire to leave the Chen family, what relevance would Lin Qianqian have in this matter? Chapter 52. Once I marry Chuxu, you had better keep your distance. Since you have consented, I shall summon Ziqian to accompany you, Mother Chen stated. "Very well, Aunt. It has been quite some time since I last saw Ziqian. I miss him dearly," Lin Qianqian replied, her face alight with excitement. What a beguiling display," Mother Chen remarked, her gaze disapproving as she decided to retreat to her room. "I am weary and shall rest. Wait for Ziqian in the living room. He will come." "Of course, Aunt. Please do rest," Lin Qianqian said, her tone ingratiating. Before long, Chen Ziqian arrived. "Let us go," he said, not sparing Lin Qianqian a glance as he beckoned her to follow. Observing Chen Ziqian's indifference, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Qianqian's face. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, cradling her son and trailing behind him. She could not believe that once the paternity test results were revealed, Chen Ziqian would maintain such aloofness. Days later, the results were disclosed, confirming that Chen Ziqian was indeed the biological father of Lin Qianqian's son. Upon learning this, Mother Chen advised Ziqian, "Chuxu is now the wife of Lin Jingteng. It is time to relinquish your stubbornness. Marry Lin Qianqian and provide your child with a complete family." Chen Ziqian nodded gently. "I understand, Mother." "Well, Ziqian, let us not make a grand affair of the wedding. A simple gathering with a few relatives will suffice," Mother Chen suggested, believing that Lin Qianqian did not warrant an extravagant ceremony. This was done out of consideration for the child. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her through the doors of the Chen family. Upon receiving the news of Mother Chen's approval for her marriage to Chen Ziqian, a triumphant smile graced Lin Qianqian's face. "Chen Ziqian, I told you I would become your Mrs. Chen." Chen Ziqian regarded Lin Qianqian's smug expression with a hint of derision. "Lin Qianqian, I may permit you to hold the title of Mrs. Chen for a time, but this is solely for the sake of our child. Once I marry Chuxu, you had best keep your distance." At his words, Lin Qianqian's smile faltered, her expression transforming into one of sheer fury. "Chen Ziqian, I am your wife. If you wish to rekindle old flames with Yichu, you can forget it." Chen Ziqian merely scoffed. "Lin Qianqian, do you truly believe you hold any significance? Let me clarify. To me, you are nothing. You were merely a means to satiate my desires. And now, you're just the mother of my child, nothing more. You are nothing but a promiscuous woman. Do you think I could ever develop feelings for you? The sight of you repulses me. Chen Ziqian, you have gone too far. Lin Xianxian seethed, her anger intensifying as her jealousy and hatred toward Yi Chu burgeoned. Why did that wretched woman always enjoy such fortune? Why did she monopolize all the good things? Yi Chuming had already been involved with Lin Jingteng, a prominent figure in the capital. And even after her divorce from Chen Ziqian, she still clung to him. She vowed that she would not allow Chen Ziqian to achieve his desires, nor would she permit him to reunite with that vixen, Yi Chu. Lin Xianxian, consumed by her thoughts, cast a fierce glare at Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian, let me make this clear. As long as I am here, do not even think about being with Yi Chu. Chen Ziqian met Lin Xianxian's gaze with a chilling smirk before turning his back and walking away. Watching him depart, Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth in frustration. The wedding between Lin Xianxian and Chen Ziqian had only a handful of relatives in attendance. She surveyed the hasty ceremony and the sparse gathering at the banquet table, her face turning a shade of green with anger. The Chen family was clearly belittling her. Was it merely because her family was less affluent than Chen Ziqian's former wife, Yi Chu? Suppressing her inner fury, Lin Xianxian lifted a glass, forcing a disingenuous smile onto her lips. She attempted to guide Chen Ziqian to toast their guests, but he abruptly shook off her hand, offering her no semblance of respect. Infuriated yet resolute, Lin Xianxian stifled her rage and disregarded Chen Ziqian's indifference, proceeding to raise her glass to each guest at the banquet. Meanwhile, Chen Ziqian's expression was as long as a horse's face, reluctantly trailing behind her. The guests exchanged glances, speculating that the Chen family's marriage to Lin Xianxian was merely a facade, motivated by the recently born child. It seemed evident that Lin Xianxian held little standing within the Chen household. Once the wedding concluded, Lin Xianxian retreated to her room and changed out of her wedding dress. Gazing into the mirror, a bittersweet smile crept across her face. She repeatedly reminded herself that enduring a bit of hardship was a small price to pay for entering high society. After all, without swallowing her pride, she would never have gained access to such circles with her limited abilities. Marrying into the Chen family was indeed a significant elevation for her. Although the Chen family could not compare to the wealthiest Lin family in the capital, they were nonetheless a notable presence in the city. And she, born into a poor family, felt that merely marrying into the Chen family was a blessing from her ancestors. With this thought, Lin Xianxian took a deep breath and stepped out of her room. Entering the living room, she found Chen Ziqian smoking on the sofa, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Ziqian, today is our wedding day. Could you perhaps smile at me? Chen Ziqian responded with a mocking grin. Lin Xianxian, do you really think you deserve it? Chapter 53. If you want to be a good Mrs. Chen, behave yourself. Lin Xianxian was furious upon hearing Chen Ziqian's words. Chen Ziqian, I am your wife now, so show me some courtesy. Courtesy? Were you to deserve my courtesy? Chen Ziqian scoffed, his gaze laced with derision. Lin Xianxian's face turned pale with anger, rendered speechless by his contempt. Listen carefully, Lin Xianxian. I detest you. The only reason I married you was for the sake of my son. If you wish to be a good Mrs. Chen, then behave yourself. Otherwise, I have ample means to cast you out of the Chen family. Hearing their quarrel, Chen's mother emerged from the room, her expression tinged with displeasure as she regarded Lin Xianxian. Lin Xianxian, what are you making noise about at this late hour? Upon hearing her words, Lin Xianxian instantly deflated, aware that she had yet to earn the right to confront the Chen family. Mother, I apologize. It was my fault for upsetting you. She forced a smile, hoping to appease Chen's mother. Chen's mother maintained her stern demeanor. Lin Xianxian, you must understand your position. Do not bring chaos into our home, understood? Also, make an effort to purchase more respectable clothing. Wearing such cheap, shabby items brings disgrace to the Chen family. Lin Xianxian's lips curled into a bitter smile as she absorbed Chen's mother's words, unable to utter a single reply. With a cold gaze, Chen's mother picked up her beloved grandson and turned away. Watching her mother-in-law's retreating figure, Lin Xianxian clenched her fists, her heart simmering with resentment. She vowed that one day, Every member of the Qin family would regard her with newfound respect. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jingteng returned to her empty room, filled with a sense of bitterness. She had believed that marrying into the Qin family would lead to a life of happiness, yet the reality was far from her expectations. Qin Ziqian spent every night away, consorting with who knows which women, leaving her to spend the long, lonely nights alone. Her heart brimming with resentment, Lin Jingteng suddenly thought of Chuxu. She took out her phone and opened her social media feed. As expected, Chuxu was living a lavish life. Lin Jingteng saw a photo of Chuxu enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner with Lin Jingteng, her face beaming with joy. Gazing at the picture, Lin Jingteng's heart twisted with jealousy and bitterness. She looked out at the night sky, tears streaming down her cheeks at the thought of Qin Ziqian's infidelity. The stark contrast between Qin Ziqian's reckless indulgence and Lin Jingteng's unwavering devotion to Chuxu left her feeling profoundly unsettled. Taking a deep breath, she wiped away her tears. She reminded herself not to cry and to remain strong. She resolved to discover the women with whom Qin Ziqian was associating. Lin Jingteng rose, grasped the keys from the table, and exited the room. She made her way to the garage, selecting the most expensive car, and drove towards the bar frequented by Qin Ziqian. She was determined to unveil the nature of his escapades. Inquiring with the housekeeper about Qin Ziqian's whereabouts, she learned that he often visited a particular bar. After obtaining the name, she found it was not far from the Qin residence. Upon entering the bar, Lin Jingteng surveyed the dance floor, where women adorned in flamboyant attire danced, a hint of derision crossing her face. Her gaze eventually fell upon a booth where she spotted Qin Ziqian, surrounded by a group of alluring women. One woman, nestled in his embrace, engaged in affectionate gestures that mirrored their former intimacy. Witnessing this scene, Lin Jingteng's face darkened with rage, her body trembling with indignation. Once upon a time, Qin Ziqian had cherished her in a similar manner. Now, she questioned why the company by his side was not her own. An unsettling ache filled her heart. As she glared at Qin Ziqian, it seemed as if flames could erupt from her eyes. He appeared to sense her intense gaze, looking up to meet her furious stare. For a moment, he was taken aback, but then, with the woman still in his arms, he offered Lin Jingteng a smirk laced with mockery. At last, Lin Jingteng's pent-up emotions erupted. She stormed over to Qin Ziqian's side, fueled by her fury. Chapter 54. Do you wish to experience the taste of my fist? Lin Jingteng's voice was laced with fury. Qin Ziqian, so this is where you've been, cavorting with these women instead of returning home each day. Can you truly justify your actions to me? To your own son? With that, Lin Jingteng seized the woman in Qin Ziqian's embrace, delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. The barmaid, incensed by the assault, retaliated fiercely, grasping Lin Jingteng's hair and hissing, "Who dares to provoke me? This wretched creature?" Pain shot through Lin Jingteng's scalp as she grappled with the woman's hand, shouting in defiance, "I am Qin Ziqian's wife. You shameless harlot. How dare you disrupt another's family and still have the audacity to argue?" Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's declaration, the woman froze for a moment, then turned her gaze to Qin Ziqian, who was observing the scene with icy detachment, devoid of any remorse. "Mr. Qin, is she truly your wife?" The woman's expression bore a flicker of uncertainty. Qin Ziqian met Lin Jingteng's gaze with a mocking smile, responding, "Indeed, she is my wife, but merely a decoration." His words shattered Lin Jingteng, disbelief washing over her as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Qin Ziqian, how could you treat me this way?" She looked at him, her eyes brimming with disappointment and resentment. Qin Ziqian regarded her with disdain. "Do not forget, Lin Jingteng, it was your choice to marry me. I did not force you. Today, while I stand here, do not think you can leave with that vile woman." Qin Ziqian's brow furrowed as he glared at her, his voice dripping with venom. "Lin Jingteng, do you still wish to taste my fist?" Lin Jingteng's face drained of color. She longed to plead with Qin Ziqian to return home. Yet fear of his wrath held her tongue. Clenching her fists, she fixed her gaze on both him and the woman, trembling at the memory of the last time he had struck her, leaving her bruised and battered for days. Qin Ziqian, a smirk playing on his lips, turned to the woman in his arms. "My dear, Shall we find a more suitable place to continue our revelry? The woman nodded in agreement, and together they departed the bar, leaving Lin Jingteng seething with helpless rage as she watched their retreating figures. Returning home in a daze, Lin Jingteng surveyed the empty room, her heart heavy with a blend of sorrow and bitterness. She was at a loss as to why Chen Ziqian had become so unrecognizable and cruel. Seated on the sofa, she reminisced about the moments they had once shared, tears streaming down her face. Thoughts of Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng surfaced, amplifying her sense of failure. In that instant, the realization struck her. Chen Ziqian's disdain towards her stemmed from his feelings for Yi Chu. Lin Jingteng clenched her fists, her eyes glinting with malice. Yi Chu, all of this transpires because of you. It is Chen Ziqian who treats me this way. Since my days are fraught with hardship, I shall ensure yours are no better. Lin Jingteng retrieved her phone and dialed Yi Chu's number. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The phone rang for quite a while before being answered. Yi Chu's voice emanated from the receiver. Lin Jingteng, why are you calling me at such a late hour? Upon hearing Yi Chu's voice, a sinister smile crept across Lin Jingteng's face. Yi Chu, I wish to see you. Taken aback by Lin Jingteng's words, Yi Chu hesitated for a moment before responding. I am unavailable. Such a woman, who had stolen her man, still had the audacity to reach out to her. Truly shameless. However, Yi Chu owed Lin Jingteng a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for her seduction of Chen Ziqian, she would never have realized the true nature of such a scoundrel. Nor would she have fortuitously encountered Lin Jingteng, a paragon of virtue. Chapter 55. Engaging in joyful activities. Yi Chu, it appears that since you've become associated with Mr. Lin, your life has been quite extravagant, hasn't it? Lin Jingteng's words dripped with a palpable bitterness. Lin Jingteng, cease your sarcastic remarks. If you have something to say, speak it. If not, I will hang up. Yi Chu retorted. Ah, truly befitting of a wealthy man's wife. Such an air of superiority is not something ordinary people can emulate. Lin Jingteng snapped back. Yi Chu, do not be so arrogant. Lin Jingteng exclaimed angrily. One day, I will ensure that your smile fades, and that Lin Jingteng will kick you to the curb. With that, Lin Jingteng abruptly ended the call. Yi Chu was left bewildered. She was acutely aware of Lin Jingteng's jealousy. However, now that Lin Jingteng had finally married Chen Ziqian as she desired, why was there still such animosity? Could it be that Chen Ziqian had grown weary of her? The mere thought of this possibility caused Yi Chu to chuckle. She was certain that Chen Ziqian, that scoundrel, could never remain devoted to a single woman. Lin Jingteng, sensing the small woman in his arms was laughing, curiously inquired, Darling, at this hour, who was that? Just a madwoman. Your other secretary, Lin Jingteng, Yi Chu replied, tossing her phone aside and snuggling back into Lin Jingteng's embrace, finding a comfortable position. What did she want? Lin Jingteng frowned, clearly displeased. Nothing of consequence. She has always harbored jealousy towards me. In the past, when I was unaware of her true nature, she stole Chen Ziqian from me. Now, it seems Chen Ziqian treats her poorly, and she is likely envious of my fortune in having you as my partner, Yi Chu explained. Lin Jingteng simply cannot tolerate anyone surpassing her. If she calls again, simply block her. Lin Jingteng's tone carried a hint of indifference. All right, Yi Chu nodded, though her mind lingered on the thought that Lin Jingteng would not easily relent and might cause further trouble in the future. Nevertheless, she regarded her as nothing more than a petty clown. My dear, since you are awake, shall we engage in something delightful? Lin Jingteng suggested, his voice low. Yi Chu's face flushed a deep crimson as she playfully pushed him away. Husband, I am still quite tired. Lin Jingteng chuckled softly. A kiss from your husband, and my darling will no longer feel sleepy. With that, he pressed his lips against Yi Chu's fair neck, his warm breath cascading over her heated skin. As Yi Chu beheld Lin Jingteng's playful demeanor, a sly smile graced her lips. Her hands instinctively climbed around his neck, eagerly reciprocating his kiss. Lin Jingteng momentarily paused, taken aback by his little darling's unexpected boldness. Lin Jingteng gazed down at Yi Chu with satisfaction, a wicked smile playing on his lips. His little woman seemed to have been trained to become increasingly enchanting and irresistible. Chuxu, I shall cherish you well, he declared, before showering her with fervent kisses. Since Lin Qianqian's solitary visit to the bar in search of Chen Ziqian, she has refrained from pursuing him further. She understands that even if she were to find him, he would hardly regard her, nor would he consider returning home with her. Lin Qianqian feels that Chen Ziqian's heart has long drifted away from her. Rather than languishing in solitude, waiting for someone who does not cherish her, she resolves to seek a new aspiration. Each day at the office, the sight of Lin Jingteng quickens her heartbeat and fills her with joy. Whenever she observes Lin Jingteng diligently immersed in his work, she cannot help but find him remarkably handsome in his earnestness. Simultaneously, she finds herself envious of Yi Chu's fortunate circumstances and lamenting the injustices of fate. Determined, she decides to seize an opportunity to gauge Lin Jingteng's feelings, to ascertain whether he truly harbors no interest in her. Chapter 56. Although my husband is intoxicated, he can still attend to matters at hand. If Lin Jingteng harbored even a modicum of interest in her, she would have devised every possible means to dethrone Yi Chu from the position of Mrs. Lin. Days later, Lin Qianqian finally seized an opportunity. Lin Jingteng had a significant social engagement that necessitated a female companion. However, Yi Chu was unable to accompany him due to feeling unwell. Just as Lin Jingteng contemplated inviting a female employee from the company to be his companion, Lin Qianqian boldly stepped forward. "President Lin, may I accompany you this evening?" Lin Jingteng furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to entangle himself with a woman like Lin Qianqian. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties impeccably tonight and will not cause you any trouble." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Jingteng acquiesced. "Very well." Lin Qianqian's heart soared with joy. She finally had the chance to draw closer to Lin Jingteng. That evening, they arrived at the venue together. Lin Jingteng partook in copious amounts of alcohol, gradually succumbing to inebriation. Observing his drunken state, Lin Qianqian felt a thrill of excitement. Her opportunity had arrived. She supported Lin Jingteng, deliberately pressing her body against his. "President Lin, you appear intoxicated. Let me escort you back to rest." Though inebriated, Lin Jingteng's mind remained alert. He sensed Lin Qianqian's subtle advances, and his brow furrowed deeply. He forcefully pushed her away, coldly stating, "Get away from me. Do not touch me." Lin Qianqian stumbled to the ground, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. She had not anticipated such public humiliation from Lin Jingteng. "President Lin, I merely wish to help you rest," she protested, unwilling to accept defeat. "I am perfectly capable. I do not require your assistance. Leave." Lin Jingteng's tone dripped with disdain. Ignoring her further, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yi Chu. "Darling, I am drunk. Please come and take me home." His voice carried a hint of playfulness, melting Yi Chu's heart. Upon hearing Lin Jingteng affectionately refer to Yi Chu as darling, Lin Qianqian's eyes flashed with jealousy. Clenching her fists, her gaze brimmed with resentment. "Yi Chu, just wait. I will ensure you lose everything in due time." Despite her discomfort, upon learning of Lin Jingteng's inebriation, Yi Chu immediately sprang from bed. "Husband, wait for me. I will be there shortly." After receiving the call, she swiftly drove to the venue. Upon arrival, her eyes fell upon Lin Jingteng lounging on the sofa, alongside a visibly displeased Lin Qianqian. A smirk of derision graced Yi Chu's lips. It appeared Lin Qianqian's attempts to seduce her man had backfired. Concerned for the drunken Lin Jingteng, she approached him. "Husband, are you all right? How could you drink so much?" As Yi Chu appeared before him, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Lin Jingteng's eyes. "Darling, they have been overwhelming me," Lin Jingteng lamented. Yi Chu observed Lin Jingteng's endearing demeanor and found him extraordinarily charming. Who would have thought that when intoxicated, Jingteng would exhibit such a side? A playful smile danced upon her lips as she gazed at him. "Husband, let us return home." Supporting Lin Jingteng, she prepared to depart. Lin Qianqian, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng, felt her heart swell with envy. She looked at Lin Jingteng, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Mr. Lin, have you truly forgotten everything that transpired tonight?" Lin Jingteng paused momentarily, turning to face Lin Qianqian with a gaze as frigid as ice. "Lin Qianqian, I advise you not to provoke my wrath. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to remain in Yicheng. His tone dripped with menace, sending a shiver down her spine. Confronted by his icy stare, she fell silent, unable to muster any further words. Disregarding Lin Qianqian, Lin Jingteng turned back to Yi Chu, his expression softening once more. My love, shall we head home? Yi Chu was bemused by the swift change in his demeanor. She assisted him into the car, where he leaned against her, inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance, feeling as though he were in a state of bliss. As Yi Chu drove them back to Qingshan Villa, she parked the car and helped Lin Jingteng out. He leaned heavily against her, inhaling her delightful scent, and whimsically declared, Wife, that woman Lin Qianqian attempted to seduce me. Yi Chu's heart melted at the sight of the adorable Lin Jingteng. Embracing him, she teased, Husband, did you succumb to her charms? Needless to say, I certainly did not. My wife is far too enchanting. How could I possibly be interested in someone like her? Lin Jingteng breathed in the fragrance from Yi Chu's neck, utterly entranced. Well spoken. Yi Chu felt a sense of ease and comfort from his compliments. She struggled to assist him back to the bedroom, and just as she intended to lay him on the bed, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Taken aback, Yi Chu looked up at Lin Jingteng. Husband, you. Wife, I desire. Lin Jingteng's gaze was filled with yearning. Yi Chu's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed as she met his deep eyes. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Husband, are you not intoxicated? Darling, though I may be inebriated, certain matters must still be addressed. Lin Jingteng replied, a wicked smile gracing his lips. You. Yi Chu attempted to respond, but was silenced by his kiss. Lin Jingteng's kiss was both commanding and tender, drawing her deeper into a state of enchantment. Chapter 57. Long time no see, I miss you dearly. My initial the following day, in the office of the Lin Corporation as president. Baby, I never expected the Chun Corporation to develop so rapidly in such a short span of time. Lin Jingtian furrowed his brow, contemplating the recent projects that had been snatched away by Chen Ziqian. Yi Chu, glancing at the documents in her hands, furrowed her delicate brows. What exactly does Chen Ziqian intend to do? It seems he is still quite fond of you. Chu, Lin Jingtian remarked, intertwining his fingers, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Since he wishes to play, let us indulge him. Meanwhile, at the Chen Corporation, Chen Ziqian sat at his desk, surveying the documents with a smug grin. Lin Jingtian, I am eager to see how you plan to contend with me this time. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed his eyes. Secretary Yi, the project manager from the Chun Corporation has insisted that you negotiate with them before they agree to collaborate with us. You are aware that our company has been facing significant losses recently. This is a major project, and we must secure it. Secretary Yi, I entrust this task to you, Manager Wang implored, gripping Yi Chu's hand with a beseeching expression. Yi Chu hesitated, glancing at Manager Wang. You know my past with Chen Ziqian. He is my ex-husband. Is it truly appropriate for me to visit his company? The company's interests come first. I have faith in your abilities. You can certainly accomplish this, Manager Wang replied, her gaze unwavering. Feeling the weight of pressure from Manager Wang's determined eyes, Yi Chu sighed. Very well, I shall give it a try. She understood that Chen Ziqian's insistence on her presence at his company likely heralded trouble. Yet, for the sake of Jingtian's company, she resolved to meet him. Upon arriving at the Chen Corporation, the receptionist escorted her to the conference room. Chen Ziqian was already seated, awaiting her arrival. A flicker of barely concealed excitement flashed in his eyes as he saw Yi Chu enter. It has indeed been a long time. I have missed you dearly. My Chu, Chen Ziqian said, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It has been quite a while, indeed, Mr. Chen, Yi Chu replied, her demeanor cold and composed. I have but one condition regarding this collaboration, Chen Ziqian stated directly. What condition? Yi Chu asked, her brows knitting together in suspicion. Marry me. He uttered those three words with an air of casualness, as if discussing the weather. Yi Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such a request from him. Donotiist, Chen Ziqian, you shameless scoundrel. How can you be so brazen? During our marriage, you were fickle and unfaithful, and now that we are divorced, You pursue me relentlessly. You truly are despicable. A cold smile curled at the corners of her lips as she mocked him inwardly. I'm not jesting, Chuxu. I've come to realize that I have always loved you. In the past, I failed to cherish you and appreciate your worth. Now, I genuinely regret it. As long as you are willing to marry me, all the projects of the Chun group can be bestowed upon the Lin group. Chun Ziqian gazed at Yi Chu with profound affection, as if she were an invaluable treasure. A cold smile flickered in Yi Chu's heart. She was well aware that Chun Ziqian's intentions were far from pure. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, but I am already married and I love my husband dearly. Please do not jest. Yi Chu resolutely declined his proposal. With that, she turned to leave the conference room. Yi Chu, if you refuse me, you will surely regret it in the future. One day, I will surpass Lin Jingteng and become the wealthiest person in Country Z. What if his father is the richest? His subsidiary is on the verge of collapsing under my pressure, isn't it? Upon hearing Chun Ziqian's words, Yi Chu hesitated. How arrogant! If toppling the Lin family business were truly that simple, anyone could become the wealthiest in Country Z. Yi Chu found his bravado laughable. Chun Ziqian had become increasingly obsessed. Ultimately, it was due to Lin Jingteng's incompetence in managing the company. Chuxu, I am the most promising business mogul. Following me will surely bring you happiness. At Chun Ziqian's grandiose claims, a smirk of derision curled at the corners of Yi Chu's mouth as she quickened her pace to leave, leaving behind an irate Chun Ziqian. Chun Ziqian, how dare you aspire to surpass Lin Jingteng? The status, position, and wealth of her husband are unattainable for someone like Chun Ziqian, who, at best, is a nouveau riche. He could never compare himself to her husband. Moreover, Lin Jingteng is exceptionally ambitious. His business acumen far surpasses that of a conceited scoundrel like Chun Ziqian. Upon returning to the office, Sister Wang approached her with an anxious expression. Secretary Yi, what happened? Did Mr. Chin agree to give the project to our company? Looking at Sister Wang's eager face, Yi Chu shook her head, feeling somewhat troubled. No, Chun Ziqian. He made an exceedingly unreasonable demand. What demand? Sister Wang asked, her face tense with concern. You want me to marry him in exchange for the project? Yi Chu stated candidly. What? This Chun Ziqian is utterly outrageous. Sister Wang exclaimed, filled with fury. Don't worry, Secretary Yi. We will inform Mr. Lin and let him find a solution. Yi Chu nodded, intending to relay this matter to Lin Jingteng. Lin Jingteng appeared calm, as if this were all part of his expectations. Chuxu, you need not concern yourself with this matter, he said affectionately, ruffling Yi Chu's hair. Husband, do you have a plan? My dear, do not worry about this. Even if we lose this project, I would never allow you to placate Chun Ziqian. Lin Jingteng pulled Yi Chu into his embrace. She lost her balance and found herself seated on his long, straight thigh, her cheeks instantly flushing. Lin Jingteng, you're at it again. Darling, why is your face flushed again? Lin Jingteng inquired knowingly, his gaze fixed on Yi Chu's blushing visage. His long, fair fingers gently caressed her rosy cheeks. Lin Jingteng, please behave yourself at the office and be a little more serious, Yi Chu said, furrowing her delicate brows and pouting in mock annoyance. Lin Jingteng beheld the enchanting beauty in his arms, his large hand resting on her slender waist. He nestled his head into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. His little treasure, she smelled utterly delightful. Yi Chu leaned against Lin Jingteng's broad chest, savoring the refreshing scent that enveloped him. Lin Jingteng. She murmured his name like a spoiled kitten, snuggling closer, her eyes filled with adoration, resembling a well-behaved docile cat. Lin Jingteng gazed at the sweet and obedient Yi Chu in his embrace, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His affection for this charming and captivating woman only deepened. He lowered his head and pressed a tender kiss on her soft lips. After the kiss, Lin Jingteng ran his tongue across his lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He held the woman tightly in his arms, relishing the warmth of this moment. Chun Ziqian, what do you think you are? Daring to compete with him for a woman? Ha! Lin Jingteng scoffed inwardly. Chapter 58. What wind has brought you here, my dear? I shall step out for a moment, Lin Jingteng suddenly declared. Where are you going? Yi Chu inquired, lifting her head from Lin Jingteng's embrace, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Be good. I'm going to settle matters with Chun Ziqian. Please await my return to the company. Lin Jingteng affectionately pinched Yi Chu's small face. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu obediently nodded. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave the office. Not long after Lin Jingteng departed, Yi Chu received a call from Chun Ziqian. Yi Chu, have you made your decision? If you agree to marry me, I will immediately grant your company the project. Chun Ziqian's voice resonated through the phone. Upon hearing this, a smirk of derision crept across Yi Chu's lips. Chun Ziqian, abandon this foolish notion. I shall never agree to your proposal. With that, Yi Chu decisively ended the call. Yi Chu, how dare you hang up on me? Very well. Since you refused my cordial invitation, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chun Ziqian seethed with rage as he stared at the disconnected call. Lin Jingteng made his way directly to the Chun group. Sir, whom are you looking for? The receptionist inquired with a smile regarding Lin Jingteng. I am seeking Chun Ziqian. Lin Jingteng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Looking for General Manager Chun? May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist politely asked. No, just inform him that Lin Jingteng is here. Lin Jingteng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed the receptionist's face. Lin Jingteng? Wasn't he the formidable business magnate rumored to possess great influence? She hastily dialed Chun Ziqian's office. General Chun, Lin Jingteng is here to see you. Upon hearing this, a sneer of disdain surfaced on Chun Ziqian's face. Let him come up. Standing at the entrance of Chun Ziqian's office, Lin Jingteng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in, came Chun Ziqian's voice from within. Lin Jingteng entered, and Chun Ziqian regarded him with a feigned friendliness. Ah, Lin Jingteng, what wind has blown you here? Chun Ziqian, let us not beat around the bush. You should be quite aware of the purpose of my visit today. Lin Jingteng replied, his face a mask of indifference. Oh, is it about the project? Chun Ziqian feigned ignorance, looking at Lin Jingteng with an air of mockery. Do not play coy, Chun Ziqian. I cannot possibly acquiesce to your demands, Lin Jingteng stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Chun Ziqian wiped the smile from his face, replacing it with a look of scorn directed at Lin Jingteng. Lin Jingteng, since you refuse my terms, do not expect to secure the project. Lin Jingteng met Chun Ziqian's gaze with a mocking smile. Chun Ziqian, what are you? Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate with me? Chun Ziqian was thoroughly incensed by Lin Jingteng's words. He slammed his hand on the table and rose from his chair. Lin Jingteng, do you think your company is that formidable? I must tell you, with just a single word from me, your company shall not survive in this industry. Chun Ziqian declared through gritted teeth, fixing his gaze upon Lin Jingteng. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingteng erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing of tales. Chun Ziqian, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that with merely a word from me, your Chun group will struggle to exist in Yicheng? He was the scion of the Beijing elite. Within the entire business circle, who would dare to disrespect his father or disregard Lin Jingteng's authority? Chun Ziqian, upon hearing these words, was instantly incensed. His teeth clenched as he retorted, Are you not merely relying on your father's wealth? Let me assure you, I, Chun Ziqian, am not afraid of you in the slightest. To me, you are nothing at all. Is that so? Then let us wait and see, Lin Jingteng replied coldly, casting aside his words before turning on his heel to leave. As Chun Ziqian watched Lin Jingteng's retreating figure, he furiously hurled the documents on the table to the floor. He understood the truth in Lin Jingteng's words. He must expand his company's ventures even further. In due time, even the Lin Group would have to regard them with a measure of caution. A glint of malice flickered in Chun Ziqian's eyes. Lin Jingteng, we shall see. Upon Lin Jingteng's return to the company, Yi Chu approached him promptly. How'd it go? Was the matter resolved? Yi Chu inquired, her expression laced with concern. Chapter 59. My dear husband, you are so handsome. I adore you. Lin Jingteng gazed at Yi Chu, a tender smile gracing his lips as he reached out to tousle her hair. Rest assured, my dear wife, the matter has been resolved. Chun Ziqian dares not defy the Lin family any longer, and he will no longer trouble you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu felt her anxious heart finally ease. That is wonderful, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she smiled sweetly at Lin Jingteng. She tiptoed, wrapping her arms around his neck, and planted a gentle kiss on his alluring lips. "My dear wife, I have noticed that you have become increasingly obedient," Lin Jingteng remarked, clearly pleased by Yi Chu's affectionate gesture. His large hand found its way to her shapely backside, giving it a firm squeeze. "Yicheu gaspit in surprise." "Lin Jingteng, what are you doing? My dear, do you not know what I desire?" Lin Jingteng's hand traveled upward, resting on Yi Chu's smooth, delicate back as he deftly unbuttoned her blouse. Alarmed, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest, her face flushing a deep crimson. "You rogue!" she exclaimed, clutching herself tightly, fearful that someone might unexpectedly enter the office. Seeing Yi Chu's embarrassed and flustered demeanor, Lin Jingteng chuckled softly. "My dear wife, I know you enjoy my mischievousness." He playfully nibbled on her earlobe, his voice low and enticing. With that, his hand began to wander restlessly, exploring her form. Yi Chu felt her cheeks burn with heat, biting her lip in an effort to stifle any shameful sounds. She tensed, dreading the possibility of an intruder. However, as fate would have it, her fears materialized. Suddenly, the office door swung open. Bai Jing, without so much as a knock, barged in. She stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock as she beheld Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu, her expression darkening instantly. It seemed Lin Qianqian's words had indeed rung true. The man who had once lavished her with affection and respect was now engaged in such audacious acts with Yi Chu in his own office. It was utterly inconceivable. Bai Jing felt a surge of resentment towards the couple before her. She slammed the documents in her hand onto Lin Jingteng's desk, her eyes brimming with tears, portraying a picture of indignation. "Jingteng, how could you engage with Yi Chu in such a manner within the office?" Turning her gaze sharply towards Yi Chu, she spat. "Yi Chu, you are truly shameless. To entice Jingteng during work hours, in the company no less." Yi Chu couldn't help but laugh at Bai Jing's furious expression, as if she were oblivious to the reality of the situation. "My dear Bai, even if my husband and I were to partake in any activities within this office, what business is it of yours?" A mocking smile danced upon her lips. "If I recall correctly, your boyfriend happens to be my husband's brother. With your current demeanor, one might mistakenly think I am the mistress, caught in the act by you. Do you not find yourself rather amusing?" Bai Jing was rendered speechless by Yi Chu's words, her chest rising and falling in anger. Lin Jingteng regarded her coldly and stated, "Bai Jing, tend to your own boyfriend. Furthermore, this is my office. Henceforth, please knock before entering. Should you dare to repeat this transgression, do not blame me for summarily dismissing you. This is my office, and I shall conduct myself as I please. Yi Chu is my wife, so when you address her, mind your language." Having said this, Lin Jingteng stood up, took Yi Chu's hand, and declared, "Let us depart. Do not pay her any mind." As Yi Chu observed Lin Jingteng confronting her former flame with such fervor, she instantly transformed into a smitten admirer. "Wow, darling, you look so handsome. I adore you at this moment." Her eyes sparkled with pink bubbles, gazing at Lin Jingteng with adoration. "My dear, I cherish you as well," Lin Jingteng replied, embracing Yi Chu's delicate waist as they walked together, his tone playful and affectionate, resembling a gentle puppy. Ignoring Bai Jing entirely, Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu exchanged tender moments, wrapped in each other's embrace, radiating sweetness as they strolled away. Left behind, Bai Jing stood frozen, her face a stormy shade of anger as she watched their departing figures, her heart brimming with resentment. She silently vowed to reclaim Lin Jingteng for herself, believing that only she, Bai Jing, deserved him. Yi Chu, a mere product of a small-town, affluent family, surely paled in comparison to her esteemed suitors. How could someone of such a trivial background dare to compete with her? When Bai Jing was making her name, Yi Chu was still in her infancy, unaware of the world. Chapter 60. Involving Yi Chu after facing displeasure from Lin Jingteng, Bai Jing returned to Lin Jiyuan, fuming and ready to report the incident. "Jiyuan, are you aware that your brother and Yi Chu were in the office?" Bai Jing feigned an overwhelming sense of indignation, halting her words as if they were too scandalous to articulate. "Jing, Yi Chu is my sister-in-law. It would not be surprising if she and my brother were to engage in such behavior. Lin Jiyuan remarked, observing Bai Jing's exaggerated reaction with a hint of disapproval. But they were in the office. Bai Jing persisted, unable to suppress her disdain for Yi Chu's audacity and the closeness she shared with Jingteng. Jing, they often display such affection at home too. I have grown accustomed to it. You should as well. After all, my brother has always been unabashedly devoted to Yi Chu, regardless of his setting. How can you speak of your brother in such a manner? It must be that Yi Chu, that shameless woman, is constantly alluring your brother, leading him to behave this way, Bai Jing retorted, unable to tolerate Lin Jiyuan's defense of Lin Jingteng, believing that Yi Chu's incessant seduction was the root of the issue. All right, Jing, do not be upset. How about we go shopping? I'll buy you a gift, Lin Jiyuan suggested soothingly. Very well. Bai Jing's spirits lifted slightly at the mention of shopping and gifts. They ventured out together, exploring various luxury boutiques where Lin Jiyuan purchased an array of gifts for Bai Jing. Yet, her thoughts remained fixated on the image of Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng's flirtation in the office. Jing, what are you thinking about? I brought you out to shop. Aren't you happy? Lin Jiyuan inquired, noticing the cloud of discontent shadowing Bai Jing's face. I'm pondering your brother's relationship with Yi Chu, Bai Jing mumbled. Oh, do not dwell on it. Let them be affectionate, Lin Jiyuan said, taking her hand. Come, there's a jewelry store ahead. Let's take a look. As they entered the jewelry store, the staff greeted them warmly. Lin Jiyuan pointed to a diamond necklace and remarked, This necklace suits you perfectly. Do you like it? I shall purchase it for you. Bai Jing glanced at the necklace, her mind still lingering on Yi Chu. She absent-mindedly nodded, and noticing her lack of enthusiasm, Lin Jiyuan promptly made the purchase. Upon exiting the jewelry store, he observed Bai Jing's continued gloom and proposed, Shall we grab a bite to eat? What would you like? Anything, she replied flatly. Lin Jiyuan led her to an upscale restaurant where they ordered a lavish spread of dishes. However, Bai Jing had no appetite. Bai Jing, can you please be more present? Lin Jiyuan suddenly expressed his displeasure, his expression darkening. Jiyuan, what do you mean by that? Bai Jing inquired, her countenance shifting to one of concern. Set aside your feelings. I know you still harbor affection for my brother, but you must understand, he is already married to Yi Chu. Can you not continue like this anymore? Lin Jiyuan's emotions were nearly in turmoil. He could no longer endure Bai Jing's behavior. He could only blame himself for his profound affection for this woman, which allowed her to persist in her unreasonable antics, while he continued to tolerate her and accompany her in her madness. However, he simply could not bear the sight of Yi Chu's smug expression. Tears welled in Bai Jing's eyes, and in an instant, cascades of sorrow streamed down her cheeks. If that is the case, then allow me to assist you. You will only find joy when Lin Jingteng no longer dotes on Yi Chu, correct? Lin Jing gazed solemnly at Bai Jing, his demeanor indicating he was not jesting. Assist me? Jiyuan, what do you mean? How will you help me? Bai Jing was perplexed by Lin Jiyuan's words. I will help you deal with Yi Chu. Currently, I reside in the private villa purchased by Lin Jingteng, where both Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu are also living. Jiyuan, please, just say it all at once. How do you plan to handle Yi Chu? Bai Jing urged anxiously, as she listened to Lin Jiyuan's half-finished statement. You do not wish to see my brother and Yi Chu so intimately, do you? I can find the right opportunity to ensnare Yi Chu. This way, my brother will undoubtedly cease to favor her. I know him. He is particularly fastidious. If I tarnish Yi Chu, he will certainly find her repugnant. Lin Jiyuan laid out his plan, seeking Bai Jing's consent. Upon hearing Lin Jiyuan's proposition, Bai Jing pondered for a moment, and finally, she made her decision. Jiyuan, I agree. As long as you can make Yi Chu leave your brother, I am willing to do anything. In the conflict between Lin Jiyuan and Lin Jingteng, Bai Jing ultimately chose Lin Jingteng. After all, in her heart, Lin Jiyuan could never compare to Lin Jingteng. Lin Jing gazed at the woman before him, feeling a pang in his heart. Bai Jing was willing to go so far as to have him tarnish Yi Chu, all for the sake of making Lin Jingteng detest her. Did she not care for herself at all? Did she not mind that her boyfriend could sleep with another woman, as long as it served her purpose of inciting Lin Jingteng's disdain for Yi Chu? Jing, do you have feelings for me? Lin Jiyuan's eyes reflected his hurt. Bai Jing was his first love, a treasure he cherished deeply. Yet, He never anticipated that Bai Jing had always regarded his brother as more significant than him. Silly. How could I like you if I were willing to be your girlfriend? A sweet smile graced Bai Jing's face as she observed Lin Jingteng's wounded expression, a surge of pride swelling within her. Nevertheless, she suppressed her emotions, for her greatest delight lay in having men revolve around her, captivated and enamored to the point of being unable to extricate themselves. Such a reality satisfied her vanity immensely. Chapter 61. The Unattainable. All right, Jing, remember, this is your promise. If something were to transpire between me and Yi Chu in the future, I hope you won't hold it against me, Lin Jingteng said earnestly, gazing at Bai Jing. Bai Jing, observing Lin Jingteng's serious demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of regret. Yet, the thought of Lin Jingteng and how he spent each day in Yi Chu's company caused her heart to ache anew. That one tea happened, Jiyuan. I understand that you are doing this for my sake. How could I possibly blame you? Bai Jing replied, her eyes filled with deep affection. Lin Jingteng regarded Bai Jing, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Jiyuan, I promise you, regardless of what transpires in the future, I will never blame you. As Lin Jingteng looked at Bai Jing, a smile unexpectedly spread across his face. He couldn't fathom why he felt compelled to smile. Perhaps it was a jest at his own foolishness, or perhaps at Bai Jing's apparent ruthlessness. Nevertheless, since this was her desire, he resolved to help her realize it. All right, Jing, I promise you. Bai Jing beamed with satisfaction as she gazed at Lin Jingteng. The moment he seduced Yi Chu, she was certain Lin Jingteng would abandon her. Only then could she be with Lin Jingteng. The thought filled her with glee. However, observing Bai Jing's radiant smile, Lin Jingteng was engulfed by bitterness. He was uncertain how long he and Bai Jing could endure this predicament, nor did he know if he should be pursuing this course of action. As long as Bai Jing remained by his side, he vowed never to leave her. Should Lin Jingteng divorce Yi Chu, then she would have her chance. The thought of Lin Jingteng once again belonging to her made Bai Jing's heart race with exhilaration. She envisioned Lin Jingteng rekindling his affections for her. Jin, you are truly wonderful, Bai Jing said joyfully, her gaze fixed upon him. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that Lin Jingteng was about to encroach upon Yi Chu. In Bai Jing's eyes, only Lin Jingteng mattered. Everyone and everything else faded into insignificance. Lin Jingteng, watching her joy, felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. As long as Jing is happy, I would do anything, he thought, affectionately ruffling her hair. Bai Jing basked in the warmth of his affection, appearing completely immersed in the love Lin Jingteng bestowed upon her. Jiyuan, rest assured, once Lin Jingteng divorces Yi Chu, I will marry you, she declared, her face aglow with happiness as she articulated her promise to him. Lin Jingteng observed Bai Jing's blissful expression, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. Did she truly perceive him as inconsequential? Jing, do not worry. I will ensure your satisfaction, he vowed, his gaze imbued with deep emotion. Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's words, Bai Jing joyfully leapt into his embrace. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you, Lin Jingteng declared before turning and departing. Bai Jing gazed at Lin Jingteng's retreating figure, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Yi Chu, await your downfall. After leaving Bai Jing, Lin Jingteng made his way directly to a bar. He sought solace in alcohol, perplexed by Bai Jing's actions. Was he truly so insignificant in her eyes? As he drank, attempting to drown his sorrows, the more he consumed, the clearer his mind became. Visions of Bai Jing's face and her words flooded his thoughts. Jiyuan, help me. If you can make Yi Chu leave your brother, I will do anything. Rest assured, once Lin Jingteng divorces Yi Chu, I shall marry you. These two sentences lingered in his mind like an unyielding spell. Suddenly, Lin Jingteng felt foolish for allowing himself to be entangled with his sister-in-law for the sake of a woman. Yet, he could not refuse Bai Jing's demands, for he was hopelessly in love with her. What a curse I have brought upon myself, he muttered in frustration, unable to comprehend why his first love was so bitter. Just then, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced at the screen. Bai Jing was calling. Jing, what is it? He answered. Jiyuan, come sleep at my place tonight. Her voice chimed through the receiver. Instantly, he understood her intention. Although they had been dating for some time, as it was his first relationship, he was quite bashful and had always respected her boundaries. Despite their lengthy courtship, they had yet to breach that final layer of intimacy. Now, with her inviting him over for the night, his spirits lifted. "All right, Jing, wait for me. I shall be there shortly." He ended the call and swiftly departed the bar, heading straight to Bai Jing's home. The following morning, as Lin Jingteng awoke beside the peacefully sleeping Bai Jing, a tender smile spread across his face. He had finally won her over. He had become her man. Bai Jing stirred and looked at Lin Jingteng, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "Jing, you are truly beautiful," he said, gazing at her with deep affection. Her cheeks reddened further at his words. "Jingteng, you always know how to make me happy," she replied playfully, casting a shy glance at him. "Jing, I mean it. You are genuinely lovely," he reiterated, his gaze fixed on her. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Last night, he had sensed that Bai Jing might not embody the self-respecting girl he had imagined. He harbored a vague suspicion that she had been with many men before him. It was his first experience, yet he distinctly felt that it was not hers, and that she had likely been involved with several others prior. Lin Jingteng distinctly recalled that Bai Jing had previously confided in him that she had never been with any man. Yet, why did he feel that she did not resemble a maiden in the slightest? Contemplating this, Lin Jingteng's expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 62, Unexpectedly. Yichu is quite remarkable. Jing, did you not claim to be a virgin? Yet, why did I feel you were anything but inexperienced last night? Have you deceived me? Lin Jingteng's expression darkened. He despised being lied to, and Bai Jing's face paled instantaneously, taken aback by Lin Jingteng's sudden inquiry. "I did not deceive you. I truly am a novice." Her voice trembled slightly. Upon observing Bai Jing's tearful demeanor, Lin Jingteng's heart ached. All right, Jing, please don't cry. I believe you. It was my fault. I should not have said that." Bai Jing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, appearing even more grieved. "Jing, how could you doubt me? Is our bond so fragile?" Seeing her distress nearly shattered Lin Jingteng's heart. He quickly embraced Bai Jing, offering comfort. "Jing, I am sorry. I was wrong to doubt you. Please stop crying, will you?" As Bai Jing gazed at Lin Jingteng's concerned expression, she realized her deception had successfully eluded him. And relief washed over her. Feeling a surge of triumph, she thought, "Lin Jingteng, you think you can compete with me? You still have much to learn." Bai Jing understood she had complete control over Lin Jingteng. He would follow her every command without hesitation. "Jingteng, you must fulfill your promise to me. Do you understand?" she said seriously. "Rest assured, Jing, I will keep my word," Lin Jingteng replied, his face radiating affection. Bai Jing, satisfied with his response, nodded. "Jingteng, as long as you assist me, once Lin Jingteng divorces Yichu, I will marry you." Upon hearing this, a joyful smile instantly graced Lin Jingteng's face. "Really? Jing, would you truly marry me?" "Of course, Jingteng. Would I lie to you?" "Wonderful. Jing, do not worry. I will ensure Yichu leaves my brother." Bai Jing observed Lin Jingteng's earnest expression, a proud smile emerging on her face. Yichu, just wait and see. The man I, Bai Jing. Desire will not slip through my fingers." After departing from Bai Jing's residence, Lin Jingteng headed directly to Lin Jingteng's home. At this moment, Yichu was taking a shower, while Lin Jingteng was still out due to social engagements. Once she finished her bath, Yichu emerged clad in a white silk camisole nightgown. Given that she was alone at home, she felt comfortable dressing casually for bed. It was already 10 in the evening. Having just completed her shower, she stepped out of the bathroom. As she opened the door, she was startled to find Lin Jingteng standing in the living room. Their eyes met, and Yichu suddenly recalled that the neckline of her nightgown was rather low, exposing her alluring curves. A blush of embarrassment crept across her cheeks as she hurriedly covered her neckline. "Lin Jingteng, why are you coming back so late? I thought you wouldn't return here to sleep," Yichu remarked with a displeased expression, as Lin Jingteng opened the door and stepped into the living room. He was met with the sight of Yichu emerging, clad in a delicate spaghetti strap nightgown. His gaze was transfixed upon her figure, and in an instant, his face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that Yichu possessed such allure. Upon entering, he was greeted by such a vivid and captivating scene. Lin Jingteng felt a wave of shyness wash over him, his heart racing with a fervor that made him feel as though his nosebleed were imminent. Chapter 63. How could you, a woman, so casually lay your hands on a man? Hey, how could you dress like that and go out? I think I should return to my room first. Lin Jingteng's face flushed crimson, even his ears turning red. Yichu observed that Lin Jingteng seemed different today. Was it possible that he was shy upon seeing her? The thought ignited a playful impulse within her to tease him. Jingteng, why are you in such a hurry to return to your room? Are you afraid I might devour you? Yichu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She quickly caught up to Lin Jingteng and pulled him back to her. Feeling the delicate touch of her hand on his shoulder, Lin Jingteng tensed, his heartbeat quickening, anxiety enveloping him. Yichu turned him to face her, and their faces were so close that she could clearly see the flush on his cheeks. Lin Jingteng, in turn, found himself unable to meet her gaze, his eyes darting away. Jingteng, what has gotten into you today? Why are you avoiding eye contact while speaking with me? Yichu found his bashfulness utterly delightful. Playfully, she pinched his handsome face, only to discover that it was burning with embarrassment. Yet, his skin was remarkably smooth and supple. As Lin Jingteng gazed at Yichu, who dared to tease him, he suddenly recalled Bai Jing's suggestion for him to sleep with her. But here he was, feeling shy and wanting to flee upon seeing her. No, he couldn't be so cowardly. Thus, Lin Jingteng fixed his gaze upon Yichu. However, when he noticed her alluring figure subtly revealed beneath her strapped dress, his face turned crimson once more. This woman's physique was simply exquisite. Lin Jingteng thought to himself that Yichu was stunningly beautiful, and her body was equally captivating. Dressed as she was, he found himself too intimidated to look at her directly. Yichu, how can you so carelessly touch a man? Lin Jingteng endeavored to avert his gaze from her form, wearing an expression of displeasure as he regarded her face. Upon witnessing the sudden seriousness etched across Lin Jingteng's visage, Yichu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jingteng, I didn't expect you to be quite adorable, she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Lin Jingteng beheld her radiant smile, a sly grin forming on his lips. This woman dared to toy with him. Without warning, he pulled Yichu into his embrace, a wave of fragrance enveloping him. This woman smells divine. Lin Jingteng tilted his head back, inhaling the scent deeply from the smooth curve of her neck. Yichu was momentarily taken aback by his boldness. As she regained her senses, she began to struggle to free herself from his hold. Lin Jingteng, what are you doing? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion as she fought against his tight grip. Yichu, weren't you just teasing me a moment ago? Why have you stopped now? Do continue if you're capable. Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he watched her struggle. This woman was indeed beautiful, and the sensation of holding her was rather delightful. Lin Jingteng gazed at the alluring woman struggling in his embrace, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Bai Jing had allowed him to lay his hands on Yichu, and with such exquisite beauty before him, he felt he had not lost out at all. Suddenly, an impulsive thought crossed his mind. Details omitted here. She was struck with regret for her earlier actions. She had momentarily forgotten that Lin Jingteng was also a fully grown man. Yichu observed the unabashed desire in Lin Jingteng's eyes, a reflection of the same longing she had encountered with Lin Jingteng in bed. A sudden realization dawned upon her. It was the undeniable craving of a man for a woman. Fear gripped her. Jin, I beg you, please let me go. Yichu pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation as she looked up at Lin Jingteng. He regarded the sensual woman in his arms, her supplicating demeanor intensifying the depth of his gaze. Do you dare to tease me still? Lin Jingteng's face inched closer to Yichu's, almost brushing against her lips. She could feel the warmth of his breath enveloping her. She vowed never to provoke him again. I won't do it again. You can let me go now, can't you? Chapter 64. Will you dare to dress like this again? Lin Jingteng gazed at Yichu's pitiful eyes, suddenly relishing the thrill of this mischievous prank. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Yichu, why are you so afraid of me? What harm is there in letting me hold you for a moment? The image of Yichu's white camisole being lifted by him flashed through Lin Jingteng's mind, revealing her alluring figure in a tantalizing manner. The thought sent a rush of blood through him. Yichu, will you dare to dress like this again? You must understand that I am a normal man. His voice was deep and seductive, as if he were desperately restraining himself. As Chu listened to Lin Jiyuan's flirtatious words, her face flushed instantly. His breath brushed against her ear, sending tingles down her spine, for he was far too close. She felt on the verge of collapse, yearning to escape his grasp. Dressed in a sheer white silk nightgown, she felt the intensity of his embrace, which was undeniably intimate. What if Lin Jingteng returned? How could she possibly explain this situation? However, Lin Jiyuan's grip was astonishingly strong, rendering her utterly immobile. Desperate to break free, Chu squirmed, hoping her movements would compel him to relent. Observing her struggle, Lin Jiyuan's dark eyes deepened with intrigue. Damn it, why must this woman be so stunning and seductive? It was one thing for her to be beautiful and alluring, but why must she flaunt her white camisole before him? Even if Bai Jing had not urged him to pursue Chu, he would still find it impossible to resist her enticing presence. Chu, you cannot possibly have dressed like this on purpose to tempt me, can you? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Jiyuan's lips. Enough, Lin Jiyuan, Chu exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration any longer. How could he act this way? Why was he so quick to anger? I merely wished to jest with you. Lin Jiyuan chuckled softly, suddenly releasing her. As soon as she was free, Chu bit down hard on his arm. Lin Jiyuan winced in pain. Seeing his reaction, a sly smile crept onto her lips. Lin Jiyuan, if you dare to treat me like this again, it will not be merely a bite next time. Lin Jiyuan observed her anger, still finding her irresistibly charming. Even adorably so. A devilish grin appeared on his face. Not just a bite? Then, perhaps you wish to take a larger bite? Upon hearing his words, Chu's face turned crimson. Lin Jiyuan, you rogue. She raised her hand, intent on striking his handsome face. In an instant, Lin Jiyuan seized her delicate wrist, a cold smile playing on his lips. I'm not a paragon of virtue. Who allowed you to dress this way? I cannot guarantee that I won't do something peculiar to you. Moreover, if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall. Lin Jiyuan said, his gaze intensely fixated on the strap of Chu's dress. He suddenly leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her face. In a hushed tone, he whispered, I might just push you onto the sofa. Upon hearing Lin Jiyuan's words, Chu's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She forcefully shook off his hand. Terrified by his declaration, she instinctively retreated, maintaining a safe distance from him. The look in Lin Jiyuan's eyes conveyed a man's desire to conquer a woman. She understood that he was not jesting. Regret washed over Chu as she reflected on her earlier decision to disregard Lin Jingteng's advice and remain close to Lin Jiyuan. She had naively believed that, no matter how wicked Lin Jiyuan might be, he could not possibly be that terrible. Lin Jiyuan, how could you behave this way? I must ensure that your brother disciplines you properly, Chu exclaimed, covering herself with her hands, glaring at Lin Jiyuan. Upon hearing her mention Lin Jingteng, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Lin Jiyuan's charming visage. Chu, do you think that invoking my brother will intimidate me? He scoffed, looking at her with disdain. Chu, incensed by his words, felt her face burn with indignation. With an angry huff, she turned and retreated to her room. It appeared that communicating with her troublesome brother was utterly futile. Chapter 65. The Battle of 300 Rounds upon Lin Jingteng's return. She was determined to ensure that he properly disciplined Lin Jiyuan. Lin Jin gazed at the graceful figure of Chu as she departed, and the desire in his dark eyes intensified. He had just managed to restrain himself with great difficulty. Chu was simply too alluring, and he had almost lost control. However, there was no rush. Time was on his side. After Chu entered her room, she promptly locked the door. As she lay on the bed, teetering on the edge of slumber, Lin Jingteng returned. He knocked on the door, calling, Chuxu, open the door. Hearing Lin Jingteng's voice, Chu sprang from the bed to let him in. The moment he stepped inside, she was greeted by the overwhelming scent of alcohol emanating from him. He stumbled into the room. Jingteng, why have you drunk so much? Chu asked, supporting him as she spoke. Lin Jingteng, overwhelmed by the softness and fragrance of the woman beside him, pulled her into his arms. Baby, tonight we shall engage in a battle of 300 rounds. Chu. She looked at Lin Jingteng, whose cheeks were flushed and who was swaying unsteadily, utterly speechless. Jingteng, you're inebriated. How can you still think of such things? It seemed Lin Jingteng did not hear her words. His fervent kisses cascaded upon Yichu's fair neck. Observing his adorable demeanor in his drunken state, she gazed affectionately at his handsome face. She attempted to push him away, but her efforts were futile. Nevertheless, her resistance only served to further ignite his desires. Lin Jingteng swept Yichu into his arms, laying her upon the bed, and he hastily removed the constraints of her clothing. As he gazed upon the beauty beneath him, his eyes deepened with intensity. A wicked smile curved at the corners of Lin Jingteng's lips as he leaned in closer. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the soft bed. Yichu slowly opened her eyes. Spotting Lin Jingteng sleeping peacefully beside her, she recalled the events of the previous night, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. She gently nudged him. "Darling, it's time to get up." Lin Jingteng turned over, pulling Yichu tightly into his embrace, murmuring, "Baby, let us sleep a little longer." His voice carried a hint of childishness, reminiscent of an adorable puppy. She helplessly pushed against him, but he only tightened his hold. "Lin Jingteng, let go. I need to wash up," Yichu playfully chided. Reluctantly, he released her, allowing her to rise from the bed and head to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed the remnants of fatigue on her face, along with marks left by Lin Jingteng. Yichu mused to herself about this fellow, who could still be so formidable even when intoxicated. Seeing him sleep so soundly, she couldn't bring herself to wake him. After washing up and changing into fresh attire, Yichu prepared to venture out to buy breakfast for Lin Jingteng. She quietly opened the door, casting one last glance at the still sleeping Lin Jingteng before stepping out of the room. As she opened the door, she was greeted by Lin Jiyuan standing in the living room. "Good morning," he said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, his gaze fixed intently on Yichu. Ignoring his presence, Yichu walked past him and opened the door to step outside, intending to visit the breakfast shop she and Lin Jingtian often frequented. With her car keys in hand, she made her way to the garage. "Yichu, why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Jiyuan's deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed behind her. Startled, she turned to face him, her expression cold. "What are you following me for?" she asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. "Why do you regard me with such a fierce look?" Lin Jiyuan's gaze was piercing, causing her heart to race. This guy had been trailing her. She couldn't help but wonder if he had ulterior motives. "I ask you again, why are you following me?" Yichu's demeanor remained indifferent. "I'm not going to eat you. Are you intentionally trying to keep your distance from me?" A teasing smile danced on Lin Jiyuan's lips. Yichu remained silent, choosing to ignore him as she prepared to enter her car. "I'm hungry," he suddenly said, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Yichu hesitated for a moment, then turned to him and replied coolly, "I'm going to buy breakfast. What do you want? I can get it for you. Let us go together." Lin Jiyuan suddenly adopted a charming, childlike tone. Yichu couldn't help but feel exasperated at his antics. It was clear that he and Lin Jingtian were indeed brothers, both adept at charming her, and they both managed to look quite handsome while doing so. "I warn you, Lin Jiyuan, do not act like you did yesterday," she said, glaring at him fiercely. Lin Jiyuan chuckled softly in response. "Yichu, are you misunderstanding something?" "I'm simply hungry and wish to accompany you to buy breakfast," he replied innocently. Looking into his seemingly genuine eyes, Yichu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing perhaps she had overthought the situation. She offered him an awkward smile. "Get in the car," she said, stepping inside and shutting the door behind her. Chapter 66. This fellow, does he possess no sense of boundaries? Lin Jiyuan took his place in the passenger seat. Yichu was focused on driving, while Lin Jiyuan observed her intently. Today, as he scrutinized the woman beside him, he realized she was truly stunning. Her fair skin, exquisite and captivating features, alluring figure, and the cool aura that enveloped her all stirred a ripple in Lin Jiyuan's heart. He mused silently that in his 20-odd years of life, he had never encountered a woman more beautiful than Yichu. However, he pondered, why did such a beautiful woman always appear so aloof? Suddenly, he noticed a flower shop by the roadside, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Yichu, please stop," he said softly. Yichu cast him a puzzled glance, but promptly pulled over. Lin Jiyuan exited the car and entered the flower shop, leaving Yi Chu feeling somewhat curious about his actions. Inside the shop, his gaze wandered among the flowers until it settled on the aurora borealis. He approached it, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to purchase it. Such a beautiful flower deserved to be given to a beautiful person. And a charming smile crept across Lin Jiyuan's lips. At that moment, the shop owner approached him, her face alight with a warm smile. "Handsome, buying flowers for your girlfriend?" Lin Jing, taken aback by her enthusiasm, unexpectedly returned a radiant smile. Yes, he nodded instinctively, perhaps subconsciously enjoying the shop owner's words, thus refraining from denying them. The shop owner, captivated by the young man's striking good looks, found herself enchanted by his smile. "You have exquisite taste. You've chosen the best-selling flower in our shop. This flower, the aurora borealis, symbolizes the northern lights, and I shall appear before dawn. It is perfect for a gift to your girlfriend. She will undoubtedly adore it." The shop owner, brimming with excitement and joy, continued to chatter animatedly. "How could I not chat with such a handsome young man who comes to buy flowers? Who says an ant can't admire handsome men? An ant can still harbor a youthful heart." "I'll take it," Lin Jiyuan said, paying for the flower and turning to leave the shop. Back in the car, he presented the flower to Yi Chu. "This is for you." Yi Chu stared at him in disbelief, utterly astonished by Lin Jiyuan's sudden gesture. What did this mean? "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it," she replied with a faint smile. "Yi Chu, if you dare refuse it, I will." Lin Jiyuan suddenly leaned closer, his face nearly touching hers. What are you doing?" Yi Chu exclaimed, her body tensing, her voice trembling. "Chu, please accept it. Otherwise, I shall engage in some peculiar antics with you in the car." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Jiyuan's lips. Yi Chu gazed into the eyes of Lin Jiyuan, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She had suspected all along that he could not merely have ventured out for breakfast. The striking features of Lin Jiyuan were vividly illuminated before her. His fair skin and extraordinarily handsome visage were tantalizingly close. Yi Chu could distinctly perceive the subtle fragrance of his cologne. Although Lin Jiyuan possessed remarkable good looks, how could this fellow exhibit such a complete lack of boundaries? Moreover, he had the audacity to call her Chuxu now. Chapter 67. Would you care to try with me? Yi Chu recalled that only Lin Jingteng would address her in such a manner. Lin Jiyuan referred to her as Chuxu, but what did that signify? As she gazed at Lin Jiyuan, an urge to admonish him surged within her. Yet, confronted by his unwavering stare, she found herself rendered speechless, gripped by a palpable fear that he might, in a moment of excitement, act out of line within the confines of the car. "I'll accept it," she ultimately conceded, accepting the flowers he had presented. Lin Jiyuan regarded her with satisfaction as a smile graced his lips. "Now that is more like it." He affectionately ruffled her hair, akin to how one might caress a kitten. As Yi Chu beheld Lin Jiyuan's playful demeanor, a longing to deliver a well-deserved reprimand surged within her. "Chuxu, I am hungry. Let us drive and fetch some breakfast," he asserted, straightening in his seat, his almond-shaped eyes twinkling with mischief as he cast a flirtatious glance her way. Yi Chu pondered, perplexed by his recent peculiar behavior. "What has gotten into you these days? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Unable to restrain her curiosity, she questioned him. "Chuxu, it's because you're simply too beautiful. I can't help but gaze at you," Lin Jiyuan replied, drawing closer, his eyes fixated on hers, a playful smirk adorning his face. "I believe your striking looks are a poor match for my brother," he continued, his eyelashes dark and long, his expression innocent as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu's demeanor darkened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to eject him from the vehicle. "Lin Jiyuan, if you persist in your nonsense, I will throw you out of the car," she warned. "Chuxu, please don't be upset. Don't you think what I've said holds some truth? My brother truly does not deserve you. He is older than me, lacks your charm, and is utterly unromantic. You two are simply incompatible," Lin Jiyuan stated earnestly, his gaze unwavering. Yi Chu was taken aback by his earnest disparagement of his brother. She turned away and shot him a fierce glare. "So, what you're implying is that I am better suited for you rather than your brother." "Chuxu, you're quite astute. That is precisely my point," Lin Jiyuan replied, his face breaking into a radiant grin. I am younger, and in that regard, undoubtedly more adept. His eyes gleamed with mischief, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Chuxu, would you care to try with me? Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's audacious proposition, Chu's face flushed crimson. How could this scoundrel utter such words? A sudden impulse to kick him out of the car surged within her. Clenching her fists, she yearned to land a punch on his cheek. Lin Jingteng, what absurdity are you spouting? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall indeed toss you from the vehicle. She retorted, her voice laced with indignation. I was merely jesting. Why are you so agitated? Could it be that you genuinely wish to try with me? Lin Jingteng's smile broadened, his gaze unyielding and teasing. Lin Jingteng. Chuxu was so infuriated by Lin Jingteng that she found herself speechless. She had no desire to engage with him any further and cast him a disdainful glance. Without hesitation, she started the car and drove towards the breakfast shop. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the establishment, and Chuxu parked it before entering the breakfast shop alongside Lin Jingteng. Upon seeing Chuxu, the shop owner immediately greeted her with warmth. As he glanced at Lin Jingteng beside her, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. This man was strikingly handsome. Yet, he couldn't help but notice a remarkable resemblance between this man and another charming fellow who frequently accompanied Chuxu. Could it be that all handsome men bear a striking similarity? The owner mused to himself. Owner, I would like 2 bowls of soy milk, 2 baskets of soup dumplings, and 2 youtiao. Please pack them up. Thank you, Chuxu instructed the owner. As both she and Lin Jingteng relished the dumplings and soy milk from this particular breakfast shop. Turning to Lin Jingteng, she coldly inquired, what would you like to eat? I want the same as you, Lin Jingteng replied, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a fox. He leaned in closer to Chuxu and murmured, Chuxu, you are truly kind to me. Sharing the same breakfast feels like a couple's morning meal. Chuxu. She genuinely wished to give Lin Jingteng a good beating. If it weren't for the fact that he was Lin Jingteng's brother, she would be tempted to slap him. Lin Jingteng was utterly shameless, and she felt an urge to question how he had grown up. However, when it came to shamelessness, both Lin Jingteng and Lin Jingteng were equally matched. Owner, add 1 more bowl of soy milk, a basket of soup dumplings, and an additional youtiao. Chuxu instructed the owner. Certainly. Please hold on a moment, the owner replied before promptly turning to prepare their breakfast. In no time, the owner had their breakfast packed, and Chuxu collected it, settled the payment, and exited the breakfast shop with Lin Jingteng. Back in the vehicle, Chuxu handed the breakfast to Lin Jingteng. Here, Lin Jingteng accepted the breakfast, opened the car door, and settled into his seat. Chapter 68. My husband is not just hungry throughout the journey. Chuxu remained silent, while Lin Jingteng incessantly sought to engage her in conversation, playfully teasing her. After enduring his antics for the entire ride, she finally returned to the Qingshan villa. Upon alighting from the car, she grabbed the breakfast and hurried away, hoping to evade Lin Jingteng. She walked briskly, but Lin Jingteng kept pace behind her. Chuxu, why are you walking so fast? Lin Jingteng matched her speed, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Chuxu reminded mute. Observing her increased urgency, Lin Jingteng's amusement deepened. Suddenly, he dashed to her side and enveloped her in his arms. Ah! Chuxu gasped in surprise, turning to find Lin Jingteng closely holding her. Lin Jingteng, what are you doing? Let me go, she exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. Chuxu, let me hold you for a moment, he insisted, refusing to release her. His gaze was filled with mischief as he watched her squirm within his embrace, a wicked smile lingering on his lips. He then playfully pinched her slender waist. Ah! Chuxu squealed as Lin Jingteng's surprise attack caught her off guard, causing her to hurriedly escape his grasp. She was particularly sensitive to tickling, especially around her waist. Lin Jingteng, she glared at him in indignation. Who told you to ignore me? He smirked, a devilish glint in his eyes. If you continue to disregard me, it won't just be a pinch next time. His gaze suddenly fixated on her prominent figure. Chuxu felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, instinctively crossing her arms defensively. Lin Jingteng, you rogue, she chastised, a mix of shame and fury evident in her tone. Chuxu, I only wish to be a rogue towards you, he replied, his eyes laden with innuendo. But Bai Jing is your girlfriend, isn't she? If you desire a woman, Go seek her. Do not look at me like that. Yi Chu retorted angrily, sprinting away without a backward glance, fearful that Lin Jingteng would pursue her and continue his antics. Lin Jin, however, sauntered leisurely behind her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yi Chu, we have plenty of time ahead. The slow game is far more interesting. He mused inwardly, finding joy in their time together. Yi Chu hurried back to the Qingshan villa, opening the door to find Lin Jingteng already awake. Clad in a white bathrobe, he sat on the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap as he intently focused on something. His handsome visage was breathtaking. Seeing Lin Jingteng, a smile of happiness graced Yi Chu's lips. She realized that every time she laid eyes on him, her smile involuntarily brightened. She adored this man. Upon hearing the door, Lin Jingteng lifted his gaze towards the entrance. "Wife, you're back," he called out. Observing her breathless state, he inquired curiously, "Chuxu, did you run back?" I suddenly felt like jogging, so I thought I would give it a try." Yi Chu casually fabricated an excuse. She could hardly confess to Lin Jingteng that she had fled in anger after being teased by that scoundrel, Lin Jingteng. "Darling, come here." Lin Jingteng beckoned to Yi Chu, who approached him and settled onto his long, straight legs. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Yi Chu encircled his neck with her arms, resting her head on his shoulder, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped him. "What did you buy for breakfast?" Lin Jingteng inquired with a smile, eyeing the breakfast Yi Chu held. "Soy milk, steamed dumplings, and youtiao. Everything you love," she replied, cheerfully extracting the food from the bag and placing on a coffee table. Lin Jingteng gazed at her, his eyes brimming with affection. "Hurry and eat your breakfast. It will taste less delightful if it gets cold." "No rush, dear. Just leave it there. We'll eat it shortly," he said, holding her softly at the waist, his voice deep and husky, as if suppressing something within. "Sweetheart, I'm not merely hungry." He pressed his lips against her fair neck. Yi Chu's cheeks flushed instantly. She was fully aware of Lin Jingteng's implications. "You naughty boy." She gently pushed him away, yet he tightened his embrace. Lin Jingteng's lips brushed against her ear as he whispered, "Chuxu." Following that, his kisses cascaded delicately over her body. Initially shy, Yi Chu soon found herself unable to restrain her emotions as Lin Jingteng's teasing became increasingly tantalizing. She wrapped her arms around his neck, murmuring, "Lin Jingteng, you rascal." Her voice was sweet and tender. The two lost themselves in an intimate kiss, oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Lin Jingteng stood in the living room, intrigued by the scene before him. Yi Chu, that little woman, was so shy in his presence. How had she transformed into such a captivating figure before his brother? Chapter 69. Do not engage in affection in the living room. With a sudden thud, Lin Jin inadvertently kicked a stool, producing a loud noise. This unexpected sound immediately startled the two individuals entwined on the sofa. Lin Jingteng raised his head and caught sight of Lin Jingteng standing in the living room. "Lin Jingteng, when did you return?" Lin Jingteng frowned, his expression one of displeasure as he regarded his brother. Lin Jin gazed at them with an impassive countenance, remaining silent. He strode directly towards his room and forcefully shut the door behind him. Observing this, Lin Jingteng's expression darkened further. This boy is becoming increasingly outrageous. "Jingteng, perhaps we should refrain from being affectionate in the living room in the future. It's not appropriate for your brother to witness," Yi Chu murmured. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. "Let's not forget, he is also an adult man," she added quietly. "Understood." Lin Jingteng turned to the bashful Yi Chu, a tender smile gracing his lips. "My dear, shall we continue?" Before he could finish, he leaned in and captured Yi Chu's soft lips with his own. "Lin Jingteng, stop it. Didn't we just agree not to engage in such behavior in the living room?" Yi Chu pushed him away, her elegant brows furrowing in displeasure. Lin Jingteng had been teasing her for days. If he were to witness her intimate moments with Lin Jingteng, it would be disastrous. She shuddered at the thought, not daring to contemplate further. "My dear, let us retire to the bedroom," Lin Jingteng declared, lifting Yi Chu in his arms and striding towards their chamber. He gently placed her upon the soft bed, leaning over her. "Lin Jingteng, why are you behaving like this so early in the morning?" Yi Chu protested, her hands resting against his chest as she gazed at him with a bashful expression. "My dear, I am hungry." Lin Jingteng's voice was gravelly, his eyes shimmering with fervent desire. "You are incorrigible." Before Yi Chu could finish her sentence, Lin Jingteng silenced her with a kiss. His kiss was both commanding and passionate, rendering her utterly defenseless. Yi Chu bit her lower lip, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. At that moment, a sound suddenly emanated from Lin Jiyuan's room. Both Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu halted their actions, startled. Lin Jingteng's brows knitted together in displeasure. Though he was vexed that their moment had been interrupted, he nonetheless stood up, prepared to confront his brother. "Lin Jiyuan, what was that noise just now?" Lin Jingteng inquired impatiently. However, there was no response from the room. Frowning, he pushed open Lin Jiyuan's door. Inside, he found Lin Jiyuan sitting on the floor, an expression of anguish on his face. "Lin Jiyuan, what is the matter?" Lin Jingteng approached him immediately, concern etched on his features. "Brother, I am fine. I simply had a little fall," Lin Jiyuan replied. Lin Jing gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. "Are you certain? Are you really okay?" Lin Jingteng regarded Lin Jiyuan with a look of skepticism. This lad seemed rather peculiar today. "I'm fine. You may leave now." "I need to change," Lin Jiyuan replied, gently ushering Lin Jingteng out. After casting a glance back at Lin Jiyuan, Lin Jingteng turned and exited the room. As he watched Lin Jingteng's retreating figure, a cold smile crept across Lin Jiyuan's lips. His earlier behavior had been deliberate. He intended to disrupt Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu, thwarting their plans. A hint of a wicked grin appeared on Lin Jiyuan's face. Yi Chu, this woman, he would undoubtedly possess her one day. Chapter 70 Jingjing. "Are you dressed like this specifically to entice me?" Upon this thought, Lin Jiyuan felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. He impatiently tugged at the buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined chest. Just then his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Bai Jing. "Hello, Jingjing, what is it?" he replied coolly. On the other end, Bai Jing furrowed her brows in displeasure. "Jiyuan, must there always be a reason for your calls? Have you been so busy lately that you haven't thought to reach out to me?" Her words carried a hint of dissatisfaction and complaint. She had only asked him to deal with Yi Chu, not to cut off contact entirely. What on earth has Lin Jiyuan been up to these past few days? "Jingjing, I've been preoccupied with figuring out Yi Chu," Lin Jiyuan quickly explained. "Jiyuan, I miss you. You're living with Jingteng now, right? I want to come see you," Bai Jing said in a playful tone. "If you come here, Yi Chu might not take it well." Lin Jiyuan hesitated, responding cautiously. "Jiyuan, you're my boyfriend. Why are you so concerned about her feelings? If you want tea, let me come. Have you considered that I might be unhappy as well?" Bai Jing's voice suddenly rose, her tone turning sharp. "Jingjing, please don't be angry. That's not what I meant." Lin Jiyuan panicked upon realizing Bai Jing was upset. "Then what do you mean?" "Jiyuan, you promised that you would love me forever. You wouldn't have developed feelings for that wretched Yi Chu, would you?" Bai Jing demanded loudly. "Jingjing, what are you saying? How could I possibly like her?" Lin Jiyuan immediately denied. "I'll send you the location on WeChat. You can come over." Fearing Bai Jing's anger, he decided to let her visit. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Upon hearing Lin Jiyuan's agreement for her to come to Lin Jingteng's house, Bai Jing's spirits lifted instantly, her tone softening. "Jiyuan, I knew you loved me the most," she said sweetly. Lin Jiyuan maintained a stoic expression, internally reluctant for Bai Jing to come. He believed that if Yi Chu saw Bai Jing at his brother's house, she would undoubtedly be furious, and he wished to avoid inciting her ire. However, as Bai Jing was his girlfriend, he felt compelled to acquiesce to her wishes. Before long, Bai Jing arrived at Qingshan Villa, following the location Lin Jiyuan had sent her. Observing the grand villa before her, a cold smile crept across her lips. "Yi Chu, once I secure Lin Jingteng, all of this will belong to me. I will certainly drive you away from here." She pressed the doorbell. At that moment, Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu were engrossed in their own world within the room, oblivious to the sound of the doorbell. Hearing the chime, Lin Jiyuan quickly exited his room and opened the door. There stood Bai Jing, clad in a provocative outfit that exuded allure, as if she had come expressly to seduce men. She wore a tight black crop top, showcasing her slender, fair waist, which accentuated her particularly enticing figure. Her lower half was adorned with a pair of low-rise, form-fitting jeans that hugged her curves and elongated legs, accentuating her perfect figure. Bai Jing's feet were encased in elegant black high heels, her movements exuding a captivating allure. Today, she radiated an enticing wildness. "Jing, you've arrived," Lin Jingteng remarked, his gaze lingering on the meticulously styled Bai Jing, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Her appearance today diverged significantly from her usual elegant and demure self. For reasons unknown, she had opted for a more untamed look. However, Lin Jingteng felt that her striking beauty suited this sensual wildness exquisitely. As he observed Bai Jing, who bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chu, he felt a lump form in his throat. Bai Jing, upon seeing Lin Jingteng, immediately leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Jingteng, I've missed you," she cooed, her voice sweetly enchanting, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Jing gazed at the alluring enchantress in his arms, particularly noting her resemblance to Yi Chu, as his dark eyes deepened with intensity. Jing, did you dress like this to entice me?" Lin Jingteng responded, pulling her closer, his fervent kiss landing on her lips. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jing burst into a playful giggle. "You're so naughty, Jingteng," she replied, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she noticed the unmasked desire in his eyes. It seemed her attire had proven to be incredibly effective. She was certain that when Jingteng saw her, he would be compelled to pin her down on the bed. Chapter 71. Let us begin. Bai Jing cast a deliberately alluring glance at Lin Jingteng, playfully pushing him away yet invitingly leaning closer. "Jingteng, please refrain from such behavior. It would not bode well if Jingteng were to see us." Though her words suggested reluctance, her body gravitated toward him with intent. Lin Jingteng, ignited by her teasing, felt a surge of heat. He swept Bai Jing into his arms and strode toward the room. "Jingteng, wait. Do not rush. I have yet to see Jingteng." "Where is he?" Bai Jing's arms encircled Lin Jingteng's neck, her eyes shimmering with seduction, her breath fragrant. "Do not concern yourself with my brother. He is currently occupied in his room with Yi Chu. Let's commence." Lin Jingteng had no desire to entertain Bai Jing's trivialities. Having just witnessed the tender scene between Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng, he was aflame with desire. Now, with Bai Jing at hand, he saw an opportunity to quench his ardor. He was solely focused on the enchanting woman in his embrace. Yet, a flicker of displeasure crossed Bai Jing's eyes. She had meticulously prepared for the evening, not merely to share Lin Jingteng's bed. But how could Lin Jingteng be privy to the intimate activities of Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng? The thought darkened her expression. "Jingteng, how do you know what Jingteng and Yi Chu are doing in the room?" she questioned coldly. Lin Jingteng suddenly realized he had let slip a crucial detail. "I inadvertently stumbled upon them while searching for my brother," he hastily explained, fearing Bai Jing's wrath. "Are you deceiving me? Do you harbor feelings for that wretched Yi Chu?" Bai Jing extricated herself from Lin Jingteng's embrace, hands on her hips as she confronted him loudly. "I have given you my innocence. You cannot betray me. I merely wish for you to seduce Yi Chu, to make her a source of disdain for Lin Jingteng, leading to their divorce. It was never my intention for you to genuinely fall for her." Bai Jing, alarmed at the possibility that Lin Jingteng might truly have feelings for Yi Chu, immediately cautioned him. Lin Jing gazed incredulously at the woman before him, now resembling a shrew rather than the gentle, demure person she once was. His expression soured, brows knitted tightly. "Jing, you misunderstand. I have no affection for Yi Chu. My heart belongs solely to you," he clarified earnestly, recalling that Bai Jing had bestowed her first time upon him. He maintained his composure as he sought to reassure her. "That is a relief," Bai Jing replied, her demeanor softening slightly upon hearing Lin Jing's words. She approached him once more, encircling his neck and cooing, "Jing, let's not delay any further. I can hardly contain my eagerness." A devilish smile curled at the corners of Lin Jingteng's lips as he lifted Bai Jing into his arms, making his way toward the grand bed. Lin Jing's kisses rained down upon Bai Jing like an overwhelming tide. In the throes of passion, he grinned wickedly and remarked, "However, I find myself quite enamored with the way you are now." His dark eyes burned with desire as he gazed at Bai Jing, pleased by her provocative demeanor. Lin Jiyuan suddenly envisioned Bai Jing as Yi Chu, and upon this thought, his excitement intensified. Chu. Lin Jiyuan could not help but utter Yi Chu's name. Bai Jing, who was previously filled with joy, was taken aback upon hearing Lin Jiyuan call her Chu. She froze for a few seconds, and her expression immediately darkened. Lin Jiyuan, what did you just call me? Bai Jing questioned him angrily. The scoundrel, calling out Yi Chu's name while being intimate with her. Lin Jiyuan suddenly realized that he had lost control, his mind consumed by thoughts of Yi Chu, inadvertently letting her name slip. Jing. I was just overly excited and misspoke, Lin Jiyuan explained nonchalantly. Humph. Bai Jing huffed coldly, her demeanor frosty, unwilling to continue. Jing, please don't be upset. I truly just made a mistake. Sweetheart, be good, let us continue. As he spoke, Lin Jiyuan's large hand began to wander once more. Bai Jing felt a rush of warmth ignited by his teasing, and she began to giggle joyfully. Jiyuan, you are such a rascal. If you call me the wrong name again, I shall ignore you forever, she pouted, playfully tapping Lin Jiyuan's well-defined chest. Just as they were about to proceed, the door suddenly swung open. Chapter 72. Manager woman, lest she embarrass herself again. Lin Jingteng, what are you doing here? I am in the middle of something. So please leave, Lin Jiyuan said, his expression filled with displeasure as he glanced at his brother, standing in the doorway. It seemed his brother truly was incapable, having finished with Yi Chu so quickly. Why did you bring Bai Jing home? Lin Jingteng furrowed his brows, his voice icy as he spoke. He averted his gaze from the two entangled figures in the room, feeling uncomfortable. Bai Jing had truly become increasingly shameless, coming to his home and making such repugnant sound while being with his brother. Who permitted you to bring Bai Jing to my house? Do you realize how disgusting her sounds are? Lin Jingteng's frown deepened, his face darkening with discontent. Upon seeing Lin Jingteng open the door, Bai Jing did not bother to cover herself with a blanket. Instead, she greeted him with a seductive demeanor, her large almond-shaped eyes glimmering with flirtation. Lin Jingteng merely cast a disdainful glance at her before turning his attention to Lin Jiyuan. I'll make her keep it down. Just hurry and leave, Lin Jing urged impatiently, aware that such a scene was awkward for both brothers. Oh, who do we have here? Suddenly, Yi Chu appeared at the doorway of Lin Jiyuan's room, her tone laced with mockery. Standing at the entrance, she looked at the naked Bai Jing with a scornful expression. Upon noticing Yi Chu's presence, Bai Jing hastily covered herself with the blanket, yet a hint of a confident smile lingered in her eyes. Yi Chu couldn't help but admire Bai Jing's audacity. The woman had been exposed, yet still managed to smile. Miss Bai, what brings you to my home? Even if you are here to see Lin Jiyuan, there is no need to flaunt yourself in front of my husband, is there? And the way you scream sounds like a rutting sow. How could you behave like this in someone else's home? Do you truly believe that Lin Jingteng would rekindle his affection for you upon hearing your cries? Yi Chu said, laughing as she covered her face. You Yi Chu, don't speak recklessly. Bai Jing's schemes have been laid bare by Yi Chu, and she seethed with indignation. Recklessly? Bai Jing, you come to my home, naked before my husband. Isn't that an intentional attempt to seduce him? Yi Chu's expression darkened as she questioned angrily. Darling, do not stoop to the level of such a shameless woman. Do not be upset. Let us return to our room and continue, Lin Jingteng suddenly interjected, wrapping his arm around Yi Chu's waist and pulling her close. He gazed at her with tenderness, saying, My dear, let us go back. If we linger here any longer, I fear I might be sickened. Lin Jingteng effortlessly lifted Yi Chu in his arms and made his way towards their private quarters. Upon hearing Lin Jingteng's words, Yi Chu's face lit up with joy. All right, darling, let us return. There are matters to attend to. Her laughter was enchanting, her eyes narrowing into delightful crescents, reminiscent of a stunning fox. Lin Jin, keep a tight rein on your woman. Do not allow her to embarrass herself further, Lin Jingteng remarked coldly, casting a glance at Lin Jiyuan before departing with Yi Chu in his embrace. Observing their affectionate departure, Bai Jing ground her teeth in frustration. Lin Jiyuan, behold how Yi Chu humiliates me, she seethed, almost driven to despair by the sight of Lin Jingteng and Yi Chu together. With a sulking expression and tears brimming in her eyes, Bai Jing lamented Lin Jingteng's disdainful remark about wanting to vomit at the sight of her. Could he truly harbor such aversion toward her? How could he treat her in such a manner? Bai Jing was deeply wounded by Lin Jingteng's words, her sorrowful visage evoking Lin Jiyuan's empathy. Jing, do not be upset. Rest assured, once I have secured Yi Chu's affections, I shall see how she remains so self-satisfied, and whether my brother will still desire her. Lin Jin gently consoled the dejected Bai Jing. He could hardly bear to witness her tears, for she was the woman he had secretly cherished for many years. How could he allow her to suffer so deeply before his eyes? Chapter 73. Lin Jiyuan. How dare you disdain me? Jin, you must devise a way to win over that wretched Yi Chu. Make her fall for you. Then cast her aside and tarnish her reputation. I want Lin Jingteng to despise her, to abhor her, Bai Jing declared fiercely, her gaze fixed upon Lin Jiyuan. At this moment, Bai Jing was solely focused on persuading Lin Jiyuan to ensnare Yi Chu and ruin her image. Only then would Lin Jingteng abandon Yi Chu, leading to a divorce that would alleviate her deep-seated resentment. Lin Jiyuan observed Bai Jing, whose eyes blazed with fury as she referred to Yi Chu with disdainful epithets. The elegance and grace that once characterized her had been replaced by the demeanor of a venomous, envious shrew. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Jiyuan's eyes as he scrutinized Bai Jing. He began to question the nature of his affections over the years. Was it truly this malicious woman he had admired? No, the woman he cherished was the gentle, refined, noble, and kind Bai Jing of yesteryears, not the spiteful figure who now lay bare in his bed. Suddenly, Lin Jiyuan felt a pang of regret. He realized his feelings for Bai Jing had waned. He lamented their intimate encounter, wishing he had never become involved with her. Jing, rest assured, I will find a way to capture Yi Chu's heart swiftly. Please return for now. I will reach out to you another day, he said, wishing to distance himself from her presence. Despite his disappointment in Bai Jing, she remained his girlfriend, and he desired solitude to reflect. Jiyuan, are you dismissing me? We have yet to commence our affair, Bai Jing pouted, sensing his aloofness and indifference. Did he not wish to indulge in a passionate encounter with her? She feigned innocence, seeking his attention. In truth, she was no longer a virgin. Her past relationships numbered in the dozens. Previously, she had prioritized her freedom and her various lovers, neglecting Lin Jingteng, unwilling to be merely his girlfriend. Now, having reconciled her feelings and severed ties with her former partners, she believed a man like Lin Jingteng was worthy of marriage and companionship. Having ended her previous relationships, Bai Jing felt restless. If Lin Jiyuan failed to satiate her desires, how could she endure the loneliness? She was currently aflame with desire, unwilling to leave unfulfilled. If she could not be with Lin Jingteng, Lin Jiyuan would suffice. After all, he was quite handsome and bore a resemblance to Lin Jingteng. With this thought, she leaped into Lin Jiyuan's embrace, her hands roaming over his body, seeking to elicit a response. Lin Jiyuan grasped Bai Jing's wandering hands, revealing a hint of irritation on his face. He found himself unresponsive to her advances. Enough, Jing. Please return home, he said coldly, devoid of any trace of passion. Bai Jing was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Lin Jiyuan. Jiyuan, what has happened to you? You were not like this just a moment ago. Lin Jiyuan pushed her away and rose to his feet. I simply feel a bit weary all of a sudden. You should return home early. With those words, he turned and exited the room, leaving Bai Jing sitting alone on the bed in a daze. As she watched Lin Jiyuan's retreating figure, anger tightened her fists, and a hint of malice flickered across her face. Lin Jiyuan, you actually disdain me. Trembling with fury, Bai Jing could not comprehend why Lin Jiyuan had suddenly grown so indifferent toward her. Could it be that her earlier demeanor towards Yi Chu had repulsed him? Yet, she was his woman. How could he treat her this way for that wretched Yi Chu? Lin Jiyuan had claimed to dislike Yi Chu. He must have been deceiving her. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that this must be the case. He must have cherished her previous gentle and elegant self, and her recent behavior had surely turned him away. No, she must devise a way to rekindle Lin Jiyuan's affection for her and ensure that Yi Chu faced ruin. Just before, Lin Jiyuan had looked at her with adoration, yet now, after Yi Chu's departure, he seemed utterly uninterested. Bai Jing felt a deep sense of resentment. She had to find a way to make Lin Jiyuan once again fall at her feet, to ensure he continued to obediently be her devoted admirer. Assisting her in dealing with that wretched Yi Chu. Clad in her attire, fueled by a tempest of rage and resentment, she departed from Qingshan Villa. Chapter 74. The female employees in the company, who gaze at you with longing each day after a tender moment shared in their room. Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng arrived hand in hand at the company. Upon seeing the president and the president's wife, the employees cast envious glances their way. Wow, President Lin and Secretary Yi. No, I mean the First Lady truly are a match made in heaven. They are both so stunning. One can only imagine how beautiful their child will be. One female employee remarked with a knowing smile, pulling her colleague closer to gossip. Of course, with such excellent genes, their child is bound to be even more remarkable. But have you noticed how much more handsome President Lin has become lately? Just look at those long legs wrapped in tailored trousers, and his physique appears to be improving as well. That handsome face makes me drool. I envy Yi Chu so much. She gets to sleep next to the president every night. I wish I could have a husband like him. Another employee swooned. As Yi Chu and Lin Jingteng walked past these two women, Yi Chu clearly heard their whispers, despite their efforts to lower their voices. A radiant smile spread across her face. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Lin Jingteng, wrapping an arm around his waist. Darling, the female employees in the company gaze at you with longing every day, she teased, pouting playfully. Lin Jingteng, noticing the hint of jealousy in her tone, responded with a mischievous smile. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "My dear, I only have eyes for you." He then gently nibbled on her earlobe. His mood seemed exceptionally bright, a charming smile gracing his lips. Yi Chu's face flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully shot an annoyed glance at him. If a beautiful woman with a stunning figure were to seduce you, would you be tempted? She queried. Do you truly believe I am that easily swayed? Lin Jingteng replied, his gaze filled with affection for her. Not necessarily. Don't all men prefer to keep the home flag flying while enjoying the allure of others? Yi Chu suddenly thought of Chun Ziqian, and the mere mention of that scoundrel ignited her anger. That's a different kind of man, not me, Lin Jingteng chuckled. After all, my Chu is already incredibly beautiful, with the finest figure. How could any other superficial woman catch my eye? A wicked grin appeared on his face. Hearing this, Yi Chu playfully pinched his earlobe in mock anger. Oh really, Lin Jingteng? So, if you encountered a woman more beautiful and with a better figure than me, you would be swayed? Wouldn't you? The only reason you Haven T strayed is that you Haven T met anyone better, right? She placed her hands on her hips, feigning indignation as she challenged Lin Jingteng. At first, I did not mean that. You have misunderstood me. Lin Jingtian immediately clarified, my heart belongs solely to you. Regardless of how other women appear or their figures, I shall not cast a single glance in their direction. You certainly have a way with words. Yi Chu released her grip on Lin Jingtian's earlobe, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. My dear wife, your audacity seems to have grown considerably of late. It appears that I must take the time to discipline you properly. This time, I shall ensure that you cannot rise from bed for several days. Do not plead for my mercy later. With that, a mischievous smile played upon Lin Jingtian's lips as he swept Yi Chu into his arms, striding purposefully toward the office. Wow, the president truly radiates boyfriend energy, exclaimed a nearby female employee, her excitement palpable. Indeed, the way he just lifted the president's wife was so incredibly manly. I must hurry and find a handsome man to hold and kiss me all day long. As Lin Jingtian carried Yi Chu into the presidential office, he closed the door behind them. He then turned and gently placed Yi Chu upon the sofa. Lin Jingtian, what are you doing? It is broad daylight. What do you intend to do in the office? Yi Chu sat upright with a start, her large eyes wide with concern. She anxiously inquired, genuinely fearful that Lin Jingtian might engage in some embarrassing antics within the office. Although he had behaved in such a manner before, she did not wish to live in constant apprehension. Chapter 75. Tracking, what do you think, my dear? Lin Jingteng's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he forcefully pushed Yi Chu down onto the sofa, leaning over her. Lin Jingteng, don't do this. We're at the office. What if someone comes in? Yi Chu's hands pressed against his chest, her face betraying her anxiety. If they come, they come. As long as I don't open the door, they'll have to wait. Who dares to say a word? Lin Jingteng declared with an air of dominance. As he spoke, his hands began to wander. His skilled touch left Yi Chu blushing furiously. Her face felt as if it were on fire as she pushed against him. Jingteng, please, not here. I'm begging you. Lin Jingteng ignored her pleas, his dark eyes filled with restraint. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Yi Chu's heart raced, and seizing the opportunity, she pushed Lin Jingteng away, quickly sitting up and adjusting her clothes. Lin Jingteng cursed under his breath, rising to open the door. Standing at the entrance was Lin Qianqian, who, upon seeing the scene in the office, immediately grasped the situation. General Manager Lin, the meeting is about to start, Lin Qianqian said, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. She had deliberately come to stir trouble. Earlier, she witnessed Lin Jingteng embrace Yi Chu as they entered the office and overheard colleagues expressing envy towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu, that woman, was merely her subordinate's defeated rival. If she were truly capable, she wouldn't have lost Chen Ziqian to her. Lin Qianqian could not stand seeing Yi Chu being so cherished by Lin Jingteng. The more she observed Yi Chu's happiness, the more her own discontent grew, especially when recalling how Chen Ziqian treated her. Since Lin Qianqian had successfully taken Chen Ziqian from Yi Chu, she believed she could once again snatch Lin Jingteng from her as well. A wicked smile crept across her lips. Lin Jingteng glanced at the time and shot a cold glance at Lin Qianqian, who seemed lost in her own fantasies. He then spat out a few words through clenched teeth. Secretary Lin, your timing is impeccable. It was clear he was far from pleased. Did this wretched woman come here on purpose? Turning to Yi Chu, he remarked, baby, husband will take care of you tonight. With that, he strode out. Lin Qianqian observed Lin Jingteng's affectionate gaze towards Yi Chu, a wave of intense jealousy surging within her. The general manager plans to indulge Yi Chu tonight, she thought spitefully. That wretched woman will certainly have her fun. Consumed by envy, Lin Qianqian wondered why Lin Jingteng favored Yi Chu instead of her. If only she were the one to enjoy such pleasures tonight. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she noticed Lin Jingteng had already departed, prompting her to quicken her pace to follow him. Before leaving, she cast a cold glare back at Yi Chu. Yi Chu was taken aback by her terrifying demeanor. What had transformed Lin Qianqian into such a formidable presence? It seemed that ever since her marriage to Chen Ziqian, he had subjected her to considerable torment. Yi Chu's lips curled into a derisive smile as she dismissed thoughts of her former superficial friend. The tension in her heart finally eased. With a sigh of relief, she mused that she had narrowly escaped a predicament. Lin Jingteng, that man, truly lived up to his word. She had no desire to linger here, for the prospect of being seen by others filled her with dread. She was not one to bear such embarrassment lightly. Idling in the office, Yi Chu realized that Lin Jingteng had summoned her merely to serve as a nominal secretary. In more flattering terms, she was deemed the president's personal secretary. In reality, she had been called to the company solely for his convenience, to indulge in affectionate embraces and tender kisses. Suddenly, she remembered that her period had been delayed for 2 weeks. Thus, Yi Chu retrieved her phone and messaged Lin Jingteng, informing him of her intention to visit the hospital for a checkup. After placing her phone into her bag, she took out her car keys, slung her bag over her shoulder, and exited the office. As she approached the parking lot, she opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and drove toward the hospital. The journey was swift, and soon she arrived at her destination. Yi Chu parked her car and exited, striding purposefully into the hospital. As she walked, an unsettling sensation crept over her. It felt as if someone were trailing her. Whipping around, she glanced behind, only to find a throng of unfamiliar faces, none of whom seemed suspicious. Perhaps she was simply being overly sensitive. Turning back, she continued her way into the hospital. Just as she redirected her gaze, a large hand suddenly emerged before her, brandishing a damp cloth that swiftly covered her mouth and nose. In an instant, Yi Chu detected a pungent medicinal odor, and her head began to spin. Alarmed, she surmised that the cloth must have been laced with a sedative. She struggled with all her might, but her body felt utterly weakened. Her eyelids grew heavier, and ultimately, darkness enveloped her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. In her state of oblivion, her limp body was lifted by several unfamiliar men and placed into a white van. Inside, Yichu's phone incessantly chimed with notifications, revealing messages from Lin Jingteng. Wife, have you arrived at the hospital? Wife, why aren't you responding? Believing she simply hadn't checked her phone, Lin Jingteng tucked it into his pocket and resumed his meeting. Meanwhile, Yichu remained in a deep slumber within the van, entirely unaware of her surroundings. The men drove the van to the parking lot of a five-star hotel and came to a halt. The driver pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The call was answered promptly. Boss, which room should we send this woman to? A deep, melodious voice responded from the other end. Take her to the presidential suite. Room 8888. I will arrive shortly. Remember, deliver her directly to the room. Listen carefully. None of you are to touch her. A man's commanding voice emanated from the phone speaker. After 2 weeks of missed menstruation, the visit to the hospital was delayed. But subsequent examinations by the doctor revealed it was merely a case of irregular menstruation, not pregnancy. Chapter 76. Allow me to cherish you, tenderly, gentlemen. The boss has instructed us to escort this lady to the presidential suite 8888. Let us swiftly carry her upstairs, one of the men addressed the others. Upon hearing this, the other men immediately exited the vehicle, opened the van's doors, and carefully lifted the unconscious Yichu down. Inside the presidential suite 8888, Yichu lay serenely on the plush bed, her eyes closed. After delivering her to the room, the unfamiliar men promptly departed, fearful of defying their boss's orders. They were instructed to bring her here and then leave, strictly forbidden to touch the woman. Although they found her extraordinarily alluring, they dared not act upon their desires, reluctant to jeopardize their livelihoods. Before long, a tall and handsome man stood at the suite's entrance. He swiped the key card, and the door swung open. Striding in with long, graceful strides, Chun Ziqian approached the bed, bending down to gaze at Yichu's exquisitely beautiful face. Chuxu, how I long for you, he murmured, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes filled with deep affection as he beheld Yichu, whose beauty could captivate a nation, even in slumber. A subtle smile graced his lips as he reached out, gently caressing her delicate, plump cheeks as if he were handling a priceless work of art. His eyes brimmed with infatuation and love. Chuxu, today, I finally have the opportunity to be alone with you. This time, I will ensure that you fall in love with me once more. Chun Ziqian's voice was deep and husky, imbued with rich emotion. As he spoke, he leaned down and pressed a tender kiss upon Yichu's forehead. His gaze wandered down to her alluring figure. She wore a fitted floral tank top that accentuated her generous curves, paired with snug blue jeans that elongated her legs. As he beheld her partially exposed form, Chun Ziqian's throat bobbed slightly. The sight of this voluptuous, enchanting woman ignited a heat within him. His lips lingered on her soft mouth before trailing heated kisses downward. Chun Ziqian's kiss was passionate and fervent, rousing the hazy Yichu from her stupor. She felt dizzy and utterly weak, devoid of any strength. Upon opening her eyes, Yichu was met with the sight of Chun Ziqian passionately kissing her, her clothing nearly stripped away. Realization struck her. He had followed her and drugged her into unconsciousness. Chun Ziqian, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Yichu struggled, raising her hand in an attempt to push him away. However, her limbs felt like lead, the remnants of the drug still coursing through her system. Gazing at Yichu, now awake, Chun Ziqian's lips curled into a wicked smile. Zhu, it is you who denied me the chance. Alas, I had no choice but to resort to this means to win you. In the past, we were an inseparable couple, and who could have imagined that we had never truly connected? It was my folly to mistake the worthless for the precious, as I foolishly admired Lin Jingteng, that wretched being, while overlooking your enchanting charm. Today, allow me to make amends, so that neither of us shall harbor regrets. Upon hearing Chun Ziqian's words, Yichu's heart swelled with disdain. Summoning all her strength, she endeavored to break free from his grasp. Chun Ziqian, you are utterly despicable. We're divorced now, and I have no regrets about you. You are truly shameless. Yet, Chen Ziqian paid no heed to Yi Chu's resistance, holding her tightly as he continued to kiss her skin. Chuxu, even now that you belong to Lin Jingteng, I still long for you. I still desire you. Today, let me cherish you properly. Chapter 77. Be obedient, do not run away. Chen Ziqian spoke as he fervently pressed his lips against Yi Chu's tender mouth. His kisses fell fervently upon her fair and delicate form. No, please. Yi Chu whimpered, struggling with all her might. Yet, her body felt languid and was no match for Chen Ziqian's strength. He resembled a ravenous beast, while Yi Chu appeared as a lamb destined for slaughter. Observing the frail woman before him, who was feebly resisting yet still fighting back, Chen Ziqian felt an insatiable desire grow within him. To him, Yi Chu's demeanor seemed as though she was both resisting and inviting him, her delicate struggles only amplifying her allure. Yi Chu could hardly fathom the depths of Chen Ziqian's depravity, resorting to drugging her into submission. Now, he was brazenly disregarding her wishes and committing such acts against her. Chen Ziqian, you scoundrel, let me go, you cannot treat me this way. Was she truly destined to be defiled by this road today? As she felt the overwhelming heat of his kisses, her brows knitted tightly, and her beautiful fox-like eyes brimmed with tears of anguish. Chuxu, if I must place blame, it lies with you for being so irresistibly enticing. As your ex-husband, I have never thoroughly savored you. Do you think I would be content with that? Chen Ziqian declared as he tore off his tie and began unbuttoning his shirt. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. Zhu, it's futile to resist. No one will come to save you. I am formidable, far surpassing Lin Jingteng. You would do better to lie down and embrace the moment. At that moment, Chen Ziqian had shed his white shirt, his large hand reaching for Yi Chu's floral camisole. Just then, Yi Chu raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Chen Ziqian was momentarily stunned, reeling from the impact. You, he exclaimed, holding his cheek in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Chu. Yi Chu swiftly sat up, then leaped from the bed, hastily slipping on her shoes. Fortunately, in this critical moment, she had regained her strength. Standing in her shoes, she glared angrily at the sullen Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian, be wise and let me leave now. Otherwise, when Lin Jingteng arrives, he will not spare you. She warned, her eyes fixed on him fiercely. Ha, Yi Chu, do not think you can frighten me with Lin Jingteng. I fear him not. He is nothing, Chen Ziqian sneered dismissively. The woman I, Chen Ziqian, desire must be possessed, especially since he has taken you from my grasp. His gaze turned sharp, and Yi Chu, confronted with such intensity, stepped back in trepidation. The hatred of a stolen wife is irreconcilable, Chen Ziqian declared vehemently. Chuxu, be obedient, do not run. He too descended from the bed, slowly advancing toward her. Had it not been for your involvement with Lin Xianxian, no matter how exceptional Lin Jingteng is, a union between us would have been inconceivable. Chen Ziqian, ultimately, you are the one who strayed first. How can you shift the blame onto others? Your reasoning is utterly unfathomable. Yi Chu gazed at Chen Ziqian, whose eyes were ablaze with fury as she gradually retreated, inching closer to the door. Chapter 78. I can never forget you at the outset. I realized my mistakes. Please forgive me, will you? With these words, Chen Ziqian swiftly approached Yi Chu. Today, whether you agree or not, I must have you. I love you, and I am determined to possess you. As Chen Ziqian observed Yi Chu reaching for the door, he quickly extended his hand, firmly grasping her delicate wrist. Stumbling slightly from the force, Yi Chu lifted her gaze, glaring furiously at Chen Ziqian. Chen Ziqian, you truly are despicable. When I liked you, you were indifferent to me. Now that I have found my true love, you wish to shatter my happiness. I loathe you, you scoundrel, villain. Yi Chu struggled fiercely to free herself from his grip, her other hand pounding against Chen Ziqian's solid chest in a futile effort before she broke down in tears. Ugh, I hate you, scoundrel. Get away. Do not ruin my happiness with Lin Jingteng. Yi Chu wept uncontrollably, powerless against Chen Ziqian, unable to escape his hold, resorting only to tears to voice her protest. Lin Jingteng, why haven't you come to rescue me? That meeting has dragged on for so long. In her heart, she prayed fervently for Lin Jingteng to realize her plight and come to her aid. Chun Ziqian stood frozen, taken aback by Yi Chu's anguished cries. Did she truly despise him to this extent? Did her pain stem from his desire for her? Chuxu, please don't cry. I promise I won't touch you. Suddenly, he enveloped Yi Chu in his arms, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Ugh! Yi Chu was sobbing uncontrollably, her mind consumed with thoughts of Lin Jingteng and his delay in rescuing her. Chuxu, I was wrong. Please stop crying. Chun Ziqian released her, attempting to wipe away her tears clumsily. Chun Ziqian, I do not want your faint concern. Yi Chu slapped his hand away and turned, silently shedding tears. Chuxu, I truly regret my actions. Please don't behave this way. Chun Ziqian observed Yi Chu's blatant disregard for him, her eyes brimming with contempt, causing a sharp pang in his heart. He embraced her from behind, his arms securely wrapping around her slender waist, resting his head against her neck. Chuxu, I swear, I will not touch you. His voice was hoarse and weary, infused with a hint of desperation. Just allow me to hold you quietly for a moment. Yi Chu ceased her crying, bewildered by his unexpected behavior. Chuxu, honestly, I never wished to treat you this way. Chun Ziqian continued, his tone soft and tinged with emotion. Yet, I am truly remorseful. I realize I can never forget you. The one I have always loved is, in fact, you. I yearn for you so deeply that I resorted to this desperate measure. Chuxu, please forgive me. Chun Ziqian's words were choked with emotion. Yi Chu stood there in a daze, allowing Chun Ziqian to embrace her. To be honest, she was somewhat astonished. She had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of Chun Ziqian. He was actually crying. If she were to turn around now, she would undoubtedly see the tears glistening in his eyes. Yet, she refrained from doing so. Perhaps it was best to grant him a semblance of dignity. Yi Chu thought to herself, Chapter 79, You actually cried and turned away, hiding to weep. Chun Ziqian. She was at a loss for words, allowing him to embrace her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have acted differently from the beginning. Since Lin Jingteng and I are already wed, you should no longer entangle yourself with me. We are ultimately fated to be apart. Yi Chuxu spoke softly, reminiscing about the moment she shared with Chun Ziqian. Indeed, she had once held deep affection for him, a love that was profound and genuine. However, had she foreseen that Chun Ziqian would inflict such pain upon her and engage with her close friend, she would have unequivocally refused to fall for him. Chun Ziqian remained silent, simply holding Yi Chuxu in quietude. Her gaze lowered, her mind occupied with thoughts of why Lin Jingteng had not yet arrived. At that moment, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, and Lin Jingteng entered with a dark countenance, a rune card in hand that he had procured through his connections. Chun Ziqian, you are courting death. Lin Jingteng strode into the room, his eyes immediately landing on Chun Ziqian tightly embracing Yi Chuxu. His eyes burned crimson, a chilling aura emanating from him. He observed Yi Chuxu, who showed no resistance, allowing Chun Ziqian to hold her. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lin Jingteng's face as he hastened to their side and swiftly pulled Yi Chuxu from Chun Ziqian's grasp. Before Yi Chuxu could react, she found herself enveloped in Lin Jingteng's embrace. Lin Jingteng, you finally came. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and she pouted in grievance, striking Lin Jingteng's chest with her small hands. Why did you come now? Her delicate hands repeatedly tapped against his firm chest. Chuxu, I'm sorry, I arrived late. Lin Jingteng held her tightly once more. That wretched Lin Xianxian has been doing everything to prevent me from finding you. She must have colluded with that scoundrel Chun Ziqian. Chuxu, are you all right? Lin Jingteng gazed at Yi Chuxu's sorrowful expression, his eyes filled with compassion. You're saying that as if it matters. I'm fine, but thankfully, Chun Ziqian had a sudden change of heart, or else. Yi Chuxu glanced at the dejected Chun Ziqian standing nearby. Lin Jingteng's gaze shifted to Chun Ziqian, his expression darkening instantaneously. He raised his hand, poised to strike Chun Ziqian. Jingteng, stop. I'm all right. Don't hit him. Yi Chuxu suddenly grasped Lin Jingteng's fist. Veins bulged on Lin Jingteng's arm. He had intended to teach Chun Ziqian a lesson, yet Yi Chuxu had intervened. Chuxu, why? This scoundrel even sent people to kidnap you. Lin Jingteng said, his voice laced with fury as he looked at her. Jingteng, Chun Ziqian is crying, and he didn't harm me. Just let him be. I feel a bit sorry for him too. Chuxu whispered cautiously, leaning closer to Lin Jingteng's ear. Ah. After listening to Chu's words, Lin Jingteng narrowed his elongated Danfang eyes and scrutinized Chen Ziqian intently. What could it be? Chen Ziqian was truly crying? Was this the same arrogant and imperious Chen Ziqian from before? Lin Jingteng observed as Chen Ziqian turned away, secretly wiping away his tears, leaving him astounded and speechless for a moment. Hey, Chen Ziqian, are you not a man anymore? You're actually crying and turning away to hide your tears. Lin Jingteng exclaimed, reaching out to tug at Chen Ziqian's shoulder, urging him to face him. However, despite Lin Jingteng's persistent pulls, Chen Ziqian remained resolute in his refusal to turn around. Frustrated by this stubbornness, Lin Jingteng stepped directly in front of him. Yet as he did so, Chen Ziqian simply turned away once more. Chu watched the amusing back and forth between the two, finding an inexplicable charm in their antics. They continued this dance several times, and upon realizing that Chen Ziqian was reluctant to turn back due to embarrassment, Chu understood his plight and decided to intervene. She grasped Lin Jingteng's hand, shaking her head gently. Then, she typed a few words on her phone screen. Lin Jingteng, show some mercy. He already knows he was in the wrong. Just let him be. He must feel humiliated and doesn't want us to see him in this state. Darling, let us go home.